Darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
Saw dudes. We have a little bit of time left before they get started, so we're just gonna chill here. Just checking the Discord for stuff.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear.
Has anyone played the new hero? So I have not. Played against him, it sucks.
Through this mask, I see no fear.
Share the stream out on the KOL's channel real quick. Oh, wheel. Pretty cool effect. Yeah, my Brody does not look that good when I play him. Definitely does not look that good. Man, they change this game so much. It's crazy. Still not as many updates as Fortnite, I don't think. But it's up there.
Welcome to the land of God.
That makes him look like a Beyblade even more.
Looking for the end. They already kick off to Auntie. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets through. Son still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Indo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
All right, we're getting to it. Let's go. So I went back because I was trying to make a prediction video for today for the BTK C9 stuff. Didn't record. I don't know why. I pressed the record button. It said it was recording, but I can't find the video, so it's either somewhere on my computer or it just didn't work. But either way, tried going back, looking at some matches. If we got time here, we might do it. But I don't think we will, 'cause I'm not, well, I don't know, we'll see. If they're gonna sit here and talk for fucking like an hour and a half, then we might, but I don't know, it looked pretty, I don't know. Everyone's talking about how best player one is, you know, gonna take C9, beat BTK because of the jungle meta, but it's like, I mean, people have said that before about saying like, oh, he can't do this, and then he proves them all wrong, so it's hard to bet against the guy.
Legends rise and legends fall. One team will crawl while the other take it all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to week 2 of the regular season for NACT 2024 Fall. Last week, you got to witness your most anticipated teams make their season debut. This week, the stars will collide. BTK vs C9 will set the tone for our path to glory. With the showdown of the ages unfolding before our very eyes, who better to capture the magic than our Florida stepbrothers, Trex and Weezy. I'm happy you guys survived the hurricane and you're back with us.
Well, wait a second, Liz. I don't know if we survived the hurricane yet. Today, we have two of the powerhouse teams fighting it out. May start a brand new one, and then also two
Trex. We got Trex back, guys.
How you feeling about these matches?
I'm just glad to be back at NACT, man. It's
yes,
we took the first
welcome
week
back,
off. We had some
Trex.
storms
Welcome
coming.
back.
We made it through.
Congrats
and now
on
we
the
get to
marriage,
cast
my
some
dude.
amazing games, some of the possibly hottest games of the season so far. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and we're ready to take us into the games. Steph Weezy, I want to know if you actually got to take a look at the format.
Well, I'll tell you what, some like cheddar, some like mozzarella, but the
Here's
NACT,
the
we like
Swiss
a good old
format.
Swiss
This is what
for the
M6 is
format
going to be
for
like.
the regular season, where you'll see
Basically,
each team fight it out for a
yeah,
chance at
every
points.
team
Every
plays
single
every
match
team.
is a chance for points. 4 matches
So
every single day. The winners, the top 4 with the highest points, will move on after 3 rounds into the playoffs for a chance at victory and a ticket
Sardine.
to 6.
Welcome in, Stigma.
I love the cheesy lines, so I'm gonna keep it cheesy myself, because with a good Swiss, you got to poke some holes in your enemies here. And last week we saw some okay matches. Things came down 4-0.
So I did make a
4-0,
post,
3-1. I'm hoping
and
this
I
week
said that
we
I
see some
thought
differences.
BTK
And let's
would
take a
be
look at
winning
which teams will make it
3-1 against C9,
less
and
cheesy for us today.
Night Horde wins 4-0
We have for the
against
first match
Accelerate.
at 4:30, Accelerate versus goes to
So
Night
we'll
Horde.
see.
Match 2 starts at 8.
They were smart to put the Cloud9 versus BTK
I really hope today we don't have a
last.
1-hour break.
So
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. But today, lots of these teams have a lot of things to prove, right? In the first series, Accelerate and Ghost Unite Horde didn't have the hottest debut. Both of them yet to find a victory.
Tried sharing the stream in the
series.
NACT Discord.
And then right behind them for match 2, Cloud9 and BTK. I mean, it's the flip of a coin, but this time Hoon and Zayn on the same team, going up against Cloud9, spearheaded by Basic, and with Nats on the team all the way out from Philippines, RSG. What more could you ask for?
I think both teams have a lot on the line here. Accelerate and Night Horde both need to get some points on the board, whereas the other two teams just need to try to keep some points on the board.
And regardless of how many points they secure, they will still be facing a prize pool of $25,000 and $600 worth of total cash prizes. And that's 1.5 million diamonds you're seeing on the screen here.
Yeah, everybody's still in the Discord asking about the diamonds.
And also
it's like, guys, they're probably going to wait till the end to pay out.
All these teams fighting, ready to hold that banner to be the best in North America, and also possibly earn a ticket to fight out for a chance to be the best in the world.
I mean, you have to remember, the money is nice, but a lot of these players have jobs. They're at school. They're doing things. What they really want is the glory. They want the championship. They want a chance to prove
sucks because we have to live a life
stage, and that's what we're all looking at right now.
Survive.
And our viewers are looking at the first giveaway
I looked it
for
up.
Today. On the screen, you see a
literally
code and a
every
QR code to
country
scan for
in Southeast Asia,
so make sure you're one of the
except
first
Indonesia,
to secure this prize.
Yeah, look at all those amazing
smaller
skins,
than
50%
one
chance, but
of our
Liz and me were
states.
talking about at Trex as well. This
One
is not an
of
NA
our
region
states.
locked giveaway, so anybody across the world can scan that code. So those
Think about
chances
that.
might go a little bit down if you're not fast enough. 31
If I
chances
remember
available
right,
to
they
claim
said
them
Southeast
on this
Asia is
giveaway.
about 1.7
I feel like at least
million
before you could
square
maybe get one of
miles,
the 31
and
chests.
the
Now
US
it's just a
is
frenzy. Everyone around the world's going to be
3.7.
putting that code in. The QR code makes it even worse because
So-
if you got two phones, you know, you're at an advantage. You can scan and grab and all that good stuff. So those 31 chests
It's
go
a lot,
fast here at the
a
NACT.
lot more people here,
Oh
but
my god, don't expose
with that
the
comes a lot more
secrets.
stuff
I
too.
hope you guys secure the giveaway, and we're jumping into the first series of the day. For Accelerate, you have on screen Rainforest and XP lane, Baby Zen on the jungle, Duck Luck in the mid lane, and Tara on Rome.
Alright, so I do not remember these guys playing last week,
See,
I'm not gonna lie.
I like this. I like when
You
Liz
gonna
reads the
Discord?
names,
Yeah, I
and
can
when
jump
you
in
see
there.
new faces, it's
Let me,
hard to know the pronunciation. So we're just gonna stick
Pop
with
it
whatever
up.
Liz says. But Accelerate, they look like they're
I
locked
just
in
didn't
and
know
ready
if
to go.
anybody was
Maybe have a
gonna
better
join
showcasing
me
today
or
than their
not.
debut. Today, it's their time to write their
We'll
story.
get it up here.
Yeah, this isn't just a new team, a new logo. This is a whole set of new faces on the top 8 of NACT. And they really got a lot to prove here. I think a lot of people are doubting them. A lot of people are putting them down. They're here. They need to show that they belong here in the top 8.
Yeah, and for Gosu Nighthorse, some more familiar faces. Mikasa in the XP lane, Dez in the jungle, Oh My Foe in the mid lane, LC1 on Rome, and Yellow BC on gold.
Yeah, you're seeing a couple of additions to the team and a couple of players gone. At least one. Legend's not going to be here today, unable
Daddy
to
Dez.
play in
That's
today's
what
matches.
I like to
But with
see.
Oh My Foe on the roster,
Oh,
it may be a
I
secret
just
weapon yet to be
minimized
shown.
the Discord.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Dez play. I'm excited to cast over some games with Dez. There's been a lot of talks about him in Discord channels, a lot of talks about him over the interweb, and we haven't
Hang
ever
on,
got to
I gotta
actually
get the
see him
link for
play
Joe.
in the top 8 of NACT. He's been on the bench before. He's played down in MLSL, down south, so he has
we
competitive
go.
experience, but how is he going to compete against some of the big dogs here in NA?
And since you're hyping him up, I want to see if Trex actually voted for Gosu
Saw,
Nighthorse.
dudes.
And he did. Trex is a man of his words, and so did all our casters predict that Gosu Nighthorse will be the team on top.
Yeah, unanimous decision across the board. And I mean, you got to give credit where it's due, right? We've seen a couple of these players, like Trex mentioned, in previous NACTs. Like we got to see Dez, not on the front lines. He was a sub for Gaming Gladiators, but nonetheless, an excellent jungler. And today, we have the pleasure of showcasing
How's
that
everybody doing
to
today?
the world. But not to mention,
doing all right.
you can't
Did you
count
post
out
the link
the
for
one
your-
on the other
for
side,
your
right? The other team
shit
still
on
has
YouTube?
things to prove.
Or-
Yeah,
And it's their
I
time
just-
to write the story.
I
You
just
go
did
with the statistics, and hey, maybe you get the ultimate caster curse to flip it around.
Oh, nice.
I
you
mean,
missed
it's
it.
definitely a
Alright.
possibility. I think Accelerate has a lot to prove here. I just like the new Gosu Night Horde logo. I think it's one of the best combination logos
shout
we've
out
ever
to
seen.
Gian.
The dragon fitting right in. It's really cool. It's a nice touch.
An ACT staff member in the Discord, sharing the stream out in the KOL
Some fun
channel
facts
since I
for
couldn't.
Accelerate, we
'cause for
have
some reason it
Rainforest
doesn't work
on
for me.
screen. His role is XP lane. His favorite hero is Chao. I guess he learned from Joybot from last week. Favorite player has not been found yet. His hobby is playing PC games. Hometown in St. Petersburg and device is Samsung Galaxy S23.
Well, wait a second. I think there's an error on the screen because I think he meant to say playing mobile games. So we'll get that fixed right quick. But nonetheless, yeah, some interesting stuff over there from Accelerate. Can't wait to see how Rainforest performs.
Yeah, he's a hometown hero, man. I didn't know this before, but Rainforest is from the same city as me, so I may have to change my vote over to Accelerate. I don't know. Hopefully, he at least puts on.
Don't do that,
This is very new to me, so excited to see how he actually performs.
Well, maybe it might be too late for that. And for Ghost of Night Horde, we have Mikasa. His role is XP lane. His favorite hero is Freya. He is a top global Freya. His favorite player has not been found yet. His hobby is working out, speaking from his arm right there. Hometown is Maryland.
That's
his
from...
device
oh,
is
never mind.
iPhone 14 Pro.
You know, it's funny. It's like they couldn't get his arms to fit in that picture. They had to crop out his triceps, man. Just absolutely massive. But nonetheless, working out. Hey, I have the same hobby. You know, it's interesting, though. Neither player so far, I'm seeing a trend, has yet to have a favorite player.
They don't like anybody. They are not friendly around these parts. They do not respect anybody. They woke up and chose violence today.
Yeah, and Sayuri might be disappointed because last week she mentioned that Mikasa is her favorite player, and she thought that she would be Mikasa's favorite player. But, you know, seems like Mikasa hasn't changed his vote yet, so we're looking forward to some developments on that. But for today's series, for the first series in particular, what are you guys looking for the both teams? I'll start for Ghost of Night Horde. Last week they actually kind of tipped the toes for BTK in the first game. They actually got 4 kills in the very beginning, and
did you guys play any today?
The dark horse to rise, but unfortunately BTK was the better
I
team.
went 16 kills with Raph today.
Today, what are you expecting?
Oh, that was from today?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm
Yeah,
expecting
me and Earl.
somebody to put a point on the board. I don't care who it is, but it's going to happen today. But nonetheless, I want to see some excellent gameplay.
I played
really
this morning, but it was just
how
it was
Accelerate
back
kinda
and forth.
performs,
I'd
right?
win
Ghost of
one,
Night Horde,
lose
they have
one,
previous
win one,
top eight
lose
members,
one,
but
win
I'd like
one,
to
lose
see
one. I'm
more
like, oh my
newer
god.
faces rise to the occasion because we want to have
How it's been
a
all
full
fucking
stacked
day.
season of
We win, we
powerhouse
win
games,
good,
not
and
just
then we lose,
a
and
couple
it's
here
like,
and
what the
there.
fuck?
And like
Yeah.
you said, they're the
And they got that
underdogs, I
new
would say, at least from the
Battlefield
caster
thing where
predictions.
you with the
And this
turtle
is their
buff.
chance to prove what they got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the keys for Accelerate to get some wins here is try
wonder
to
if they
stop
have
the
that in
momentum
the
of Night Horde.
tournament
We saw
here.
last time, as you said, Liz, they started off so clean against BTK, but then one bad team fight, and it just felt like their games got worse and worse and worse. So if Accelerate can maybe catch them off kilter, catch them off guard, they may be able to pull off even more than just one win. Accelerate,
True.
though, needs to come
Very
with a
true.
game plan. They need to have done their research. They got to be ready to play against some of the top teams in NA.
And I don't know if they're ready because we have a player sub for Accelerate. Ducklut will be subbed in by Asami. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but we do have a mid lane swap.
Well, you know, at the beginning of the show, we said whatever name you say, we stick with it. So, Liz, Asami, that's what you're going to be hearing every single time we cast Lane. Don't hate us on it. Hey, we laid these rules down as soon as the show started.
Liz chooses the names. She tells us how to pronounce them. She sends us actually a whole list before every stream.
I think
This is
us
how you
three
say
could
their
take those
names.
3 on. And
She's in charge of it all, so when we get it wrong, just remember whose fault it is.
that's how they fucking end the
Looks like
movie,
our
dude. That's
casters
so
chose
fucking
violence
stupid,
today.
dude.
But
I am
with that
so
being
disappointed.
said,
I know I
the
could take him
first
in a
match
fist
is
fight.
on the way, so Weezy takes us into the draft.
And away we
Dude, I was
go
so
into
hyped.
the draft
I was
for
so
the
hyped for this
first
movie, and it was
game
such a
for
good
round
movie
2
until
of
it got to the
NACT
end.
Fall
Dude.
season.
Literally,
Our
the
first
ending
debut
fucked this
casting
movie over.
in the NACT Fall
I feel like
season.
Trex
After
could fight
surviving a
better than Steph
hurricane,
Weezy could.
Trex, we're ready for some violence
Trex
today.
is over
So
6
we
feet
tall.
are as well.
Steph Weezy ain't even black,
for
bro.
this. Definitely excited for this. NACT is back. I've been waiting for
He-
this.
he got his
and
black
the
card
drafts are
taken.
already
Ruby
hot.
first pick,
Ruby
holy
coming
shit.
in first pick for Accelerate. And
Ruby's
I'm
making
kind
it
of,
around.
I'm coming
Dude,
into
I'm
this
so pissed off
wondering
this movie,
exactly
dude.
where the meta stands. I feel like this is one of the deepest
Rebel
games
Ridge
we've
on-
seen in a very long time in
Rebel
terms
Ridge
of
on
meta.
Netflix, bro.
And
It was
I'm
such a
excited to
good
see
movie
throughout
until
NACT
this is
how things are
Accelerate
actually
versus
moving
Night Horde right now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this meta is an even blend all the way across the board. You can go tankier, you can
My
go for
baby's
more
just
damage, you can throw
wide
more
awake right now.
marksman in
Hang
the
on,
lane,
let me mute
or
myself.
in
I gotta
the-
get some tea
in
real
the-
quick.
Hold on now,
You're
let's
good.
not get a little crazy. In the jungle.
Put the baby in
and
front of
then
the TV.
subbing
Let
the-
him watch.
the XP
Let him
lane
learn.
and the gold lane to something else.
Start him
But
early.
Oh, he's
I
gonna
think,
learn.
Start him
this is
early.
Yeah,
the
he's gonna
time
be
for all teams to
he's gonna
showcase
be a
what they can bring to
he's
the
gonna be a
table. The Ruby,
Boxia, Baratus,
for
and
the
Fredrin
Accelerator, it's
jungle
the
when he gets
first
older.
time we get to
Watch.
see them run Ruby. They're gonna stack it up with the Tig, so it's gonna be that
Training them
Ruby,
young.
possibly it could be even be in the gold lane. We've seen Ruby slotted
Yeah,
in.
we watch a bunch of
Yeah,
Fredrin
Definitely
games
we've seen the
together.
Ruby in the
Huh?
gold lane when things
I
like the Roger
should be
come out
laning by
sometimes
age
in the
4.
jungle. It's not completely out. It is a possibility. When I saw both these picks get picked up on both sides, I felt like both drafts are bringing it pretty flexible. I do think Accelerate at this point, the Rubies we're kind of showing it's not going to be Roam, most likely EXP. Still the possibility of gold, but we're pushing it, I think, at that point. I think Accelerate needs to kind of keep it simple, and
Yeah,
that's what we're
grab
seeing
it.
here. Nighthorde, on the other hand, also kind of showing their cards all at
Jesus.
once here. Alice Gold, we've been seeing it get
Oh, he's
picked
got
up
the
here and
hiccups.
there.
Oh,
Definitely
we
a
got the
possibility, and then we have
hiccup.
the
The
Edith and the
hiccup,
Yarla.
little man.
Oh
It
yeah, I
could even
forgot
be,
Alice
that
has been
Alice
ran
jungle.
gold a
We
few
got to see best
times.
players
I
sneak
should
that
try
in,
that.
last weekend. So
Do
yeah, a
it.
lot of these
I
heroes
tried
can just get
Julian
flexed
mid
into
in a
multiple
ranked
different
game.
roles, and that
It
just
wasn't too
showcases
bad.
how deep and three-dimensional these teams can draft. Now, when we're looking at least what both sides have, when I
did
look at
Proteus
Accelerate,
in
they
a
have great
mid-ranked
crowd
game,
control.
too,
You have
and
the
it wasn't too
Ruby, has
bad.
so much
Yeah.
chain CC. The Valentina with the Terrify,
I did
a lot of crowd control as well.
Raphaelia in
The
mid
Tigreal,
wasn't
to
too
top
bad.
that off, this is a full anti-invade team, but they can also be aggressive if they want to.
Be
Yeah, I think
aggressive.
the Ruby-
Be aggressive.
Overall, the Rubies, if the Ruby is placed right, if
Who do you
Rainforest
think's
is
gonna
in
win?
the right spot in the right positions when
Nighthorde.
some of these big team fights happen, it's going to slow down the Edith, it's going to slow down the Alice, it's going to slow down this type of dive
in
competition
my-
we're kind of seeing from
In my
Ghost and
prediction,
Nighthorde
I
here. So
put
it's a lot on the
Nighthorde
shoulders of
winning
Rainforest
4
if he
to
ends up
0
being the
against
Ruby.
Accelerate.
If he cannot be in the right position, or if Nighthorde's just able to kind of find better angles,
I think Accelerate is
that's
going
be
to
a
take
big
him the
answer
first
to
round.
this.
Think
Yeah,
so?
but we need to see what they're going to use
Yeah.
as push potential, right? When they're going for heavy crowd control in front lines, we need to see how are they going to push through and do
I'm just
some
talking mad
damage.
shit,
When we're looking at
just to be
Nighthorde,
the
that
opposite.
Alice has just been dominating at least this
I was gonna say, I don't think
season.
Accelerate's
Such
gonna
an
win at all.
impactful,
They're gonna
hero.
win the
And
first
also
round,
aside
watch 'em.
from that, the
Nighthorde's
Edith,
pretty
right?
good,
I'm
man.
wondering this
But then
should
again, they
possibly
lost
be-
to
is it going to be the Edith
LF
in the
Horde,
XP
so-
lane? Are they going to
Then
flex
again,
the
they
Edith to
lost
the Roam
to LF
position
Horde.
and put
Then again,
Arlott
we
in the
lost
XP
to
lane,
LF
or are you going
Horde.
to put the Arlott
So
in
that
the
would make
Roam
us as
position?
good
Or
as
the
Nighthorde?
opposite? You know, this is just like a
I
puzzle
mean,
that can be fit
look at
in
it this
so many
way,
different
bros.
ways, and,
I look
you know,
at it
time
this
will tell us.
way.
We see the
We
best
ended
selection.
that
Now,
NACT
right
qualifier
now, I'm liking what I see for both
2-2.
sides. I'm not seeing a lot of damage though. From
Hey,
side
Take
I'm
it as
gonna-
you will.
I think
Take
both
it as you
teams
will,
are
but that's
kind of
positive in my
waiting on
book.
that, right?
I'm gonna
We
put
do
it
have
out
some,
as this way.
I mean,
If
have
we
a
can
little bit of
get
in-game damage with the Valentina, but right now,
Venus
with this
to
Ruby,
run
Nighthorde, I've
foreign
noticed in the links
and me to
open,
mid lane
but it's kind of
Raph,
a risky pick. Like you said, there's a lot of
I think
crowd
we have
control inside
our
of
team
Accelerate,
makeup
a lot
right
of things
there.
that can catch a Ling out of the sky
I
and
think
bring him
lately
down to
she's
the
been
ground.
jungling.
And I think that's kind of Accelerate's plan here. We want you to go something a little bit too
all I'm
crazy. We
saying
have the
is that when
stoppers
we
ready
played
for that.
Foreign
So
and
Nighthorde
Raph,
definitely
it
has to
was
think about how they want
was
to
a
pick
bad
up their
game.
jungle.
It was a good
Roger's still
game.
open, the Ling's still open, Hayabusa is banned out. Possibilities
Yeah, that
like
was
a
pretty good.
Fanny, like there's still some options out there in the terms of the assassin
that Ruby
realm.
with your life
Julian,
steal and everything, your
Noland,
regen,
so a lot of
with
options.
me
It's just gonna be
healing
hard to
and
get in
fucking
on
her
Accelerate
healing,
with this front
like,
line they brought.
Yeah, it's just a strong composition. At least for
it
heroes
was
that require
nasty.
getting up close and personal, you're going to get hit by so much crowd control.
I saved that
You
game
know,
just to let you know,
I really
Comanche,
want to see how
if
this
you
goes.
want to watch it
I would
sometime.
say in
Hell
the
yeah, I
jungle,
do.
yeah, there's still a lot of assassins
wonder if
available,
Estes
but they're
would
going to
be
go
good
in for a
too.
little bit more of that fighter combination. This is going to be
Just all
Alpha,
support and then
in the
one
jungle
like
there for
marksman
Des.
or
He did
something, or
actually
jungle
pull
or
us out
something.
against
One marksman
BTK
going to
in
jungle.
game 1 of their debut.
All I know is if you
Didn't
watch
work
that
out as
video,
well,
you'll
but
see
he
me
did.
die
You know,
once,
that was Zane.
and then you
Zane
won't see me
introduced
die at all.
You know, he introduced that Alpha, so we'll have to see Des can live up to the mantle a second time around going up against Accelerate.
I do want to say though, speaking on Dez, he did
just started
play
The
very
Gentleman
well
by Guy
last
Ritchie.
week. I think as the jungler and doing his job, he was really able to perform. I think some of his offlaners, Yellow, Reckless, they're going to need to
What'd
step
you
up
say?
their game
Sorry, I was
here.
trying to listen
I think
to
the rest of the
tracks.
team, everyone needs to get on
So I
one
just
page.
started
think
the
there's still a lot
watching
to
The
say for
Gentleman.
Whitehorse. I think they just haven't found
It's
their
a
exact
TV
groove
show
yet.
by
At least in terms of, you know, top
what's his
two. They are
face?
going up against Accelerate, another team
That
that took
one-
4 losses
I
last
just
week.
lost the name
So
of
this
him.
might be a good
That
time for
one
them
guy.
to really shine.
Yeah.
Accelerate
Not Jack
coming in
Schneider.
with Nolan
Guy.
and the Beatrix, so very
I can
just
go back.
solid
Guy
composition,
something.
nothing too too crazy. The marksman in the gold lane, we've been seeing a lot of mages in the
Is
gold
it the-
lane.
is it
Things
the
like
guy,
Harrods, things like Alice.
that does
so
all the
keeping a little bit more
the
old school on the accelerate
drive-in
side.
shows too, the diner
Go ahead,
drive-ins?
first into that burst damage.
No, not Guy
Guy-
Fieri.
with the Nolan now.
Guy Ritchie. Guy
Zaz,
Ritchie. He
you know,
did
Zaz has stepped into the meta. He's been
he did
such
a lot of big name
dominant
movies.
mid lane out there in the Philippines, out there in Indonesia, now crossing the
Trying to
waters.
think of
into
some of them
North
right
America.
now.
That is going to
I
finalize
have to
the draft
Google it real
for
quick.
game number
Alice
1 between
Gold.
Accelerate and
Holy
Ghost
shit.
United. Our
Alright, let's
first
see it.
game for round 2 of the
Film
NACT
director.
Fall season.
Movies.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting
He
one. Again,
did
taking a look at the drafts, I think
The
both teams
Covenant,
have brought something. But
Snatch.
is that a
Oh, he did
Hayabusa?
Snatch, bro. That's a
We get
good
the
movie.
last pick.
Yeah,
Wrath
Snatch
of
is a
the
great
Man.
What do
movie.
we have here? We're
I
missing
think
the
Train
art
Spotting
right now.
too,
Unless
right?
there was a
The Lock,
Yeah,
Load,
that's a
or
misgraphic.
Lock, Stock, and Two
Asami
Smoking
is
Barrels.
Hayabusa.
He did the
That's
Sherlock
it.
Holmes
Asami-
movie.
Hayabusa was banned.
Rock
And
and
that's not
Rolla.
Asami. That
He
is
did
actually
the
just Hayabusa playing.
Man from
just to
UCLA.
let everybody know, but let's
He-
jump in.
Yeah, let's jump into the game. A
He's
lot
done
of
a lot.
questions,
He did the
not
Aladdin-
enough time.
He did
as
the
his
Aladdin
teams
live
are
action.
boiling and
He
ready
did both Sherlock
to flip
Holmes
this
movies.
pod over to lead the way and gain their first victory for the NACT fall season.
Bro,
They
he
had
did
a
a-
little bit of a rough start with their debut, but
Listen to
today
this. He
is
did
a
a
different
Hercules
story.
live action
Who will lead the way?
remake.
So we'll be Dez on that jungle alpha. There's been
Oh,
a lot of
yeah,
talks of
Baba.
him possibly switching roles.
I didn't even know they
teams
had a
looking for
Hercules
some
live
things.
action remake.
Dez going to be on the jungle position. We know Legend or Oh My Foe subs in. Oh My Foe mid. We keep Yellow in the gold lane. Alcy1 in the roam position. So it was going to be that Edith there. I like the composition. I think it's going to be comfortable for Night Horde. We're going to have some decent rotations. They have an aggressive early game.
He did a lot of
along
movies with
some
Jason
decent late
Statham
game
in them.
heroes.
Yeah, I feel like the damage definitely goes more to the side of Ghost Night Horde.
Yeah,
but in
it's like
terms
Tim
of early
Burton
game
and
pressure,
Johnny
Accelerate can kind of provide.
Yeah,
that.
like,
We'll have to see how
all his
Dez can
movies
close
have
the gap into these objectives. You see him already rotating to that Lethal Wanderer. Baby's in,
yeah,
trying to get
this
their
is-
time. Actually pulls off the Retribution. A little bit smoother than him. May have to watch out for that when these first turtles spawn in. Now, right now, gold lane matchups, right? We were kind of looking at what was going to be slotted down there. It is going to be that Ixia up against this Alice. Alice,
Ooh, look
you can
out.
see
Ruben's
kinda
in
dominate
trouble.
so far this season.
Oh,
First
shit.
blood, though.
Oh, and a
Turret
turret gets
tower shot
him.
back. So it's a 1-for-1. That was a lot of damage from that tower. Luckily, Rainforest doesn't lose it all there. They both will get back on the map. Nothing too lost. Turtle up in 27 seconds, and Tara gets the knock.
Uh-oh.
Drag back. Oh, damage. Tara now trying to finish him off. Oh my foe low. Alcyon able to get the first shake.
I just changed you, bud, and I know that sound. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
very close call. Both of them very low. That
I don't think
Earthshaker
there's
able to
hardly
provide them with a little bit
anything
of time
about it.
needed to get to that turret and
No.
reconnect back
Go,
to
huh?
safety. One,
You just
2,
let
1 on the
go.
board. You gotta look where the kills go.
Let
though.
it
Reinforce
go.
on the Ruby did fall.
Let
Gotta
it
kill
go.
Mikasa as well. It was an even trade-off because of that last-minute turret damage. I feel like right now it's still equalized. The first turtle is spawning
Let you
in
get
to give
it all
them a
out,
major
bud.
advantage.
And now a little bit of games. I mean, Accelerate's moving decently around the map right
Dude,
now.
what is
Able to
Mikasa
kind of keep
doing?
up, and like you said, what
Chill,
you were
bro.
saying, I mean, they have some early game
Okay.
pressure. This first turtle's gonna be
Ruby
huge
keeps
for
on
both
pulling him
teams.
back, though.
Yeah, and that's what we gotta
To
see.
be honest.
Will the crowd control work in Accelerate's favor to bully out Ghost Night Horde from this first objective?
Tara's in trouble.
Looking to get the implosion.
Baby Zane
Mikasa
goes
able to find
down.
Baby Zane. Turtle still on the map. Now Tara in trouble. It's 2 down.
Oh.
For the side of Accelerate. Ghost and Night Horde have lost none. As Mikasa pushes back.
I just don't understand the
Reinforce
use of
and
using
Calyx.
people like Lily does. Like, I get it, she's a good tank, but like,
Yeah, it takes down the
oh wait,
rover
that's not
and the
Lily,
jungler.
that's
Guarantees
that's
retribution
Ruby. My
for
bad.
Night
I
Horde's
thought it was a hammer.
favor. Some great micro from the side of Ghost of Night Horde over against Accelerate. Now, it's going to put him not only up in kills, but also up by a turtle
Yeah,
in
this is
invasion
that's a
play.
Night Horde's game, bro.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, she's good against MMs, but I mean,
Doesn't want to let it go.
honestly, like, that's all she's really got. And her slowdown. But most heroes got slowdown, so I mean, it ain't nothing to counter.
At least they find a trade there. They are able to get
Well, a
their
lot
own
of people
buff as
use her
well,
for
so
a
Baby Zane
shield.
does not go away with nothing.
I was like, hold on, wait a second.
right, but
Said
a
bullies
shield
with the
doesn't
crowd
do
control and
much,
pressure
does it?
should have
It
been
only lasts, what,
Accelerate, but it's looking
3
like
seconds
the
and
micro is
fucking...
overwhelming the mechanics, and Gosu Night Horde is
It only works really, it's only
performing
effective against
4-2
MM
so far
arrows
for
and
them,
shit, like,
spearheading the way. 2
No,
kills
it's-
over there
it's
for
any
also
projectile.
on this R-Lot as well. They need to be
It's any
careful.
any
Yellow
projectile.
BC is running
So
hard
if I
as
came in
Alice.
there
Let's
with
see how
a
he kinda
with
plays into this match.
let's say,
See if
well,
that life
not
steal
really, not
comes
any
through his
projectiles
favor.
because
Look
it's
at
not my
the ambition play
projectiles
again.
from
So
from
much
above.
pressure onto Baby
That's not. That's not a like. It's not moving forward though.
Yeah,
Like
it's coming
that's
down.
yeah. That's the difference. Nats are fried. I gotta go fried, man. That's my guy. He's from
So you're
Illinois.
saying if I right. So you're saying physical attacks like alpha or
Muting up real quick, guys.
For sure.
Yeah,
No,
you're
like,
seeing some
cause
of the items
I mean,
pop
like,
up
I
on the
went,
board.
I
The
used
Thunderbolt over
Lolita
there
against
by Mikasa. We kinda
Xavier
talked about him,
yesterday,
having a little bit of a head
and
start,
every
especially
time
those
he would
early
try
kills,
and
providing that pressure
shoot his
with
little
that final
ball,
slash
I would
and
pull
crowd
my
control.
shield up
Look
and it would bounce it
at
back.
the damage on the top side.
Oh,
Look at
nice.
Reinforced,
Same with his ultimate
barely
too.
maintaining his own on the 1v1.
And like, if you aim it right, whatever hits your shield and bounces off of it can actually hit them, so they can literally kill themselves. It's almost like a second vengeance if you aim it right.
like Link's shield against SFPC.
Oh shit, Tara!
They just got rolled or turtle.
Yeah, able to take him down yet again. Having a really hard time getting online. The roamer for Accelerate, finding his third death of the game. 2 turtles now.
2 to
going
5
over to
goes
Gosu
to
Nighthorde.
up with
You can
2
tell they're
turtles
fully in
and
control
about a
of the tempo
2K
for the
gold
early
lead.
game. We got to see how Accelerate tries to turn this around, right? Oh, speaking of turning around, now invading into the first turret in the mid lane. They're very comfortable for the early phase.
Yeah, this might be a little bit too much. Mikasa keeping reinforced at bay. Purple buff getting pushed towards Baby Zen here. Also one does miss the Earth Shatter along with the onward. Now he's gonna get
Look at
pulled
this
back into the
invade.
damage to take out Alcyon.
They're not even scared.
Gets into the primal form and able to back off with that shield. Purple buff does go still over to Baby Zen. He's been very clean at surviving these invades.
Yeah, at least he was able to get his purple buff, not bullied out of that, but the mid lane, a lot of pressure over there by Oh My Foe. May be able to take that if they're not careful. We know if they lose that mid turret, it's going to allow Gosu Nighthorde to invade even further to Accelerate's map.
Oh My Foe goes down.
Damage. Oh My Foe goes down. Calyx able to get the kill. Now
Tara for the trade.
Oh My Foe still gets the kill from the little minion. The little Joey sitting in the river.
The little Joey.
One for one. Let's look at these offlanes though. It looks like Ghost and Nighthorde's about to lose it. They do take the mid tower.
That's funny because I called the little sass monster the little John. Little John boy.
So at least Accelerate is finding a couple of trades to keep them in this game. Right now it's not too one-sided. Definitely Gosu Nighthorde have a little bit more pressure. I would say when it comes to the team fights, we're seeing a massive advantage over there for the side of Gosu Nighthorde against Accelerate. But when it comes to the overall claiming these turrets, Accelerate's able to kind of find a trade to keep them in this game. They have yet to get a turtle, though. The next one is about to spawn in. Will they be able to flip the script here at this next engagement?
Does no one know how to sit in front of a fucking camera?
I think a lot of us
Christ.
came into this thinking Accelerate was just going to get mollywopped. I think a lot of people came into this thinking Accelerate, we're just going to get the work given to them. And right now, they are keeping up in full force. They are hanging on for dear life. Not only that, they're up in towers right now. Only
Alright, Dez is
behind.
gonna clear this
Last
turtle
turtle on the map, Tara taking a little bit of damage. Going to get tossed back. Earth shattered up.
And they get
Taken
Tara.
out.
Oh
Calyx
my
also on the
god.
run. Mikasa doesn't want to let him go. That's 2 down on the side of Accelerate. And now
Is Tara Mielo's Smurf account?
Get it, Baby Zen.
Is that why
Doesn't
he's
want to
feeding?
give it to him. Turtle goes over to Gosu Nighthorde. Baby Zen's still hanging out though.
Hey, he's 2 for 2 for his purple buffs. I'm just gonna throw that out there. He's 2 for 2 on the purple buffs with the invasion play.
Ooh, okay, a little clap back here. Looks like Mikasa's gonna go down.
Can he get away? No, Asami with the double kill.
Dez and Oh My Foe were like, hey yo bro, we were just joking, man. We didn't want that smoke.
I don't know though, because I feel like it still worked in Nighthorde's favor. I was watching Dez. I was like, is he gonna jump in there and help him out, or is he just gonna let Mikasa fight the numbers that are not in his favor? But he had minions bursting down that turret on the top side, so he was just delaying them from being able to defend those minions. So overall, it was still a trade working in Nighthorde's favor.
Definitely, they get the tower. Dez just sitting in the back, watching the fight happen, arms crossed, saying you got to get yourself out of this one, Mikasa. Mikasa does go down. Let's take a look at the items though, Weezy.
Yeah, Divine Glaive picked up over there from the Zask. Definitely going in for a lot of that penetration.
Ooh,
You are gonna
nice.
see a lot of damage out. Baby Zen taking down Yellow.
Uh-oh.
Goes down, here comes the full barrage. Tara taken out by Iceon. Asami has to stop the barrage, has to flicker back, has
Baby
to get
Zen
away.
better.
Goes to
Oh.
Nighthorde, though, look for the next target. Baby Zen in a little bit of trouble.
I was gonna
Retry
say,
does come out. Final
does he
slash
get away or
just
not?
misses. And Baby Zen lives to see another day.
Man, Tara's having a really rough game on this TIG. 0, 6, and 2 yet to find the opportunity he's looking for.
Ooh, that damage from Dez. He's getting out of control. It's 2, 0, and 3, and Tara on the other end.
Yeah, right now just a bloodbath over there from Gosu Nighthorde, slowly but surely increasing this lead even more in their favor. Accelerate not able to find their momentum. They kind of lost their tempo, and they need to find it quickly, or Gosu Nighthorde is going to go in for a close.
Yeah, Accelerate needs to look for something, but Tara going to get knocked up with the Earth Shatter. The final slash all connects, and Tara once again about to go down.
Yeah, Gosu Nighthorde's going to definitely run through this.
Pops conceal play just to get away, but that's going to be lured over to the side of Gosu Nighthorde. And now that 1K gold lean is inching into more and more and more. A turtle, a lord, and about 3K.
I kind of want to
conceal to get out of there. That's how you know Tara does not want no smoke today.
I kind of want to spin my diamonds on those recalls.
Tell another tale, but another objective. The Lord this time going into Gosu Nighthorde's favor.
I spent a bunch of diamonds. I spent a bunch of diamonds today getting the Freya Legend skin.
Little to no problem up against Accelerate. The only thing they have yet to be able to take is the purple.
I have the AP Bren Brody skin.
The big play, it has to be a big
play.
There has to be
and I have
like a
premium tier ticket that I can give away, so I'm going to do that at some point.
I'm going to claim it. New skin to whoever's watching, I'm watching.
But more towers are going to fall. Tier 2 on the bottom side. It's nothing but inhibitor standing.
Earl will arm wrestle for it, damn it.
Doesn't want to give it up just yet. Calyx trying to take out these minions.
I think I don't know if it's just one or not.
We're going to Indian leg wrestle for it.
It's another one down for Accelerate, and they are still hanging on.
In tradition and honor of the host.
Taking the turret to allow them to take the inhibitor play.
Yeah, I'll probably make a post, and
I think they need to rely on him a little bit more than Tara at this point.
Well, I have to see. Let me see how long it goes for.
And Tara needs to rely on that flicker to look. He cannot just walk in. He's got a flick implosion. You know, it's got to be the big combo player, else he should not even be there.
I'm looking at the items too. I mean, he only has the dominance eye so far, and
November 2nd. Okay, so I'll probably wait until grand finals.
All the damage that's being outputted, even with Zask on the table. I mean, Zask is stacked with the items right now, and now the orange buff play.
Yeah, Reinforce just big whiff on that. I'm offended as well, unable to connect. That's going to be an ult down. That's going to be a Tara down. That's going to be Accelerate down right now. Gosu Nighthorde,
MCL tonight? Damn.
Yeah, there are definitely some sharks waiting to get
new season, first one.
Is handing them out left and right.
I'm hoping my son will be sleeping so I can join up. Yeah, Bubba. Talking about you.
With game 1.
Just buy him a phone.
Tries to go in, get a big final slash, but instead the Earth Shatter connects down to the boss side, up against the wall. Alcione,
yeah, 3-month-old players.
Can't be any worse than the randoms we
get. Right, true. True enough.
Who knows? He could already have an AI that whoops ass.
Looking for the clench. Yellow BC gonna come in with the blood ode going. The flowing blood to get the dash.
Tower lock, guys. What are you doing, Dan?
Locked onto the base. Calyx down as well, and Gosu Nighthorde gonna take game.
They definitely had this big lock.
All right, they said, hey, we gotta at least get Tara one more time.
Damn, they didn't win. I was wrong.
So that was like the objective that they were focusing on.
You should definitely watch these teams play before guessing.
Nighthorde with, I want to say, pretty much a one-sided story.
Nope.
It looked a little bit more
They're gonna win one. They're gonna win one.
We got to about that 6-minute
I don't think so.
groove. We got to see
they're gonna win one.
Completely come online, and
dude, they weren't even using their mains, bro.
Over there with 0-9.
Neither were they.
Finding those setups that the team was relying on. Some great performance overall from the side of Nighthorde, though. You did get to see Oh My Foe. Man was MVP, stepping up into the scene, replacing
I can hear
Legend,
myself on your
pulling out that Zaz to dominate.
Yeah, the Zaz.
Yeah, I got the Discord
great zoning,
going
able
through
to
it.
slow down Tara when she was trying to come in, and I feel like with the composition that Accelerate,
I should probably watch my mouth a little bit more.
That's why. No offense, that's why I'm watching
just kind of let Tara come in, let them
the actual NACTs.
No, yeah, so you don't hear an echo.
To want to let
just put on the echo.
They weren't able to really execute it.
Dude, I hate hearing my own voice.
Execution is key, especially against a team of this caliber, such as Ghost.
Even when I do music, I'm like,
8 contenders.
That's why it takes so long for me to record shit, because I hear myself and I'm like, nah, I don't like that.
I mean, maybe I'm offended
I
here
feel
and
it,
there to
though.
provide the crowd
And then
control
by
so
the
that
end,
Tara
the
can
version
kinda
that I
sneak
use
an
is
imposing
almost the
play.
exact
Could've
same
been
as
the
the
game plan, but it was
first
a
couple
little
that I
too late
did.
into the punch, and right now, Ghost Nighthawk able to claim their first victory in the NACT Fall season, 1 point ahead of Accelerate.
1 point
Alright,
on
play
the
back
map,
speed.
1 point closer to catching up to the leaders.
Dude, last week,
of
the
this
mage, I
format.
don't remember who
Accelerate, though. I mean,
it
like I
was
said,
exactly,
there was never a point where they were
but one of the
actually
mages,
in the lead, right? There was never a
in like
point
2 games in a
where
row,
it
they
felt
did like
it was an
less
exactly
than
tie game, but
1,000
they were
damage
hanging on.
in a match.
So maybe if
I'm
they
like,
can push
how
a
do
little
you
bit harder,
do that?
maybe if
That
Tara
was,
can
wasn't
push a
that
little
the,
harder,
yeah,
there's
I
an
was gonna say,
opportunity
wasn't
right
that the
now.
mages,
Focus
and that
on
was,
Ghost Nighthawk.
what, week, day
And
1 or
these
whatever?
stats, KDA
Yeah.
17, 8, and 34.
That was horrible,
Yeah, I
dude. That
mean,
was funny as
I
shit,
feel
though.
like the thing that I saw that was promising from Accelerate was the beginning, right? Even though they weren't winning in the team fights, they were not able to take the turtles. They were able to find trades for the turrets. When they lost their mid turret, they were able to take the side.
It's like
But
that one
right
person on the
after
team
that
that's like,
moment,
I'm helping, and they're just standing
it
in the
was just
background.
a catastrophe as Ghost Nighthawk just started
All I
claiming
can think of is,
everything on the map. Even in the 1v1 situation,
from
we talked
Archer,
about Mikasa. He's been known to dominate. That was the first
the one,
blood, by the way. It was
the one
his
useless
even
guy
trade,
off
the
Archer.
first even
What's his
trade
fucking
for
name?
round 2.
Yeah, definitely a close one overall. On my foe, played a great game. And when
The
you're on something,
Cyril or whatever,
like
Cyril
Disaster, you're able
Figgis.
to play it safe. You're able. You have
All I
huge
can see
poke,
every
huge
time
range,
is Cyril Figgis
and All My
sit there
Foe
holding
played
a
to
gun, going,
didn't play it too
suppressing
aggressively.
fire.
He just supported his team, was able to get kills on the board, and barely die at all, and make sure that the gold started stacking. And even though maybe it wasn't the flashiest plays overall, still 71 team fight participation.
You know, is that Nightmare at spawn too, just being such a bully. When you throw that down in the lane, the range of where it can deal damage is massive. Even look at the ultimate as well. Able to have such a major range to pretty much hit anybody in that big AoE circle. I mean, the man was all across the mid lane and even had some key plays on the sides as well to help allow Dead to get these turtles.
So they're like, great job by Nighthawk. They didn't lose their composure. Yeah, they didn't have to.
Yeah, most definitely. A great game overall
Right.
by Ghost Nighthawk. They never really lost their composure at all, even in the small moments. Like what we saw there, Asami brings out the big barrage. They know what the objectives is. We're going to get close. We're going to get personal. We're going to stop you in your tracks. And that is the answer, right? When you're going up against that full barrage, especially one that doesn't have movement, doesn't have a Matilda or something to kind of reposition it, it's going to be tough. And we saw what they were able to do. They were consistently able to close the distance. The Alice played great. Yellow really stepped up his game. This is the Ghost of Nighthawk that we wanted to see last week.
Yeah, this is definitely the one we wanted to see last week, and we're getting a showcasing of it today. I would say on the opposite side of the table, though, for Accelerate, we got to talk about things that they can do to turn this back around in their favor and have a chance to earn their first point for round 2. Number 1 is when they have the draft. I mean, I feel like the draft was okay, right? I don't think the draft
I
was
have to
too
pay
bad. I think it was all right.
diamonds
It
to
wasn't, like,
send
top
the
tier, but
skin
it
card.
It wasn't
Someone.
something that
What
would
the
have cost
fuck?
them the game. I think it was overall the execution
that's
that cost them.
dumb,
A
dude.
lot of invasions happened over there.
I didn't know that.
That's
take
fucked
the orange
up.
buffs. They held on to that purple buff for dear life.
It says
but
send
they were just letting
gift.
them
Like,
easily
what the fuck?
invade, and you have heroes who are anti-invade. You have a Valentina. You
Hell,
have a
you know
Tigreal.
how they're
I'm getting
gonna
on the
These are
game,
be.
things you
but
cannot
play.
allow to happen, and if it's happening, maybe they
Jeez,
should be the ones
Bolton's
to
awake, so I
try
can't
and
really
be the
play at
aggressor.
the moment,
Maybe they
but
should be the ones to try and initiate. It felt like that entire match we were watching them be more reactionary and just letting the gameplay come
That's
out
crazy,
from the side of
man.
Ghost Nighthawk and just reacting. And
I
that
paid
puts
money
them a
to
step
buy
behind in
the
every single
fucking
engagement.
thing. I can't just
They had
send one
first
out
responder
for free.
syndrome,
Like,
right?
you
They
can't
were
just
constantly showing
you
up
can't
to
just give
try
a
to
brother one
help
for free.
all the damage. The problem is I think in a team like Accelerate, we're still kind of new to NACT overall, right?
We got our
It's really
diamonds, and
important to
yeah,
us.
we
Try to
could.
keep it tight. Try not to be too split up.
Yeah,
Even if
right,
that
then I
means
wouldn't
losing a
care.
tower, a team like Ghost Nighthawk's going to try
No,
to
I'm
push in on
assuming
them.
they're
They
waiting
know
till the end to
you
do
can
the
tell
payout.
they
for
feel
Yeah,
like
the
they
launch.
are a stronger
how many
team
diamonds
with
was
how
it?
aggressive they're playing. So
The
Accelerate needs to
team
stay
got
together. You can't have
10,000.
Tara going off by his lonesome. You can't have Baby Zen
So
stepping alone in the purple
all
buff.
the
2,000
Everyone's
apiece.
consistently
well,
keeping
all the
tabs and not be
starters
too
and
far apart
coach
from
got
the
1,500,
Yeah, and speaking of
and
far
then
apart,
the 2 subs
now
got
inside
500
of the
each.
second game for
Oh,
this
nice.
series, a
Yeah,
chance
because I
for
figured they
Accelerate to
took
get
the
a point
time
on the
to
board, a chance for
register
Nighthawk
and
to
get all
claim their
the
second
info and
point
shit. So
this fall season. Now we talked about Accelerate, we talked about the things that they could do to improve and possibly have that chance at a victory.
I mean, there for a
Let's talk
minute we
about
thought we
Nighthawk.
might
Let's
need
talk about
them,
the things
so
that went wrong, that went right.
you know
Right.
they came
We got to see
through,
some
so I figured they
excellent
deserved a
rotations.
little
We got to see
bit.
some great invasions from their roamer. Just having a
Hell
really
yeah.
good rotation. Reckless was just on point, providing the sets and
Hylos
being that
and
nuisance.
Edith.
Dez was able to get those
Ouch.
kills, able to get that retribution most of the time, and took every single objective inside of the jungle. I feel like the team synergy when it comes to grouping together and
See, these
focusing on
guys
these
scrim
turtles in these lords
and
is
play in
miles
other
ahead
tournaments
of,
against each other
Accelerate,
too
at least from what we've seen in
during
game one. And
NACT,
hopefully, we
so
can
they
see them
know like
jump on
the
that same track
heroes
for game
that
two and
each
have a
other
little bit more of an even match.
play.
Yeah,
really
Nighthawk
good
definitely
at.
feels like they like to take things a little bit slow. They're
We-
not too
we
worried
didn't
about pushing,
really
at
go
least
into
in the laning
anything
phase,
that
right?
much.
Dez wants to farm. He wants to
I
make
mean,
sure
we
he's
looked
good,
at
and once
like
he's ready,
you know their
they will get
favorite
very
heroes on their
aggressive,
profile,
right? We
but
saw
like
them
we never
really
actually
start to
played
do the
against
invades and really start to pop
LF
off around
Right.
the
or
second and third turtle.
anybody else.
They were
you
kind
know.
of feeling it out first turtle, but I think
I mean, and they have
Nighthawk,
open
if they can
scrims
keep
for
up that
people in
pace,
the
unless
scrim
Accelerate
thing.
challenges
Hang on, I
them
gotta find
early
a
on, the
binky.
Nighthawk can just keep doing what they're
There we go.
doing. They're winning overall on map. They're winning overall at objectives. They don't really have to switch up their game plan. Accelerate, on the other hand, has to do
I mean, even if we
something.
don't
If
win,
they're
we
gonna
can
go
run
for
some
the slow
scrims
haul,
against some
they need a
teams
strong late game.
just to see
If they
like
want to try
where
to challenge them in the early game, they got to
where
get
we
their
need
Where
to
we're
rotations
at,
a
improve.
little tighter.
man.
Let's
Yeah.
take a look at
Yeah.
the draft, though. We do have that Phoveus
I mean, hell, some of them
coming
might
in
even give
clutch.
us
Since the revamp, at
Pointers
first everyone said
or
it was
fucking
trash. About a
anything.
week later,
Yeah,
everyone said
anything,
he was
dude. Like any kind
OP.
of,
Phoveus
even
is all over the
fucking,
place now, and I love to see it, man. I
uh,
like the revamp. It's definitely an interesting spin on him.
I
So
want
we'll
to
see
say
how it plays
criticism,
out.
but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
this is a brand new Phoveus, right? It's not magic
well, like
anymore. It's just
constructive
raw
criticism.
physical damage.
right,
They even
constructive
changed
criticism, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, hey
Now when he
man,
goes in
you're
for
playing this
his
hero all
ultimate, he's not
wrong. If you
providing
just
the
fix
crowd
a couple
before. He's
things, you
not,
know,
flickers and
Yeah.
you might
dashes
be
are
able
not
to do
gonna
a little
proc it,
better in
right?
the future.
He has to proc it himself, and his battle spells don't even proc it as well. So it's a lot.
Yeah,
of
and I've
changes there.
tried
heard
like
a lot of
watching
positive
the
feedback. We got to talk
some
to
of the
Nats,
pro
I'm gonna say,
tutorials
at the
on
round
heroes
table
and shit,
the
and
other
it's
day.
just
He
like
even mentioned that he likes this Phoveus versus the.
I
the
don't
Some
other
of them just
Phoveus.
don't
So
work for me,
definitely,
man.
Yeah,
Some
they-
of them just
hero
don't.
to kind of
They
select,
don't
especially early
click.
in the draft. This is the second time.
Like,
I've
I've been working with a lot of different builds on like Ruby and Jawhead. Jawhead mostly lately, because I've been running Jawhead EXP lane.
The demonic force from that Phoveus to rain down some
Did you
terror.
see
They
the
also have the Mathilda to provide that
patch
sustainability,
video that I
provide that
posted in
mobility as
Discord?
well. And then to top that off, Dez, you know he's a king of these assassins.
I
Left
don't
the
think
Hayabusa
so.
open, and he has claimed it.
So
Yeah, I
apparently
mean, up
they're
against
they
BTK, played
did
the
like an
Hayabusa, and like I said, this is one
experimental
of the games that I watched that I was like,
patch
Dez is actually
on
playing
the,
very well right now. He's able to find those picks. I
what
think
do
when
they
they go up
call
against
it?
some of the big teams, that slower start
the advanced
kind of
server.
hinders them, but it's able to
Yeah.
work well against
And
Accelerate.
one of
And I think what
the,
Accelerate needs to do is they need to capitalize on that slow start. Having someone
channels
like a
on
Hayabusa in the
YouTube.
enemy jungle, they
I think
pick
his
up
name's
this alpha.
Elgin.
They have some opportunity to
And,
be aggressive if they
he
want to.
posted a
The question
video
is,
about it,
will
but,
they
like,
actually do that?
Lunox is
little-
getting
the
an
Kimmy
update, and
might be
she's
a little
getting like a
sus, and I'm
complete
worried about it, especially against
like,
the Hayabusa.
Huh?
Kimmy does not have the
like-
craziest range. Is not the most
watching
mobile. I mean,
TV,
yes, she has the
watching,
kiting ability.
It's-
but Hayabusa's gonna close
it's like
that
an
distance
update, but
very
like they
I'm
took
watching the game.
her
and Asami's
mechanical
gonna need to think about that.
part of
Even
her
Dejuicen
gaplay out of
definitely have
it,
to watch out for
so
that as
like
well.
you don't have to time shit.
Hayabusa, especially in the hands of Dez, it's a comfort
You don't
pick.
have to,
Comfort
like,
picks are,
You need a
especially
container?
comfort picks,
Use
are
her
something you
alt
can't
to switch
take lightly.
forms.
Now,
Like you'll just
when we're
have
looking
both
at the side of
forms
Accelerate,
there
they have a lot of
as
features.
Yeah.
your
They definitely have
attacks.
that checked off the board. They
But
have
the
a little bit
thing
of crowd
is
control,
like
with the
Really?
alpha as well.
they were also
We have yet to
doing
kind of see what they're going to slide inside that
changes
XP
to
lane
some of the
to
items,
go up against this Phoveus, who we've known has had
and
such
some
a
of the
strong
other
impact.
heroes I
Man, this is looking really good.
think
This
were
Zaz
like
actually does get banned out this
Argus.
time. Like, they don't want any more pieces of that. They're going straight with
target.
my
That
foot.
sucks.
Jawhead maybe.
Accelerate on a straight target, which I don't
And
know if that's
there was
good or
one
bad.
more
Are you stopping by or
fighter
what?
too.
The meta is
Oh,
definitely
but
very
dang.
open right now. But up against
were
a team
changing
like
them
Moonton,
guys up
do you
too.
really want to give up the Hayabusa?
So,
Do you really
Nice.
want to give up the
if they go
Phoveus?
through, it'll
They
be a
were
pretty
on red
big
side. This
patch.
might have not been the game to
And
target
of course they're
Dan's
showing
No,
all
you're-
love to the
maybe.
fighters.
But we'll see exactly how it plans out. Accelerate.
Yeah,
they're
'cause the
here,
EXP
they're
lane's
top
fucking
8, they're ready to
gruesome,
go.
dude.
They
You know
gotta
what's
have an
fun?
answer to this. 'cause these
Well,
are two
another thing that
powerhouse
they're supposedly
picks
doing
on
is
the
going
You
to
know where
lower
I'm at,
everybody's
bro.
max
Comfy picks
for the
HP
players
that they
too.
start with.
Yeah, we
just
still got to
to
see
line up
what
more
exactly
with
is gonna
the
throw in that roam
marksmen,
position.
I
I mean,
guess.
that's really who we need to pay attention to is Tara. What is Tara gonna do? Because the
Yeah,
tick is
dude,
gone.
like,
All right, so
I
mean,
love all the
it's not like
memes
secret
that are
weapon, at
like
least not
mid
yet.
lane,
But maybe,
gold lane,
maybe
and then
that's what it was.
EXP
Maybe
lane
he
is just a
wasn't
bunch
too
of people
comfortable
just
enough to
fighting it out to
It's
the
like an
death.
all-out war, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, that's so true up there.
Tara's gonna pull out that Grok.
I like the
Another
ones where they
staple
make fun
roamer
of
who's been
tanks.
seeing kinda dominate
Well, they
this
don't make fun of
NACT
them, but like they
Fall
make fun of how
season. Now,
people talk shit
Grok
about
is
them.
very setup oriented, right? He has to get
Yeah.
a good knockup.
Like there's one
I
where
have to.
there's one where Tig like flickers into a tower and stuns Beatrix, and he's waiting for Claude to attack her, and when he turns around, Claude is running away.
Turn that back around and still have that same game plan, and this time make it work.
And then he dies.
I mean, for heroes like Grok and even like the
And
Tig,
then,
heroes that seem almost simple.
I don't remember
they have
what
a
the
very
marksman
high
says,
skill
something
cap,
like
right? To
noob
really
tank
be
or
able to
some
make
shit like that. I'm
Grok
just
work,
like, dude, that's
you got to be able to get that
that's
flicker wild
crazy.
charge, right? You got to be able to hit those angles. You have to be able to surprise your opponent, and just in the composition itself, having the alpha, having the Grok, and now having this as well. I mean, you need to be able to catch Night Horde off guard. And Accelerate didn't really show that in game one. They showed all of their movements were very choreographed. It was very kind of easy to read. They had their cards on the table. They need to be able to get
All
the
right,
element of
come
surprise off
on.
here.
We see
Yeah,
we
that's
see
what I
the
wanted to
teams.
kinda
Come on,
keep
let's
an
get to the
eye on. I mean,
gameplay,
Valentina
son.
was slotted over there by
Scoden.
NACT Fall. I'm looking at the Valentina. I'm trying to think.
Gordon, come
Is
on.
it really the
There we
best
go.
Valentina
Welcome
situation?
to the land of
We'll see. I
God.
feel like you could have even pulled out a Lilia here and still did a lot of damage, because these are a lot of up close and personal frontline heroes. And the Lilia loves to kind of burst that down. They have the Irithel in the gold lane, a decent matchup for damage as well, and will scale over time. But speaking of scaling, we are now jumping into
Maybe I should start running
number
Sundown
2.
EXP lane, huh?
Oh, he was another one that they were
Will be able
updating.
to earn their point one
Like,
step closer.
you'll no longer be
being a
able to
top
use your
competitor
ult
in the NACT
on
fall season.
anything unless
Yeah, lost on the
a
line
hero
here.
is
This is going
nearby.
to be, you know, the momentum breaker.
Oh,
I feel like at this
damn.
point, if Night
Yeah.
Horde takes this game, I don't know if Accelerate
Maybe
is going to be
not.
able to come back and
I mean,
win
it-
two.
like, maybe
I think
not.
Accelerate has to
That's
make
not
the
its
difference
only
here now.
change.
You mentioned
Like,
the Airthil.
they've
I want to talk
changed
about that
different
because
shit,
we bring
so-
in one of the queens of
Right.
kiting.
You just have to check it out.
Goes to Night Horde. GNH decides, okay, you want to pick a kiting marksman? I got one too. I can move while I'm taking shots as well. So I think it's going to be interesting exactly how that matchup plays
Do
out.
some
Two
hero
heroes
training
that
with
can
him real
kind of
quick.
move and shoot at the same time. Excited to
Oh,
see
it doesn't
exactly
let me do
what's
my
gonna be
build?
big is
That's
positioning
dumb.
from those two when these team fights break out. Taking a look at some of the emblems. Dez taking it very aggressive here, looking for stacks, looking for every bit of extra damage. And I'm excited to see really, I mean, like Dez on this pick, and look at the damage already on the Tara there.
Whoa! A lot of damage, able to take him down with the Shuriken's first blood. Going over there to Dez on this Hayabusa. We talked about it, right? His comfort meta pick. It was up for the taking for game number 2. Yeah, you made a good point about the emblems, right? Quantum Charge is actually on Irithel. So it's going to help kite even further with the additional mobility on top of having the sprint.
Yeah, and like I said, you got the Quantum
Tyra.
Charge, Warcry. You have a lot of aggression inside Night Horde, reinforcing a little bit of trouble. Should be able to get away, though. Accelerate, once again, keeping up with rotations, but as you pointed out, they're responding more. It feels like they're following more instead of making their own plays.
Ooh, speaking of plays, both sides fighting it out.
Oh
A
my
chance for
goodness.
another kill. The terrified Petra Davies in his tracks. Oh, my foe will be the one to draw blood. 2 kills on the board for Gosu Night Horde, yet to find an answer for Accelerate.
Yeah, you know, Jushin was like it for a bit there after MSC. I'm wondering how it's going to stand up currently with how much more prominent assassins are. We're seeing even more mobile roamers, things like the Matilda, and these are all kind of things that can really punish the Jushin. Things that can get up close and personal, close that distance before Jushin can get the throwaway. So Calyx is really, a lot of it's just positioning for
I should play
Accelerate here. Where are
Kimmy
they gonna be
too.
at the right time? It does look like they might be giving up
'Cause she can
first
go
turtle
gold
here,
or mid.
going for gold lane instead.
Yeah, hopefully they can find the trade. They're definitely putting on a lot of pressure.
Or
Dez
roam.
will be
I
able to
don't
get the
jungle,
turtle.
bro.
Give me
They
the
are
overall
proxying the lane on the
rounder.
bot side, but look at that, the counterplay over there by Gosu Night Horde. Tara now taking a lot of hits. Shadow kill on his tail. Dez able to secure the kill, yet to find an answer. 3 kills and a turtle for Gosu Night Horde.
Turtle goes down, the river speed buff comes in right away, and Ghost of Night Horde makes a jet for the gold lane. They are just on top of Accelerate in a matter of seconds. Accelerate unable to even get that much gold plating out of that, and they lose a hero. So Accelerate just unable to make any plays out of all of this. They're sitting at about a 1.4k, 1.3k gold deficit right now. It's looking even worse compared to last game. They gotta look for something here.
Yeah, definitely need to find an answer. I mean, look at Des. He's already 2 kills in on this Hayabusa. His job is to provide that early game pressure, and he's doing a great job at that. And now you are looking at a major advantage.
Jojo earlier that I might start running Phobias down EXP lane.
For the bot side, Des finding his 3rd kill.
I mean,
yeah, dude,
I can do
matter
on
last
him,
game Asami wanted to kind of have the gold lane experience.
and I don't even
EXP. Farm. This time, Ghost and Nighthawk not letting it happen. Calyx goes down as well. Reinforced with the 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 now, may be able to avenge his fallen teammate. Demonic Force drops down by Reinforced, but Mikasa not worried about it. The slam, no jam, on the way, the final charge, I am you, you are not me. The kill goes over to Gosu Nighthawk, oh my foe, with the cleanup.
Oh my foe with the 90-yard catch right there, the double dash, wild charge, I am you, brought out everything in the book right there. Beautiful play to get that kill.
Going for the invade, oh shit.
Baby's in, able to claim it, but at what cost? Tara will fall dead. The one to take him down, Baby's in follow, Yellow BC getting
Mikasa
that one
does go down though.
Responding back, finding Mikasa, a 2-for-1 trade and a purple buff. Denied as Baby's in, able to claim it.
GNH, man, just coming in aggressive this game, coming in quick, coming in clean, throwing punches left,
looks like
right.
uncontested turtle here.
For Accelerate right now. That goalie's now escaped to about 4,000. We got one more turtle coming up, but I don't think
stand up and walk around for a bit. You'll have to move around.
What do they got? Where is their late game at? I guess it's Asami. I guess there's a possibility, but Asami has to get up close and personal. Asami doesn't have crazy range, and they don't really have a big wall for Asami either, so it's spelling trouble for Accelerate.
Did you see how much damage they dished out to kill right there? Had to push back into that turret. Now needing to recall back to safety. They're scaling through the times. A major advantage for the early game for Gosu Nighthawk. 4 kills on the board for Dez on this Hayabusa, an assassin menace. Accelerate, they need some answers, and they need them fast, because Trex, I'm having a feeling that Snowball is starting to roll.
And the snowball has been rolling. That thing is halfway down the hill right now.
Oh,
Accelerate's just waiting for it to connect. Tara, 0-3-0. Tara's got to step it up, man. So far, the best wild charge I've seen in this game is from Oh My Foe. So there is a problem on the map that Accelerate needs to find an answer to. And Ghost Nighthawk is not giving them time. They're playing this exactly how they're supposed to play this.
Dude, this show is so good. I'm not much on British TV drama, but it turned out to be fucking pretty good. Disparaged son from family inherits the whole family manor, and his dad dies, and everybody's pissed about it, but he comes to find out that his dad had a weed growing operation on one of the properties, and they're growing like millions of pounds of weed.
Will be able to take down Kale.
1,500 acres worth.
Remember Oh My Foe. A lot of people don't know Oh My Foe, but I'm glad we get to see him on an aggressive mage this time, because he's looking for that MVP once again. He's 3-0-4. Dez also 6-0-2. So it is a composition and a competition between these two. Who can collect? Who can get it? Accelerate. Like I said, they need to tighten up, man. Baby Zen all alone here. Not with the team.
Ooh, shit. Oh, I thought he got away.
Able to take down Baby Zen, the 4v1. Tara not able to get there in time. Again, a repeat of game number 1. Finding an opportunity is what he needs to do, but yet to find it, Dez able to claim another turtle for the side of Gosu Nighthawk. 3 turtles at the disposal. A complete disaster. Accelerate now has to play safe. They have to be passive. They really can't take these fights with this massive deficit.
Yeah, reinforcement. You got to get back to your homies. You're sitting down in the bottom lane. A lot of damage onto Asami. Deleted.
Rough does take him down. Very rough. Maybe able to get another elite shadow kill, but they're stacking up to share the damage. But another turret is going to fall into Nighthawk's favor.
Yeah, reinforce able to get on the tower though.
Oh yeah.
Side. I mean, at this point, I get it. I get the strategy, but it's risky, man. I keep saying it. I'm going to keep on saying it. Accelerate needs to stick together and let Gosu Nighthawk overextend a little bit. Let Alcyone come a little bit too deep. Let Oh My Foe try to bite off a bit more than he can chew. Because until that happens, Accelerate's not going to be able to get anything out of this.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find anything. I mean, it's a little too late in the game. I mean, look at the gold difference. Even between the gold laners, 6K. It's about 4K difference. That's just massive when it comes to items. The sustainability of the pause clause picked up by Eric there as well. Now the battle for the tier 2 Turtleweed Shadow Kill to open up this engagement. Asami, about 10% HP, definitely needs to go back. Tries to send out a last-minute shot. Not able to hit the mark, and Gosu Nighthorde will disengage.
Yeah,
I mean, they can take their time at this point. They've cracked almost down to the inhibitors. One more tier 2 on the mid side, holding about a 8,000 gold lead for the side of Gosu Nighthorde for GNH. Lord gonna be up. Reinforce continues to push that bot lane. Right now, Accelerate really needs to control long lane, right? They need to be controlling that top side. Reinforce getting a decent position. Accelerate might be going for the Hail Mary here, man. This might be their shot, their only shot. They gotta look for something. Tara needs to put on his big boy pants and get a big wild charge, but he's gonna get pushed back.
No, man, I don't think he's wearing the right pants right there. He definitely has to disengage. The Lord will work in Nighthorde's favor, but look at Reinforce. They don't know he's there. I mean, he doesn't have a retribution. He's the XP laner. Is he gonna go in for a Vism Strike?
Oh, he got it! No way! Holy shit.
And down he goes, but definitely worth it.
He just took Tara's big boy pants and put them on himself. Reinforce is the only reinforcements Accelerate's got, but Nighthorde doesn't care.
Damn,
They're
that
still
was
gonna push
crazy.
in.
Woo! Man, the needle in the haystack, and he found
Guys,
it.
back the fuck up. You just got Lord. Why are you gonna... Oh my god.
But Cosmos with Demonic Force finds Tara. Oh my foe. Claims an inhibitor. Kyle will find a kill, responds back to take down the Cosm. But with the Lord still, it has bought Accelerate some time.
They buy seconds, they buy minutes. They bought some excitement from us. Thank you, Reinforce. I don't care if you guys lose at this point. At least I got to scream. Accelerate now. And now we got a bit of a game, and for the first time, Accelerate's making the map turn a little bit red, and that side pushing counted. Reinforce now up against Oh My Foe. Don't know if he can take this one.
Yeah, I don't know if he can take it. I mean, hey, he's done what he needed to do, though, right? He got that Lord and disengaged. Accelerate's now a little bit more comfortable. It's like a little bit of a momentum boost for them. They seem more confident now to take this fight across enemy waters. But can they sustain themselves? Circling Eagle to open up the engagement, trying to catch Kel off track, but does disengage. Right now, still not an even standing. Gosu Nighthorde will have the lead. Tara able to recall. It's so good that they did not spot him out right there, because he's been such a prio target for Gosu Nighthorde.
I still can't get over that steal, man. Accelerate, I'm sorry. Accelerate, let's take a look at these items real quick, man. Take a look at it. Let's take a look at Tara. 4,000 gold. Still got the antique Karassan. Looking for Demonic Force next. A lot of physical damage. Anything to answer.
Yo, Lighthouse.
But the next problem on the list is going to be Oh My Foe. 3-0 and 6.
I was going to say, I don't know if it'll work if you just put Gamble.
Nighthorde leading this tail.
Oh my god.
Valdez will take his life. Full team of Accelerate forced into the base, and
Don't get me wrong, I would like Nighthorde to win, but
okay.
Accelerate should win at least one.
GNH doesn't want to let it happen just yet, and here goes Reinforce.
They're going to win one. Don't jinx me.
But they want to engage.
What's up? I'm at Walmart.
Drops down. A little aggressive, but worth it.
Oh, I forgot to message you.
The inhibitor
High
in
crust
the mid lane,
and
opening up the
Q-tips.
base for Accelerate, and now playing a little bit more passive. Reinforce again. They gotta check every bush. Look, if you count 4 over there and you don't see Reinforce, you better check everything around that Lord.
Kick indoors, hide your wives, hide Reinforce. He's looking, he's lurking, he's searching. Here comes On My Foe. Let's see what he does.
Oh shit. Oh, he should have stayed there. Why did he run?
He didn't even know he was there. He whiffed it.
Hang on, guys. I'll be right back.
I feel like he could have pulled that off. He's been spotted out. Hey, fool me once, shame on me. Oh, fool me twice, shame on me.
Okay,
Now he's not going to get fooled a third time again. You're going to see the Lord spawn in and goes to Nighthorde, wasting no time to burst this one down.
If you want a drink, sure, I'll take a Red Bull.
Lord gonna go down. Can Accelerate even survive this one? I think the fun in games.
Sorry, I had the game pulled up on my phone. I just seen your message.
You gotta hold up. You guys gotta wait for the big defense here.
That does sound good.
This is second Lord right here. This is a big boy. He's coming at you. You're already down.
If you want to go to Walmart,
GNH
just tell me what pump you're gonna use, and I'll give you the number.
What did I say? What did I say? Stay in the base, Reinforce.
They're just going to make an example out of him, man. I know that definitely was not what they expected, and now taking him down means they don't have the numbers to work in their favor.
All right, Calyx.
Yeah, does get hit with the Luigi Shadow kill. Both sides still fighting it out. Inhibitor. Wolf on the top side. Lord making his way to the base crystal. Bursted down very low though. My goodness! The damage! The double kill! Over there by the goal line for Gosu. Nighthawk gets a triple and down goes the base crystal.
Okay.
Secure game number 2 against Accelerate.
GG Nighthawk.
So game number 1. None of GNH smiled at all when they won a game. They were like, whatever. This time, we're finally seeing some smiles. Hopefully, if they win another one, all 5 of them start to get a little hype. But now
yeah,
it
they
seems
probably
like
got scared for a minute.
KDA 21, 3, and 51 assists. They took 3 deaths.
Dude, that Lord steal from Reinforce was
right
epic, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Steamroll.
Yeah, definitely a steamroll. Like you said,
not gonna
even
lie.
with the snowball, it was rolling the entire time, and nobody was able to pump the brakes on it. But I gotta give it. I mean, even though he got the chocolate medal over there from Baby Zen, not Baby Zen, Reinforce. No, he got a silver. He deserved the gold.
Check your messages
out.
I just did.
Lord, like that was
in my heart.
That was a top tier.
I
Lord
told
steal.
you
Honestly,
that sounded
one of the
good.
Probably best Lord steals we've seen.
Oh, you
in
probably
all
can't hear me
NACT
over the
history.
stream.
I definitely gonna go
talking a
back
little
after
quiet.
today's stream and rewatch that specific part. If you guys are in the chat, timestamp that, man. I'm telling you. It's definitely some potential there, but again, a similar situation in game number 1. But
my bad,
in
my
game
bad.
number 2, a flawless
Yeah, I said
victory
that.
for
That
Ghost
sounded
Nighthawk.
good.
If Accelerate loses the next 2 games, that might be the only highlight they get in the weekly highlights. But it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. Reinforce, stepping up. And I like the fact that he's thinking like that. I like the fact that he's making plays like that. It reminds me of like Kohari last season, the one-man army, Kohari the Brave. Reinforce, I think it's good to think about that, but also he needs to also get back to base sometimes. He needs to not be constantly trying to steal the show by himself. We know he's got a mind for the game at this point. We know he's willing to take the risks, but you can't be taking the risks 100% of the time.
You know, it reminds
True.
me, even
Very
this
true.
happens sometimes with top tier teams too. I mean, even when me and you were out in MSC and we got to see like
That's why if I
you know,
try
actually
and
heavy rotation oriented
split push,
sometimes
like I'll
instead of
do
being in
it
team fights.
until
That's
I
kind of
feel
what you
like
see.
the
It doesn't
enemy
only happen
knows
with
that
top
I'm
tier, but
doing it and they're gonna come for me, and then I'll
yeah,
just
the
recall.
overextension was definitely costly. When it's that
I'll
late
just
in the
get
game,
the fuck
you need
out of there.
everybody available to fight that Lord marching into the base. And you know they're going to try and
Because then
close it
as
out.
they're
There's not
moving,
really
like,
much you can do by
if I
yourself,
just cleared
even if you
bottom
try and
lane,
solo push. So
and I know that they're on their
overall,
way
MVP
down,
is
I'll
gonna go over
recall
to
and go
Alcy
top lane.
1. Just a really dominant performance. He first picked up that Phobius to be able to, no, not Phobius, the Mathilda, to dominate and rotate around, provide those heals, the sustainability, the mobility. It's such a strong kit. And you know where Mathilda shines the most? When you're ahead. When you have a Mathilda, it's a slow start in the beginning, but if you pick up these turtles, the heals are insane, the mobility is even worse.
Not only that, but with the type of playstyle that GNH is bringing to the field with this aggressive, in-your-face, invade, disengage, it pairs so well with the way they want to play these fights. The fact that they can jump in, then jump out, get the guiding wins. I mean, it really complements everything they brought to the field. But I do want to say this. I need a recount, I need a rewatch, because I got either Oh My Foe or Dez on that MVP. Those two just played amazing. In the end, Dez did take a death, so shame on him. But either way, both of them played like monsters.
Shame on him,
Yeah,
you said.
I mean,
That's funny.
Yo, Oh My Foe had a crazy IMU wild charge play in that top side. It was beautiful with the flicker to kind of put some the cherry on the cake, right? So, hey, here we are. Game number 2 is complete. I would say I think you can.
I want a
agree
headset
with me,
like
very
Tracks.
similar
That
to
thing looks
game
badass.
number
It
1.
sounds
So yet
good,
again,
too.
I think the keys to victory remain the same, right? First of all, we need to see Accelerate find a way to accelerate in the early game. Find their momentum. I'm starting to kind of notice. I was taking notes when I watched them last weekend, and I said, this team looks like they have a hard time adjusting when they're behind. Like, you know, you see a team like BTK, a prime example, when they were going up against Gosu Nighthawk, and Gosu Nighthawk was leading the way in the beginning, and they were behind. You know, you saw people in the chat saying, oh, what's going on with BTK? But then out of nowhere, boom, BTK's ahead. 5+ kills, and they win the game. Even when they're behind, they play like they're ahead, and I think that's something that Accelerate is going to have to step into, especially in a league with a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I think that is overall just that is a skill thing, right? We see I mean, even outside of just BTK, the best teams in the world, all around the world, they can be 2-3K behind and still come out on top in team fights, right? They know how to position. They know how to do the back and forth baiting. They'll hang out. They could be 3 or 4K behind and still sit in the Lord pit with you dancing, man, and not have a problem with it. So there's definitely some things to say, and Accelerate's got to do something about it. They got to get a bit more comfortable in this.
You're trying to give the viewers a sneak peek. of Series 2, aren't you? All that he just said, you're about to see all that here shortly. But man, game number 3 goes to Nighthorde. How do you feel about them? How do you feel them compared to some of the heavier hitter teams this NACT?
I think they're continuing to get better. I think we saw them face against BTK and they kind of dive bombed. This time we're seeing them very strong, but again, a lot of us put Accelerate on more the bottom side of the tier list. So Nighthorde's kind of sitting in the middle. I still think we need to see more from them. I think if they want to be able to break into that, number 3 team, try to be a contester for number 2 team, they have to actually be able to take games off the big dogs, right? They actually have to be able to really withstand. And this is going to be good practice for them. This is going to be a good moment for them to start to get their groove. And I do feel like they're playing as a team a bit better. One of the things I saw from them last week is they just didn't seem really as one. Everyone kind of seemed to be doing their own thing. But this time they feel like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah,
I just got a skin trial.
And reviewing some footage, and it's showcasing with their performance up against Accelerate.
Rolling some dice on ML.
From, last week, just a little too reactionary for my liking. But I mean, again, this is new faces, right? These are new players all the way across the board, every single member on their team. So you can't really expect the high top of the line prospects, right? They have to learn and get through the grooves. We've seen teams face these challenges in previous NACTs. We saw a team like Bloodhounds back when they were a previous top 8 team. They scaled through NACT seasons. I'm wondering if that's going to be the same for Accelerate. Do we see them a second time around for NACT, or are they going to not hold on to that title as being one of the lower contenders and raise that banner higher and higher as we progress through the regular season?
I mean, if there's one thing we've seen time and time again, there's always a number 8 team, right? There's always a number 7 team. There's normally always a team that doesn't get any wins, and I'm not saying that's going to be Accelerate this time, but one thing is definite, or at least 80% of the time, those bottom teams get tremendously better playing with all these other teams. And if Accelerate does stick around, they can definitely be some contenders. When next qualifiers come around, if we see EXC, we see these players, and we're doing our review videos, we're going to be saying, oh yeah, Accelerate, they're a contender now. They're a team that's made it before. Maybe they can do it again. So we'll see the possibilities. We'll see the chances. I think the real question is do we think game 2, they played worse than game 1, or do we think they're more possibilities? I think game 2, Nighthorde played a lot better, but I still don't want to count Accelerate completely out. I still think there's some possibilities for them if they tighten up a bit.
It's hard to gauge because the caliber right now between the elo difference with these two teams is just a little too great. I would say it's hard to really see what they're doing right when Nighthorde's a team that knows how to be aggressive from the start. They start full sprinting as soon as you say go. Whereas you see Accelerate, right? They kind of wait, they kind of stumble around a bit, and then they take off. Nighthorde's not giving you any time to stumble around, right? So if that's how they're going to jump into these matches, they're never going to get past go. I would say for game number 3, maybe switch it up. Don't play the same way. I mean, it's not the draft that's necessarily costing them. It's the execution. It's the micro. It's the macro. When you see a team claim every single neutral objective on the board, they're going to scale. Even if you're holding onto your turrets, that little advantage from these turtles, the little advantage or massive advantage from the lords, that adds up over time, and it makes it even easier for the team that claims those objectives to be able to close out. So I would say for Accelerate, focus on things piece by piece, right? If they focus on, let's say this game, the early phase, let's try being a little bit more aggressive. Speaking of aggression, Tara is going to pull out that TIG again. And if you're going to pull that out, be aggressive with it, especially paired up with the Ruby.
Be aggressive.
Yeah,
be aggressive.
Do you get aggressive with it? I don't know. I think, yes, be aggressive with it, but do it at the right time. I don't think you can just walk up. I do think Accelerate, and if you are, I don't know, man. I think, like I said, I think Accelerate needs to maybe keep it very simple with a nice 1-3-1. Baby Zen, Tara, Kayaks, they need to come into this saying, bring it down to the very minute basics. Okay, right after first turtle, we're going to attack EXP lane. Or right before first turtle, the 3 of us need to be close to EXP lane to look for the gank. They can't just be walking around doing whatever they want. And even if that means they lose a minion here and there, like I said, lose a tower here and there, they need to be moving as a unit, especially with something like that. They do have some aggression now with this Lunox. It's not just a overall late game hero. There's some decent damage all through. You can put pressure on with this Lunox. You also have great escapability with the Brilliance, but GNH bringing something spicy to the field. They gotcha.
Yeah, that is interesting. I was kind of just peeking my eyes over there to see him. Like, okay, got I think this is the first showcasing for him in this NACT Fall season. So we're breaking records today. Now, Accelerate has a little bit of a repetitive pattern that I'm seeing, right? In the first weekend, specifically with Tara, he pulled out the Carmilla 3 times. The performance wasn't the hottest, and like when you're playing 4 games and you're playing for points, this is not best ofs, right? There's no like reverse sweep. Every point matters, and I feel like when the recipe's not working, it's time to throw in a new ingredient. And when you're pulling the TIG out, we've seen how the performance was in game number 1. Pulling it out in game number 3 is a little risky in my opinion. I mean, especially with Nighthorde, they had a plan for it. I mean, there was no point in that game where I was like, okay, Nighthorde is having a little bit of a struggle with this composition, right? So we'll see. Maybe it was just a little bit of a fluke. Maybe they can turn this around. We never want to put the caster's curse on them. But just speaking about patterns, and when you see them, you have to point them out. Now, Aurora's been slotted in. Some heavy crowd control on the side of Nighthorde. That's definitely going to help Mikasa profit with this R-Lot.
Yeah, I think, so Aurora, then we get the Bane and the Yuzong from the side of Accelerate. So once again, kind of similar to game 1, a very tight formation from Accelerate. You have this box you can play in. They don't have an actual long-range marksman, so it is very divey. It is very, we want to roll over you. So with a composition like this, Accelerate's got to do their thing. They got to move as they
I don't even think I
look for these
have
big
an Alice
4v4s, 5v5s early on. Rotate everyone to first turtle. Everyone has to know their assignment. It is a team, like a team fight composition that Accelerate has brought.
Yeah, and this is the first Lunox that we get to see for KX, right? He's been pulling out a lot of different heroes inside of that gold lane. He even pulled out a Esmeralda last weekend against Cloud9. So definitely keeping a little spicy, showcasing some additional
I'm back.
in his box.
Welcome back.
Going a little bit more comfortable. We've been seeing
I didn't get to see who. I was on a phone call with the old lady. I didn't see who played.
Speaking of debuts, though, round 2 is in the making. Game number 3 between Gosu
Nighthorde and
Accelerate.
Put the woman over us. That's fine.
A chance to possibly turn this around.
Yeah, for sure. Now my baby's crying too, so I'm about to mute myself.
We keep on talking about how this is a point
But I'm
system,
here.
no
I'm
matter
listening.
what we play 4 games.
You're
And I think there's something to say to that. The fact that I think it gives you some breath in terms of drafting. You mentioned it earlier that maybe the Tigreal wasn't the right play. Maybe they should switch it up. You have opportunity to play around with this. You're not going to get knocked out for losing
All right,
game
let's go
2.
Accelerate.
You're
Joe
not gonna
needs
get
a
knocked
win.
out for losing game 3. It gives a lot of opportunity and just kind of space for teams to draft and try some things and get a little bit outside of the comfortability. And that's what we want to see from these teams. And I think it's what we've been seeing a lot from some of the great teams, and maybe not as much from some of the teams that aren't doing as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what
Come
can
on,
Accelerate do to kind of break this downward momentum spiral that they've found themselves in. Is this an opportunity to find an answer? Those who Nighthorde, you can tell they're comfortable. You can tell their aggressive early game nature has been working every single round. If Accelerate can find a way to tip this in their favor, especially in the early game, that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on.
All right, so we're jumping in. Gosu Nighthorde still kind of has the jump in terms of rotations, but I want to take a look at Accelerate. That's who we've been talking about. They're keeping the line, and Mikasa gets the kill on a reinforce. Does look like my foe was able to back him up. And now we're already seeing Accelerate maybe kind of take a couple losses here. First turtle's going to be 28 seconds. Reinforce will be back on the map. It does look like they will be ready to try to fight for this turtle, though.
See, I'm an XP lane myself, a main on that, and you gotta expect the unexpected. There's a good rotation by Foe to be able to freeze him in his tracks and provide that assist and get that kill. He's trying to be aggressive on the 1v1, and when you see an XP laner be overly aggressive and commit, that's when those side laners, or when those mid laners and the jungler capitalize on the ganks.
Turtle up in 1 second. I'm wondering if Asami's going to try to come down and help. No, did clear the mid wave, back up to EXP. Baby Zen not forcing it. They're going to take their time. Char's going to get vision first for the team. Gosu Nighthorde also going to be ready in just a few seconds.
Yeah, both sides getting their level 4s ready to pop these ultimates and take this objective. Nighthorde has claimed every objective.
Just reinforce, get the turtle.
Series so far. Can Accelerate take this one?
Big whip on the final slash from Mikasa. In comes the Avatar Guardian, frozen on a Reinforce. Reinforce goes down. The last Insanity able to pick up the double kill, and Baby Zen goes down and makes it a triple. GNH takes the turtle and 3 kills along with it.
My goodness!
GG.
What are they feeding Dez? That last Insanity. Clean house, clean up on aisle 3 near the turtle. A major objective for Ghost Unite Horde, but they want a little bit more. Did they get it? Oh, I can't tell.
That is it. That is a purple over to the side of GNH right there. Dez is eating good, as you said. I mean, and they're so quick to turn those wins. What GNH is doing great right now is when they get a kill or two, they always turn it into something else. They go for a purple. They go for a tower. They always look for the one-up. They always turn a kill into more.
That nice I'm offended, though, does connect onto LBC. Looking a little promising. Again, the 2v1 on the bot side. A lot of pressure. Some great rotations over there from Accelerate. This time around, they're trying to make the numbers work in their favor and putting a little bit more protection in the side lanes. Now, that is 1 turtle down so far in Ghost Unite.
Dude, think about it, guys.
Objectives start climbing, especially if they can stack them up.
Asami in a little bit of trouble.
We can get
disconnect. The explosion locks on. The freeze. Asami just trying to get away.
Someone on Franco.
Tara comes in. Maybe
damn, what a knockup. Holy shit. And didn't do anything. But what I was saying is, somebody can play Franco. Then we put Stigma on Mincetar. And I'll play Ruby Gold Lane.
That was a 4-man set by Tara.
That way we have 3 heroes that can pull people back.
If anybody was there to deal some chip damage, he may have been able to get some kills and turn this game around in his favor. But again,
could you imagine
with
that?
flicker on every single one of them.
Right. Like we're pulling them back into the base.
By those amazing sets.
Regardless.
That would be so stupid.
The last one to pull would have to be Mini, just because he can pop off his ult at the end to where they can't dash out.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's just rubbing salt in the wounds right now. Able to take the 2nd turtle of this game. Just repetitive action in this entire series. Night Horde always 1 step closer to these objectives. Accelerate a little slow on their start for the early game, and look at the pressure from Dez already rotating down, forcing Reinforce to that tier 2 turret, allowing Mikasa to make quick work in that lane.
All right. I mean,
first cup of coffee down.
Consistently looking for something, but it feels like they
never. Cup of coffee. I'm on tea. I drank enough coffee. I'm on tea now.
Down right there. Baby Zen. Oh, the passive does proc. Baby Zen still able to get the kill. Frigid Glacier does come down. Alcyon taking a little bit of damage, but still able to stand. Alcyon might finally go down. The Avatar comes out. Alcyon still up. Finally bites the bolts. KLX able to take the kill. Yellow BC now under the tower. Accelerate looking for more, but Dez wants to get involved as well. Brilliance comes out. Helps KLX get away.
It was a good opportunity. I like what they did there, but denied by Ghost Unite Horde, trying to proxy that lane and take that turret in the top
Start walking around with him.
Response play.
Damn, Dez.
Flicker does come up from KLX, gets re-engaged.
Daddy, chill.
The bolts able to get the shutdown. Tara actually puts that kill into his pocket. Gonna be huge. Asami gets the conceal along with KLX. Tars does get revealed. Down in the mid side, Omifo takes some damage. Reinforce finds 1-for-1. Mage for EXP laner. Finally, Accelerate going blow for blow.
Yeah, they're definitely finding some kills on the board.
Yeah, they're doing better this time.
For Ghost Unite Horde. Able to open up the map by taking the turret on the bot side as well. When it comes to objectives,
they're trying to get these turrets and the objectives out the way quick.
Even when they find a kill, here we go. Top side, is this an answer? But look at them quickly trying to rush there to take down these minions. There goes Yellow.
I'm waiting to see the items so I can check and see which Alice build I should do.
Down goes the turret. First turret claim for Accelerate.
You know, sometimes in situations like these, when you feel like maybe you're the worst team mechanically.
Ooh, Baby Zen gets him a turtle. Okay.
Explosion, the lock on, the pullback, we have a bed,
and a kill.
Wait, final slash does lock on to Baby Zen.
Oh, never mind.
Gonna go down. Yellow BC with a shutdown double kill. That's 4 down for the side of Accelerate. Ghost Unite Horde comes out on top.
The damage, they have the sets, but they're lacking in damage, right? We got to see them. It was not only an implosion play. It only caught one member, but the I'm a Finna grabbed everybody. But nothing happened after that, and that's when you got to see Dez rush with the last insanity. It's pretty much burst down the entire team and turn it back around in Nighthorde's favor.
Yeah, Baby Zen maybe blew it a little bit too early there. Reinforce keeps looking for this 1v1, but does not win it right now. Our lot is just vicious in the lane. Back to the purple buff. Tara standing there ready to defend. They know GNH is coming. Second, a little damage. Baby Zen looking low, taken out. Killing spree over to yellow BC. That's 3-0 and 6.
The aggression is too much for Accelerate to match with. Gosu Nighthorde now still in their comfort zone, being the engager for this team, and Accelerate being the reactionary team for this match. Now onto the orange buff as well, forcing them to have little to no breathing room. Down to their tier 2 turrets as well, and an amazing gold lead on top of that. We're only 8 minutes in. You're looking at who has the highest kills in the game.
Yeah,
Dez. A great performance so far on this X-Borg. The true damage, able to get in. And X-Borg's one of those heroes, if you don't have a good early start, he falls off. But if you have a decent early start, he scales pretty well and becomes very hard to deal with. And right now, Accelerate is learning that lesson.
All right, so Accelerate. What do they do here? At least in past games, they did have some off-lane control. They were able to kind of push back some towers, but this time they don't exactly have that. I think from Reinforce, we need to see some better Black Dragons. We need to see him use those to open up the map a bit. Reinforce really kind of stuck in this it's me against the world game mode. He never seems to really be team fighting. He always seems to be 1v1 Mikasa, looking for a kill against my foe, something of that nature. I need to see him go in and open up some space for his team.
He's looking for that
I
window
don't
of
think they're gonna
opportunity,
get this
he's
one.
not gonna be able to find it. Some good
uncontested for
defense to
Nighthorde.
push them out of the Lord Pit. Yellow able to claim it for Gosu Nighthorde, which is gonna allow them to advance even further on the map,
like
take down
candy or
some of these tier
something.
2 turrets, possibly even invade on that purple buff. They're not giving them anything.
I do got Acorn Squash, I just don't want to go turn the oven on.
Baby Zen's done a great job at hitting that retry button at the right time. But my foe, I mean, they're just not giving any space, man. And this is what they've done for now 3 games in a row. Just consistently pressure, Accelerate. It's like maybe they just need to go for the fight. Maybe they just need to go for the blow for blow and see who comes out on top. Sometimes you just got to flip the coin.
Flip the coin.
Tara, I swear to God.
Kind of quoted by Trex in the previous NACT season. That's what they're looking to do here.
And now Lord's going to be encroaching onto the top tier 2. Accelerate still just defending, trying to control the bleeding as much as possible, but GNH is going to be able to take this tier 2 in the mid side. Baby Zen is there along with Tara, able to help out, but they might just have to watch it go down.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can they turn this around? Definitely going to be a little tricky, as now you're going to see both sides fighting it out. The invasion for the base on the way with the Lord knocking on the inhibitor.
Accelerate should be able to survive this just fine. They're doing a good job at defending, but GNH doesn't exactly want to end the game here. They just want to get one of these inhibitors, and here comes the Guardian. Alcyone almost gets a knock up on the multiples, just locks on to Baby Zen there, and Accelerate going to reroute, clean up all the minions. They're okay to live another day.
Yeah, right now, Nighthorde with a major advantage, forcing Accelerate into the base. They need to find a way to turn this back around. They gotta wait for a mistake to happen, right? The economy is just too massive right now. Nighthorde, again, always one step closer to victory, always a little bit ahead when it comes to these objectives, and that adds up over time. Accelerate yet to find an advantage this entire series. Now back in the base, holding on to their inhibitor turrets, and Gosu Nighthorde, they're just going to starve
7K gold lead, I didn't even see that.
They're going to wait for an overextension, and if not, hey, no worries, the Lord will spawn in soon. We're going to go ahead and take that as well, and then we'll push through to the base crystal. Right now, they're just fighting for time. I don't even think they'll have an opportunity like they did in Game 2 with Reinforce to get a still on this Lord play for the seconds of advantage that they're looking for.
Yeah, taking a look at the items, Baby Zen only about 1,000 below Dez right now, able to kind of keep up, does have the Hunter Strike, has the belt. Looks like we're looking for Endless Battle next, so should be able to do a little bit of something, but we're still kind of waiting for that damage to really come online. And here comes Guardian once again, Reinforced, taken out. Baby Zen along with him. It's a 5-man steamroll. On to the next. The Emma Bender does come out from Asami, pulls yellow. Wait, the implosion onto the tower. Can they turn this into something? Shut down from Asami. Nice come back. Ready to drop too much damage, too much action. GNH just keeps moving forward. The last insanity to seal the deal. Lock on to the tower and end it.
No smiles.
No smiles. just another Saturday.
It's another Saturday.
Yeah, these 2 gram cards that I bought, he's
They're
smacking.
focused for this weekend. Just a great performance again, stacking up these points. Now 3 points on the board for Gosu Nighthorde, who was sitting at 0. A little bit of a rough start for their first weekend, but round 2 of the regular season is a totally different story. KDA overall 28-50. A lot higher in deaths, though, than it was in the previous round. The previous round, they only had 3 deaths. This time they have 5.
Are they going to jump right into the next match? Or?
But again, I mean, it's the same story, right? They were comfortable the entire time.
Let's take a look at this layout. We're still waiting on Accelerate to
The
kind
Alice
of really
build.
put some MVPs on the map. Tara this time.
Wait, guys, don't change the screen. I gotta copy this.
GNH, because right now, everyone just playing very, very cleanly. Yellow, I questioned him last.
Good thing you can always go back and
I saw
pause.
some of the plays and I was wondering,
fuck that.
where he was going to stand as we move forward. And Yellow has really stepped up the game on the Alice, on several different heroes. I mean, has just done wonders in that gold lane.
Yeah, definitely an amazing performance over there.
All right,
from
we got
Gosu
some.
Nighthorde. The entire team.
We got a little
synergized and more alive
some.
than ever. It makes you kind of question with Legend being replaced by Oh My Foe. Is this a better synergized team? I mean, they're finding victories. It's kind of hard to tell. I really want to see Legend step back in so I can find that answer. But right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the side of Gosu Nighthorde. Accelerate, you know, we got to still give these boys a little bit of credit. I mean, they made it to top 8. That's no easy feat. But after top 8, you know, or top 6, I guess we should say now, it's a different ball game, right? And right now you're seeing who knows how to play ball and who doesn't. Nighthorde, 20-8, just a dominating performance for round number 3.
Yeah, at this point, Accelerate's on the downward spiral, right? At this point, we're playing for glory. We're playing to show that at least we earned our spot in this top 8, and I want to see something from them. They gotta get a point on the board, man. They gotta get a win, and I don't know what that means for them. But let's take a look at it real quick. Alcyon once again gets the MVP. How do you feel about it?
Oh, it's hard, man. It's really hard to say who I would give it to. Overall, the execution from Gosu Nighthorde as a unit is what really shines. I mean, look at them, 3-man stack. They always make sure they have the numbers in their favor. They just know where to be and what to do when they're in that situation, and I think that's what kind of shines the most. But Alcy won. I mean, he's definitely not disappointing. I will say him being the roamer, it's not the easiest thing to be able to pull off and get multiple MVPs on. I feel like nowadays and age, roamers don't get the respect they should, and he's earning his respect today.
Yeah. Roamers, more roamers for MVP. Hashtag that one. We want to see it, and Alcyon definitely showing up. Has played a good game overall, just from the point of being.
What do you mean, bro? Roamers usually get
to being
MVP.
an engager, to being a supporter.
At least in
range.
We've seen a lot from Alcyon and being kind of a new face.
Especially healers.
Someone
Fucking
that we haven't
bastards.
seen a lot before. It's exciting to see him actually keep up with players like
I don't think Joe's listening anymore.
Players like Legend who've been around a very long time.
Yeah, and, you know,
Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to hear you guys talk and talk up supporters. I wasn't gonna stop your rant about how good they are. How essential they are. 250 MVPs, man.
Oh yeah? Well, I got. Wait, this season? How do you get that much this season?
Game to go, Trex. We gotta give
I don't know this
something over to Accelerate. Some words of advice, a prayer, a moment of silence. What do we need to do for these boys?
We gotta, we give him the mighty. There's 2 words that you say to every team that's on a downward spiral. There's 2 of the most important words you will ever hear.
Can I guess?
Sure.
GG.
Oh, no.
That's cold.
That too. That's if you're the enemy. You say GG. Easy. That's 4 letters. No, you say play better.
Oh,
That's all. That's I mean, at this point, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying that's what it takes sometimes. Sometimes it's not all about drafts. Sometimes it's not this or that, because I don't think their drafts are horrible. I think their drafts are very playable. We've seen some of the top teams, like the Bane is good. The Tigreal's not a bad pick. There's lots of possibilities, and it combos very well with the rest of the composition. They brought in some decent drafts. It's just, they just got to play better, man. Nighthorde is all over them, and they have to be able to stop that a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. I mean, again, when it comes to the early game, you have yet to find the momentum that they're looking for.
All right, last game. Here we go.
They have yet to find an advantage in every single round of this these 4 games. Now, with game number 4, this is their last chance, right? To earn a point, to claim their first victory. For the side of Nighthorde, they've earned 3 wins in a row, so they definitely have been racking up these points for round 2, which is going to help them out a lot to get one step closer to the playoffs. Accelerate, though, this is one of those games they got to at least get one. They need a point off of Nighthorde. You know, you need one, because it's going to be even harder as they go up against teams like BTK, teams like Cloud9. So if you have to at least get something in these 4 games.
I think, I think at this point, they go Central C, man. They go ban for ban. They just got to go blow for blow. You just come in early and you swing, man. You see where the coin flips, like I've said a few times. You got to come in, and we've seen that even on the world stage. Teams that we know are sometimes a little bit weaker, teams that fall a little bit lower on the scale, they just take the fight, man, because sometimes early on in the game, when it's 3 minutes in, when it's only a 1,000 gold reach between each team, you just take the fight, man. You push Nighthorde back. And at this point, if you lose, you lose, but at least you go down swinging. And I think Accelerate needs to go for that.
Yeah, I think this match they just
essentially that's
have
what
fun
Nighthorde
with
doing.
it.
They're just
That's what I
fighting,
do.
man. They're just, listen,
Oh,
we're gonna fight
yeah,
you.
for
And
sure.
Accelerate seems to
Last
not
game,
want
they've
to
already
do
won
that, and they're
3.
getting caught.
I mean, it's
One
not a
member
best
here,
of
2
3 or
members
best
there.
of 4,
They're getting
best of
pushed out
5
their
or
jungle.
anything. So
Just push back, Accelerate.
I mean, it don't
Yeah,
matter
they gotta
that
be
way.
the one to step out first,
Just
right?
fucking,
I mean, you can't
last match,
let
might as
them
well
have the
pick what you're
advantage
comfortable
in the early
on
game.
and
Speaking of
have fun with
things
it.
for this match, the draft is on the way. We are seeing Chip. This is going to be the first time seeing Chip in this entire 4 games. Countered over there by a Fanny from the side of Accelerate.
Hey, man.
Hey, you said step out first. They're stepping.
They're stepping. And the Cho. Okay. Hey,
They
man.
got both feet on the ground.
Tara's gonna be. They're standing on business. They're standing on business right now. Tara is gonna be on a fast-moving hero. Gonna be looking for those engages. Hopefully they're not suicidal engages. But they got some moves. They can go blow for blow with a composition like this.
I mean, these are aggressive heroes. These are very aggressive heroes, and we know they love aggression. This is Tara, possibly on this Cho, unless they're gonna flex it into the XP lane. I'll tell you what, man. If reinforced on that Dairoth was not exciting enough with that Lord Steel, a Cho on Tara might just top that off. You're gonna see the Alice picked up as well. This is one of those heroes, like we said, it can be flexed in multiple different roles. We've seen it in the jungle, we've seen it in the gold lane. It's just been such a strong impact, and it's a great pickup for Accelerate. Now, let's look at crowd control aspect, right? Single target CC with the way of the dragon over there by Cho. He does have the Jeet Do, so he can get a possible quad knockup if he's lucky enough. I mean, you did see a nasty quad implosion play from Tara, so hey, anything's possible. But when you look at the side of Nighthorde, I feel like it's a little bit more balanced, right? You have sustainability from this Faramis. You have Group CC over there by the R-Lot with the final slash. And then you also have high mobility from this Chip. Is Accelerate prepared to go up against a hero like Chip that can teleport anybody at an instant to the opposite side of the map?
He's got a point, but
it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, well,
Nighthorde
they could
brings
still
all the
do it.
answers. I like the aggressiveness that Accelerate brought.
It's just
but
gonna be
you
harder.
have this, I mean, you have the Nether Realm. You have a lot of answers to it. You have the teleportation coming from Chip. Chip has literally been a hero that almost in every single global tournament is at 100% ban rate right now. MPLPH, MPLID. I'm pretty sure this
Am I
hero
that far
is not
behind?
getting
Holy
played
shit.
anywhere. So there is reasons for that, and I don't think GNH are going to be slumps about it. I think they're going to use it very well. Accelerate does get the Alice this time, though, which we've seen Nighthorde really favor the Alice. We've seen a lot of teams favor this Alice, so there's something. There might be a blade of hope here.
Now, speaking of blades, let's talk about some bullets. Who are we going to put in the gold lane? Oh, it looks like it's going to be Alice gold lane. You already see the Zast slotted up for Accelerate, so that will be in the mid. Whoa! There goes that Ling, and Ling versus the Fanny. Assassin meta is more alive than ever. Now that kind of matches the mobility, right? I mean, Ling and Fanny technically basically have the same job. They bridge the way in the early game for the team to dominate, which means both of these sides are going to be super aggressive on this gameplay. There's even sustainability on the side of Accelerate. I mean, they have the Alice, right? They have the life still, the Blood Ode, to be able to go in there with the flowing blood as well. The Nightmare spawn and the Dominator's Descent from the Zast. We've seen how much of a heavy impact and force it had in the previous games for today. But that was on the side of Nighthorde. This time we get to see Accelerate pull it out. Can they do the same thing?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think Nighthorde brought a lot of answers here. And Dez is a farm. He likes to farm on the jungle, man. He's totally comfortable hanging out for the first 2 minutes, and he's on a hero that is gonna do wonders for him. If he can just free farm and Accelerate never pushes in, this Ling is gonna be trouble. Yes, Fanny used to be that one pick, I'm the major killer here, but right now Ling is that as well. All right, so the Lapu, I was actually thinking this for XP lane. It is a great answer to the Nether Realm. It is a decent answer to some of what they brought here. It can also jump onto that Bruno. So I'm not against this Lapu. I think it is definitely possible, but once again, Accelerate sits with 0 range, really. Yes, they have some poke with the Nightmare spawn, but overall they are a dive comp, and they don't play like they're a dive comp. They have to dive, they have to attack to be a dive comp, so hopefully they bring the heat this time.
Yeah, and speaking of heat, some flaming soccer balls in the mix. The Bruno has been slotted up for the gold laner of GNH. Definitely has the power of those mecha legs and the worldie. Definitely have to watch out for those flying tackles. Speaking of flying, now flying into the land of Dawn for a final time for the first series of today. Goes to Nighthorde up against Accelerate, who will be able to claim victorious and earn this final point for this series.
And speaking of flying, these games flew by, it feels like. We're already on game number 4, the last one of the series.
Yeah, they went pretty quick.
Can Accelerate do it? Can they do what many are think is impossible right here?
Hey man, they've got 2 feet on the ground standing on business.
Oh man,
anything is
looks
possible.
bad.
Look at the damage just right there in the mid lane.
Oh, they might have him. Oh shit, oh shit. No, don't get thirsty. Back up. Run. Oh my god. Aww.
LC1 finds Baby Zen with Trex. Now I'm going to extend that question back to
man. Tired.
I lied. Baby Zen is not standing on business right now. He is not cabling on business right now. There's a problem.
He's not cabling on business right now, he said.
He's got this. My dog's got this, man. I got freaking reinforced. He's a St. Pete boy. Represent
Big
right now.
Fanny and he's standing off business. He's a straight swinger.
Drop down with the tips of blades. Mikasa will find Baby Zen 2 deaths this early in the game. Trex, we're not even 2 minutes in. Not even 2 minutes in, and Fanny has fallen twice. They're going for more, though. Accelerate needs to be careful. The flicker play by Reinforce, getting back to safety. Wait a second, though. Baby Zen. Maybe able to get one. Mikasa finds Tara. Dez finds Reinforce. Mikasa finds Baby Zen, gets a triple and takes down Kellex. That is 4 members down. Mikasa will fall, though, after that amazing performance. Now sitting 4.
You know it's not going to be a very good match when your jungle is already 0 and 3 in less than 2 minutes.
How does that even happen?
Right.
Into their jungle. I mean, Ghost and Nighthorde had some of them were low. Mikasa was low, and their Yellow BC would have taken Asami now. This is trouble. This is bad. This is looking rough. Accelerate on the back foot, like you said. We weren't even 2 minutes in. That was 15 seconds ago. This is bad.
Oh, my phone finding Baby Zen. Keep the team alive. 6 plays dropping down. Dez will find Kellex. 2 members down. 4 side of Accelerate. Dez will fall in the process though on the aggressive.
Gotta hit the mic.
The second kill.
Baby's on deck.
This game still
He's
under 3
Brian.
minutes. Wait a second.
Gotta get him a bottle.
Overextension will be costly. Baby Zen will find his first kill of the game.
You know, I was really hyped about this Fanny play, but Baby Zen's got to pick it up. He's 1-4-1. He's about to go down again at the enemy purple. Dez able to get the kill against him in his own jungle. Asami back against the ropes. Yellow BC just zoning him back. Alcyone there as well. Kellex looking for some help.
Ooh, needs to be careful though. Alcyone will find Asami. increasing that kill lead. Finds another Oh My Foe, will take down KLX. 2 members down on the bot side. Accelerate trying to be overly aggressive, trying to step out, but I don't think they know what they stepped into. Baby Sin will fall with the Finch Poise finesse. Down he goes. Dez picking up his 4th kill of the game. Bot side though, some matched engagements. Not gonna lead to a kill. Oh, wait a second, it is!
What a flicker.
Yellow finds reinforced with the assist from the final slash from Mikasa. Trex, they're fighting it out. I'm not gonna have any room to breathe. We're gonna breathe in though. Asami needs to be careful, take his last breath. Yellow BC will be the one to get the kill. My goodness, 15 to 3. We're only 3 minutes still in this game. This is over double digits. My goodness, Dez finding KLX. When does it stop?
It's a bloodbath right now. Like you said, 16 and 3, 6K gold lead, 4 minutes in. This is the unexpected that we did not predict. Accelerate, maybe thought they had a last hope, but GNH just crushing that right now, giving them, I mean, every game, less and less time to breathe. The grip comes down. Ghost and Nighthawk getting stronger and stronger as Accelerate cannot.
I get it. Trex likes to do the color. Like he likes to be more of like the color analyst guy. But I much prefer his call, like his play-by-play than anybody else in NA.
And Dez is just 1v1 and Baby Zen. He's taking all 4
because he actually keeps up with what's going on.
Oh my goodness!
Wheezy is literally just sitting here, just
was that even necessary?
Oh my god!
Down goes KLX, the invasion onto the orange
bro, like,
oh, Baby Zen trying to
play-by-play, not
just
a screamer.
Dead, racking up the kills. Yellow BC right behind him finds Asami, reinforced, trapped by the wall. Yellow will take him down to Terra. Spawning back will find Oh My Foe. It's a double. Wait a second, finds Mikasa. Does he stand on business? He's going on the chase. But the base, the turrets are dropping. The objectives are going into Nighthawk's favor, and the steamroll is rolling.
Yeah, this is bad. This is trouble. This is yeah. There's not a whole lot to say, you know. Accelerate. This not accelerating. Puts on the. That is not the gas pedal, man. That is the brake. And Oh My Foe, a little reverse. Tar's gonna be next. They're in reverse right now. Monster kill over to Yellow.
Oh my goodness, definitely looking bad. Another realm procced out. Some chip damage over there by the Nightmare Spawn. We are seeing Foe very comfortable doing a little bit of breakdancing with the recall spam. Working toward the tier 2 turret, 4-man stack. Make that 5. Right now, Accelerate's not going to be able to push out and take this fight. I mean, they're too far down in this economy. I mean, it's hard to say, and I really don't want to be the one to say it, but I feel the strategy they had in the previous 3 games was better. It was better.
Yeah, they tried something here. They switched it up. Maybe our advice was wrong. Just play the Tig, okay, Tara? Just play the Bane, Baby Zen. Seems like the cables are getting a little faster. He's doing okay, at least in the base right now, but he's got to take that out to the jungle. But at this point, Baby Zen is just a walking minion, man. He's 1-7-1 right now. He's a cable flying minion, and Yellow
take cable flying minion.
And Taros says hello to an early grade. You're gonna go ahead and see Baby Zen right beside him. Yellow BC with that double kill on the Bruno, racking up 8 kills, highest in this game.
Okay, Yellow's online. A0 and 2. Accelerate, sitting in the base right now. I don't even know, man. I mean, reinforced, look for something at all.
Oh!
What a kick.
Fights Foe with the assist. Yellow BC takes down Tar for revenge. Dead. Finds Asami. They're trading blows. They're throwing shots. Yellow BC takes down the inhibitor. Baby's in with the flying cables. Back to the base. Needs to get some regen. Needs to go back in. Trying to hold up Goku Nighthawk. Can he do it? Mikasa with the denial. Netherrealm. The recall spam. Oh my foe. That'd be an oh my goodness. Here in a matter of seconds. There it goes. Dominator's Descent drops down, forcing out Goku Nighthawk from the base.
That is the stand on business emo right there. You know, we're calling it the workout bro emo, but that is the flex right there. And they're comfortable with it. Lord gonna be up. Do they even go for it? Does Accelerate even try to fight back here? Asami way behind. This is a hero that you want to be able to farm. They don't have a
Kage's
marksman,
on.
so their late game is all. I mean, their whole composition focuses around Baby Zen and maybe Asami in the late game.
And
Focusing on them being able to play as a team. And right now, GNH is tearing that team apart.
Oh yeah, they're tearing something apart. Able to take
Oh,
him down.
pause.
Will fall. Reinforced in the mid lane. He needs to get
Ain't
out.
no Diddy Party stuff
Take
going
that
on
fight.
here, Steph.
Albion gonna
Chill,
stop
bruh.
on top of him and take you down on my phone. Now Mikasa, who's next? How's he won? No, it's Tara with the recall spams as they quickly make their way into the base. I don't think they can hold this one off, but they're gonna try. They only have one more shot until Gosu Nighthorde closes out this series.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's a shot. We got a Lord coming. We got GNH standing at the front door, kicking it in. Nighthorde's here. Accelerate, looking for the defense.
Yeah, Nightmare's dominated the 6 does drop down, and the spawn as well. Kellic finds on my foe. Able to take down Baby Zen. One member falling for both sides. Airborne knock of a Kellic to take down Mikasa. Here comes the Lord. Yellow finds reinforced. A 2-for-2 trade for both sides. Yellow make the numbers work in Gosu's favor. Able to find kill. Sami trying to find a kill, trying to match blow for blow. 2 minutes to go, and a base crystal in the works for Gosu Nighthorde. Can they do it? Baby Zen finds BC.
They're defending pretty good.
Lose their push potential. Can they defend? Reinforced spawns just in the nick of time. Rush is in. This place. Great Spider.
Back up.
Raging Slash.
Back.
Land Sacred Rust. Pulled back into
Oh,
the
back
heart
up.
of
What are you
battle.
doing?
Zen cabling for dear life, clearing these minions, and they have done the impossible and pushed back. Gosu
Nice. They hang on. They got it.
Yes, they have.
Joe might win one here.
This
Holy
is,
shit.
They're going blow for blow, ban for ban. It's
Oh,
all over
thanks.
the place. Hanging by the chandelier right now.
Nah, they gotta.
Taking a look at
They gonna push him again.
bigger numbers on the blue side. Accelerate.
Ooh, maybe not,
behind
maybe
right
not.
now. Tara able to get a few kicks off there. Baby Zen's cables seem to be getting faster and faster. Asami, that's who we really got to keep our eyes on because I think Asami is the big chance here along with KLX. But even there, it's all major damage, right? They're major damage dealers. Our Magic and Gosu Nighthorde can still find an answer to that, even if somehow, some way this reaches to a late game, but Gosu Nighthorde doesn't want to let it happen.
Hit backs against the wall and hope on their side. They were able to fend off Gosu Nighthorde, but can
they defend this again?
Again, base crystal sitting at roughly 50% HP and minions, closing the distance with a full 5-man team of Nighthorde behind them. BC will find Baby Zen. They have the numbers. They have the advantage. NetherRealm to keep them alive. Zen finds
No,
KLX.
that's it. GG.
Yellow will find reinforced. Drop them like dominoes. Tara's next. Aside Asami fighting BC, but taken down by Mikasa. A full wipeout for Gosu Nighthorde and claims the game. A flawless
Clean
series,
sweep.
4-0.
Well, I predicted that one right, so let's see
Just another
how
Saturday,
BTK and C9 do.
easy 4-0 in their pocket. 36, 10, and 70 assists. That's, you know, every game they've been steamrolling, but this one was definitely the cherry on top here. Des on the Ling was monstrous. He was manhandling that Fanny all over both jungles. No buff was safe. No one was safe. Hide your Tara, hide your KLX, hide your Baby Zen, because nobody's getting away from Gosu Nighthorde.
Yeah, they were just all over the place on Accelerate, like white on rice. As we look at some of these post-game stats, just overall all gold medals from the side of GNH. A similar story to the previous games for this series. Always one step ahead of Accelerate. I will say, though, there was a glimmer of hope. There's a little bit of a light down the tunnel when they were able to push back GNH. They came together. And if they can find that momentum earlier in the game, then we have a possible good top 8 contender. So I'm excited to see them push forward in the regular season. Unfortunate for them to not be able to find a victory so far in round 1, and now looking like the same story for round 2 up against Gosu Nighthorde. Tomorrow's another story for them. They'll definitely gonna have to do some homework, go back to the books and research a little bit more, but credits to GNH. They found not only their first victory today, but 4 victories in a row to keep them as a top contender.
Yeah, they're sitting in the standings right now. They're going to be comfortable. They got another week to try to get themselves into playoffs. I mean, at this point, they're right there. I mean, depending on how the next series go, they could possibly be tied with BTK or C9. If either of those teams doesn't get a single point on the board, they're going to be sitting right there in the number 2 or number 3 slot. So it's a lot to say. Let's take a look at these replays. Alcyone, the MVP hunter, the roamer of the day, the man, the myth, the legend. 716 gold per minute, 4-0 in 23 assists. Roamers have MVPs too.
Welcome to the House of the Dragon. Alcyone.
Told you, Trex. They get all the MVPs. What do you mean?
Giving roamers the respect they deserve. A great performance yet again. Just when you think he's reached his peak, he goes a little bit further, showcasing he's ready to go to that next level. This is
Alright, let's see what kind of break we got, and then I might jump on and play a match or
if
two.
you want to see more roamers step to the occasion. But where do they go from here, right? I mean, last week was rough, right? They went up against a top contender, BTK, and were taken down 4-0.
You're getting off?
No, I'm gonna, like, I'll be on stream still, but I'm gonna jump on the game.
Good start.
I'll be able to play here in like at 6 o'clock. I'll be able to play for an hour because Emily will be home, so I'll be able to play a few rounds.
Dez really got to show off, and I think Dez, I really want to point him out because
no, you ain't.
See him really play in NACT like that. He is
yes,
hunting.
I am.
He wants to be one of the best
jumpers in
A.
Oh, logging in.
So I got my eyes on
Your
Dez
shit's
as
lagging
NACT
then,
moves
because my
forward.
shit's already on the screen.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, he's definitely, like you said, a big fan base behind him, and they stand
you
behind
send me
him
an
for a
invite.
reason. And hey,
Maybe I don't wanna.
If anybody questioned who is Dez, today's series should definitely show you that.
All right, let's jump in because I think our host, our beautiful host Liz, is going to be joining
Kage and Osamu are on.
Yeah, so is Shadow and Demon too.
Yeah. I didn't get Shadow, I just got Demon.
Shadow and
Oh, that's a
Spectre
hard
are the
one,
same
man.
person.
It's bittersweet because when everybody
And
does
Hawk's
a
on
great
too.
job, it's hard
Hawk's
to give
another one
somebody
of
a
the-
medal, right? I feel like overall,
the guys
that
I've been
Ghost
running
United
with.
Horde as a
It's like a
collective
random
was the
assortment of
MVP
different
today. The synergy was on point.
squads,
The
dude,
heavy
like-
focus on the early game. There's never a moment where anybody in a single lane.
But they,
made a mistake.
dude, they're like my
So I feel
biggest
like
hype.
as an overall team,
My biggest hype crew,
they
dude.
made
100%.
a major advantage in jumping toward the right direction from week number 1.
I think to carry off of that, since everyone played great, I have to just go off what were some of my favorite plays. And for me, it's a toss-up between either Dez or Oh My Foe. But Oh My Foe, him just coming in today, not playing last week. I think I got to give it Oh My Foe, man. That that play, that's gonna be a full season highlight right there. That IMU flicker, wild charge, double dash, long range hit. Definitely the play of the night.
And we're definitely going to see that in one of the highlights posted in the NA MLBB YouTube channel on the shorts. So we're looking forward to seeing that. And for Accelerate, what do you guys think are something that they can do to still have a chance in this tournament?
Okay, look. We'll take the hit on giving the advice to just put both feet on the ground and start swinging, all right? Let's not do that going forward. Let's just take it back to the drawing board. I would say watch international teams compete in NPL PH, NPL Indonesia. I think the drafting, I'm pretty sure they are because their drafting was kind of similar in certain points. I wouldn't say it was top tier drafting, so I think it still needs a little bit of work. But again, these are new faces, right? You can't sit there and expect them to be a #1 contender when this is their first time reaching top 8 in North America. So that's a major victory just being here. But it's only up to them to go that additional mile and put those 2 feet on the ground and learn how to properly swing. So I will say going forward, find a way to dominate in the early game. You have the drafting's okay, but drafting is one thing. Executing the draft is another story.
True.
I agree. I think there's some things to work on. I think they take this time. They stick together. You know, if they change a player or two, that's one thing. But sticking together, get your experience out of this. There are 8 teams for a reason. There's always going to be teams that lose. There's always going to be teams that win. But yeah, I think we could see a lot from them if they keep on playing and keep moving forward.
Like Weezy said, a team that sticks together wins together, and we hope that they do stick together and continue growing.
We're in a call right now.
With these new faces coming into the scene, it might take them a few seasons in order to really grind onto the top, but being able to make it to top 8 with so many teams signed up, already shows that they are a menace to not be reckoned with.
Yep, and definitely speaking of menaces, I mean, we have some heavy hitters this time around. I mean, every single NACT for the past 2 years, we've been seeing more teams rise to the occasion, right? It's not always just 2 teams. Sometimes, I mean, we even seen like Avalon in last NACT Fall take down BTK. So again, it's always an upset that's possible, and we just hope to see it.
Yeah, and it looks like our interview is ready. On the screen we have Dez. Welcome back to the NACT. This season we finally get to see you shine in the jungle role.
Thank you for having me.
Yo.
And congratulations, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on the 4-0 Blast series. And talking about the game, so we noticed that in game 2 there was a Lord Seal. What happened with the Lord Seal? How did the Accelerate's jungler hide in the bush without noticing? You guys just not communicate?
That wasn't even the jungler. That was the Dyrov. Like, I don't know. It's such a weird play that you never expected to happen. So I didn't even like. I thought that Lord was free, and then you got a Dyrov hiding in the bush. Like,
and I get to go to the speaker.
It caught me by surprise. He got the Lord. He killed me.
That is something.
And I don't know. That was just stupid. I don't know. It's like a weird ass play, but it worked because it's weird. Nobody expects it coming. So nobody thought of checking that bush.
Trying to figure out how
we were already so ahead and like, who's gonna hide it?
That
That would
out.
be stupid, right? But it worked for him because nobody checked.
Voice setting.
Yeah, so you gotta look out for these out of pocket plays. And we saw you go on the lane and a lot of
It's like a
junglers.
phone
What do you
call.
recommend as a jungler for the viewers to rank up in?
Like in general tips. Okay, I think
Like
if you're
some
playing
tips.
like if you're playing like Ling, Haya, or like any of those scaling assassins, you should mainly focus on like farming. And you shouldn't. I don't think you should start turtles unless like your team is already ahead and like prepared for it, they set up for it and everything. I think you should let them start it. Try to go for the steal or try to go for the sneaky play, or just use it as a bait in order to team fight because it's really risky, especially in this meta where there's a lot of XP laners and tanky roams with a lot of CC that can get locked onto you easily if you stand like right in front of the turtle. And other than that, just try to split push as much as you can.
Yeah, Demon and
XP laners are like tanky now and they're slow, so that's.
But they got Shadow with them, so that's 3.
Mainly just focus on farming and scaling.
And he's not on the Discord, so we have to get off. I'm gonna get off the Discord.
Yeah, don't be like me.
I can run both.
And
I'm running both.
for Nighthorde,
Oh, you're
today
running
has
both?
scored
I guess I
4
can.
points. What is your
I just didn't want to hear the
objective
echo.
for this tournament, and how do
Damn,
you
you have
think
an echo on
that
mine?
Nighthorde compares
It exited out of the game
ranks
again. Give me a second.
within the top 8 teams?
Right now, I wouldn't say we're like that far in the list because we did a lot of roster changes. So we had to like play with a lot of different people and adjust. And since you guys saw today, we brought in Fall. He was supposed to be jungling, and then I would play gold lane. But things changed, and the mage couldn't play because of the camera. So he ended up going mage, but it still worked because Fall is the person that we needed in the team in order to have like a shot caller and somebody that basically brings confidence and tells every play on the team. So it definitely helped out a lot, but we just gotta like practice a lot more, try to keep screaming and just keep on working on the roster.
And that you will do. For the rosters, is that the current or what you guys plan on doing looking ahead, or is Bo going to play jungle, and is that how we're looking at it?
We're not sure yet. We're still figuring it out. If we don't find the mage, he'll most likely keep playing mage. But if we do, then he could jungle, and I could try gold lane, and we'll see what's best for the team as of now.
And we'll find out next week. And last thing, you are a streamer, and we
Okay,
noticed you actually did pretty well in your recent streams in the past few months. And what is your stream schedule, and what do you want to say to the viewers who are supporting?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
What is your stream schedule as of now when you're still playing the NACT, and what do you want to say to the viewers who support you?
Oh, usually I just stream in the afternoon, like 2 p.m. Eastern, and like I stream for several hours. And I just want to shout out to all my viewers because they're really funny. And I'll probably, if they wanna tune in, I'll probably be reacting to the C9 and BTK matches tonight, along with BTK Victor, if they wanna tune in and see our reaction to that.
And that's going to be super entertaining with you and Cardi together. And we look forward to seeing that. We look forward to seeing your performance in the upcoming weeks. And good luck to Night Horde in the upcoming tournaments.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me today.
And the GOAT, a legend. I've heard his shorts are actually doing really well. His short series.
He just cut him off.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely grinding. You can tell when you
Okay.
your craft by training every single day, you can go even further than players that only compete in NACTs around. So, yeah, he's stepping to the occasion. Last time he was a sub for Gaming Gladiators. This time on the front lines, and I think it's time for the world to see his talent.
I think there's definitely some hunger there. I think he wants to be recognized as, you know, one of the best here, and I think there's definitely.
I wonder how long the wait's gonna be.
It's nice to see some new faces, some fresh faces.
I don't know. That's kind of what I'm waiting on before I start a match. But
especially younger, hungry players who want to be the next it. You know, they want to be the best in NA, and that's what I think NA needs in a competitive sense. So, good luck to them.
Speaking about the best of NA, the upcoming series will kind of give us a quick look into who is currently the best of NA. We have C9 versus BTK, and we heard C9 recently moved into a camp together. Do you guys think that will kind of mix things up for the outlook of the tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, playing in the same location means everybody's on the same MS, so you don't have to worry about ping. So that is going to be a major advantage for them. And also, we're talking about comms, right? When you have somebody next to you, it's just a lot easier to communicate. So I will say they have the advantage there. But I mean, BTK, they're a heavy swinger, right? They've been at the top of the line, and they are probably the best BTK. A lot of can argue, but I think most would be on that side too. That the world has seen in a while. So we'll see how this series goes. It's definitely going to be electrifying. And hey, definitely don't go anywhere because it'll be here shortly.
Yeah, definitely will be here shortly. Possibly the best BTK, possibly the best C9 we've ever seen as well. And I think them being in a house together could make a huge difference. Could be the game-changing difference, actually. No more Discord comms. You're all in one room. You're living, you're eating, you're breaking bread together. And that is going to be huge in just overall boost for C9.
And we'll see how this goes.
I don't know. I think BTK still takes it.
Short break. I promise you this time it won't be 1 hour, but hopefully it'll be less than 30 minutes, and we'll see you in a bit.
30 minutes. All right, we got time for one game.
Oh, what y'all doing in 30 minutes?
Then BTK and C9 will be playing.
Yeah, go BTK, go BTK, go. Go BTK, go BTK, go. BTK is gonna swamp them. Gonna fucking swamp them.
Alright, I'm just gonna do.
Did they bring the BTK emote back?
No.
I was putting diamonds on that shit.
Don't you already have it?
No.
Oh. Sucks to be you.
I know.
Alright, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't got it. I wish I did.
Is Kage in the Discord?
I don't know.
He is not.
I'm join.
In the
Oh, I won't be able to play. My son's awake.
Oh.
I wish. If I can wait, buddy. I want that new Marvelous Mastro skin so bad.
Damn, so what Chobo gonna do here? Is he gonna kick Gacha? Kidnapo? Gacha. So, Gacha dead. I think the enemy lost turtle, yeah. So I guess that's how you win the turtle. Just put to the room early.
BTK.
And now they cannot contact the
BTK
turtle.
all the way.
They have to give it. So right here after turtle, I think Choboy go to blue, give vision to the team. He almost died.
Alright, boys, here we go.
He got his team. Is Nolan dead? Yeah,
Time to do the Lord's work.
Choboy low though. And he tried to get the ruby. TikTok.
Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm cleaning my bowl.
I'm here too.
Bro, I just fucking turned my torch on and I fucking was cleaning my bowl out. And I set the torch down while it was on, bro. On my leg.
No good.
Yeah. My blanket is melted. I'm glad it was just a blanket and not my fucking leg. Took me a minute to realize what was going on.
They have done a good recall. It doesn't come on it. Yeah. I think they want to try the new recall. That is gonna look better than them on 5-man recall. So right here, I'm trying to recall because the game pretty over. And you know when you recall, it's my enemy like tilted. You cannot focus anymore. So if you put recall in game, try to recall more in front of enemies. It makes the team better. So right here, we try to. If you can't juggle the thing, but I don't want to hear it. I call the team like Pablo Lisa, but we did not expect all of us here. And Hyundai. That was the and they did a mistake from us, but Chicken did not call the all of coming. So I guess.
Did we get a fifth?
Yeah.
I think we should give right here, right?
Who's Kazakh?
Right here, you will have to give it because Hun dead.
Who the fuck is Kazakh?
I think I'm dead right here too, but the cameraman doesn't show. You can see on the bottom, I'm dead. Yep. And this land, I think Chicken should go back either. I don't know why he defend us, cause he think he had mobile behind him, so he was alive, but he did not. They have Alpha, he can one shot the Edith easily. And after we lost in this lane, we just tell in the VC like keep farming, we win late game, don't we? But you can see we have me and Alice with a snowball, really good late game, so we should try.
I'm watching the comments in the actual game, the Mobile Legends one, and it says Baby Zen should have never played Fanny. Or it says it should never play Fanny again.
Hi, what's up guys, it's C9 content creator back with another video. This time we're reacting to
Lighthouse just caught the house on fire.
Best players in the bad spot. Black Dragon 4 by Force, and
Oh, that's awesome.
No, not really. It's just the fire alarm or the smoke alarm going off.
That was a total of 5 power. First off, it started with best player getting chunked, probably just because of overconfidence. I don't even want to. And then second, just the targeting, like, maybe Knots didn't call, like, the 3-man engage, because I'm pretty sure Chris called
Just don't burn the roofs. I don't want to get rained on.
I don't know, maybe they were talking different Filipino dialects.
But it'll be a nice skylight.
Don't speak Tagalog. Mark Duty on the ground, looking for an engage. Wall him up. Oil him up. Oh, that's a good set. That's a good set right there. Do it. 4-man engage. Oh my god, and that's why I got benched. Oh my days, that was seen by Knots Cutie. Savage?
Sinuses?
Yeah,
Weird.
don't give that. Don't give that. Well, in this clip, they were way oversing. It seems like they found the right dialect to talk in. I think they were all speaking Bisaya here or something. I mean, obviously they're just way outmatched, but they shouldn't be grouping up that much against like 4 massive AoE ultimates. Alright guys, make sure to support Cloud9 in this upcoming match against BTK on this Saturday. And make sure to come and join our watch party with Sir Rose that we're going to be doing.
Alright, here we go.
Nighthorde just destroyed BTK in game 1, and I'm gonna show it to you. Hey guys, this is your host Liz. Today I want to show you some clear and powerful moves that shape the victory.
My little baby boy.
I call it the 16-second rotation. Here, let me show you what I mean. In the first game, BTK vs Nighthorde in League 1, 60 seconds before the third turtle spawn. Notice how Nighthorde's solo laner Mikasa is already making his way down to the turtle on the other side of the map, leaving Chicken wave clearing in lane.
On my knee.
This natural priority gave Nighthorde a number advantage and eventually resulted in a snowball that gave them a turtle, a tower, a buff, and 4 kills. This is also a great example of how a team can successfully scale up a small advantage into something much bigger. But BTK being BTK is able to quickly use the same 16 seconds power rotation onto Nighthorde instead. 16 seconds before the first Lord spawn, Zia rotated top lane to shove the wave. This not only gave him a lot of solo gold, but also
20
forced
minutes.
Nighthorde to respond by sending
Let's
him
do
shots. It's
it.
almost like BTK pulled a reverse Uno card onto Nighthorde and now gaining the 5 vs 4 number advantage on the Lord side of the map.
A fucking little ball shit. Try to get out, it slows
BTK
down.
decisively forced the team fight and even out the playing field. Notice how this lane priority and number advantage is able to change the direction of the game just like that.
Look at the life and healing he from Mobazane onto the back line. Zia finds 2 kills in the back line.
I hope you guys learned this important rotation and have a solo laner pushing the opposite lane 16 to 20 seconds before major objective siege. The goal is to force your enemy into a dilemma where they
Damn,
have
if I had my-
fighting 5 vs 5 and let the far lane tower die, or defending
I
the
know,
position
try.
by
I already used my flicker to get out of there.
Either way, you will come off on top. That's it for today's
God.
episode. Make sure to follow MLBBNA YouTube channel for more great strategy dissect.
Bro, guys, so fucking strong early game.
Yo, bottom lane.
I came up here to get the freaking turtle because we get freaking infinite turtle shit.
Jungle? Yeah. I'm dead. You're not there, you're not there, you're not there. I'm not coming, dude. Touch me. I need your butt.
God damn it, dude.
Ooh, awful came in. Going.
This world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the immortal one to safeguard
Yeah, we got the
the
damn turtle.
of peace.
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
Furious slowed me down.
What is this? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy,
Oh.
I'm scared.
What is that?
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear.
Oh shit.
Oh.
16 motherfucking minutes, though. Yeah, baby boy, we're gonna watch Fly Kicking and Mobazane whoop some Cloud9 butt. Yeah, best player and all that don't even stand a chance, huh? Yeah.
Teaching him well.
Oh, best player's retreat finger ain't broken. Cause Zane's about to flex it out, bro.
Through this mask, I see no fear.
Dude, this fucking jawhead will not leave me alone.
I'm missing my.
I've been running Jawhead lately. That's crazy. Dude, have you seen the new Bastion coming out for Starlight next month?
No.
Pretty dope. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna definitely get the Starlight for next month.
Jawhead's coming up. Oh, jump my ass. Oh, they're right in the bush.
I got fucking smoked.
He got executed.
Don't go in, no. Oh my god.
Welcome to the land of God.
That new Kai skin looks pretty cool.
For sure. Man, dog.
They already kick out to Auntie. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
And then he jumps in and gets two. Sun still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Indo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players.
Oh
and
shit!
In turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Udu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less.
Can't believe I
Focus
fucking
on
jumped
adjusting
into that
the
one
SOP
fight
and
though,
doing
dude.
it
That's
and
so
make sure your
stupid.
entire team has a fun experience by reaching that victory.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America is an easy server. It's no
8
secret,
minutes.
We didn't have the best performance in NAC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT Fall season, and good luck with registration.
always not a fan. For that, Bane, Enemy.
We are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
So far, BTK have beaten Blacklist International. GG.
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right?
It's running Paris. Where did you?
We're coming. We're gonna compete. I really do not underestimate as much as people probably feel
Save in Paris.
seriously now, especially with some accomplishment of them. I want to be the first in the world.
I'm leaving now.
Day in and day out, no relax.
You're in big trouble. Down. Where'd you get the recall, bro? It's on the MPL team recall site. Are all in BTK.
Yeah, probably.
On the top button where the.
I don't know.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, and then.
I was gonna say I was gonna back out.
Oh, you have the spin for it? Yeah. Alright, good.
5 minutes.
I got my first one within like 20 cents. But it's all, you know. I'm getting the horse one. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. You know who that is? The horse one? Liquid. Yeah, bro. That's why Joe has it. My Joe.
Alright, base has been opened up. That's all she wrote.
What do you think, little baby? You think you can just swamp it?
I don't even think I watched any of those matches.
You said what? For the recall, you spent for it? Oh yeah, I spent for it. Did you get it? No. I did that. You gonna try to get it though? Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Oh yeah, I'll just back out so you guys can play, because I'm not gonna fucking just sit in the lobby.
Oh, hey, y'all back now.
What happened to everybody?
Oh, the other two just backed out.
Yeah, I backed.
Now he's in the match. Now they're playing the game.
Oh, well, fuck them, I guess. Am I party leader now?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
Alright, we predicted the first one right. We'll see if we get this next one too.
The pinnacle moment of the night, BTK versus C9. Will NAS be the game changer for C9 to make any NA opponent just normal? Or will BTK show that the kings of NA will always be kings? Let's see which team has what it takes to win over the crowd. I'm your host Liz, and joined alongside by the talented Florida brothers, Trex and Wheezy. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, glad to be back. I mean, this is a very high moment for the NACT Fall season, the most anticipated series that everybody's been talking about. Like you mentioned on NAS, is he the secret recipe for victory for the side of Cloud9? But also the revamped BTK back in action. Is this the super team North America's been looking for?
I definitely think there's a lot of questions that are going to be answered tonight. I think it may be a lot closer than some people predict, but who knows? Maybe it's a complete stomp. It's kind of hard to guess with these two teams.
Yeah, and this is the time you guys get to actually cast the revamped BTK match. Starting from 4:30, we just saw the Accelerate versus Gosu Nighthor match, where Gosu Nighthor kind of stomped Accelerate with the 4 points. Match 2, coming up right now, is Cloud9 versus BTK, what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, both of these teams ready to fight it out. I mean, hey, we're ready to watch it, right? We've been talking about both sides. There's been so much debates from the Hoon fans, from the BTK fans, from the Zane fans, and then also from the PH fans over there with NAS on the team and the Cloud9 beside them with Basic and so many other notable faces. But the question is, who is sitting in that number 1 seat? And we're going to find that out today.
Yeah, or maybe, I mean, I guess no matter what, it goes to game 5 if they go 2-2. I was going to say, maybe it just ends 2-2. Who knows? Someone will be crowned the better team today, and I'm excited to see who it ends up being.
Yeah, the BTK fans, the C9 fans, you will all be looking at a giveaway. On the screen, you see a code
Lolita
to type in,
skin,
as well as a QR code for 30 Soldier in Training Lolita skins. That's first come, first serve, guys. Notice some of our viewers have mentioned that they didn't get one of these skins, and that's because you are a little bit too late.
Yeah, definitely claim them while they're available. Liz said 30, but there's actually 29 because Liz has claimed every single one on every... No, I'm just kidding. Get them while they're available, guys. Limited edition. Just the hottest and the greatest from this NACT Fall season.
Liz has like 30 phones on her desk right now in front of her. She has the run of shows. And she, as we told you guys earlier, she plans all of this, so she's already got them all. But it's kind of cool that Lolita's been slowly kind of hinting her way back into the meta, and we got the nice, cool, fresh skin for her. So we haven't seen any Lolita a lot in NA so far, but she has been peeking her head through around the world a bit.
Anything to set you guys up for some Lolita sets. And now, speaking about Lolita, what do you guys think are the most dominant roamers right now?
Ooh, roamers. I would say, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with this meta. We've been seeing the Grok sneak up in there. Sometimes the Hylos has been flexed from the XP lane, can also be in that roam position. Same with Edith. It's been a very strong contender. We've been seeing even Tig get the respect he deserves. Maybe not today, but we have seen Tig across the world step into that scene and have some massive advantages. I think we're stepping into a zone where even supports are strong, like the Mathilda, to be able to keep the team alive and also provide that mobility.
Yeah, I think we still have a lot of room to show, and I think this next match is going to show us exactly where some of those picks stand. But as you said, the Matilda is kind of creeping its way back in. The Arlott, super flexible, able to kind of put it in multiple places. The Hylos, of course. And then the Chip, who has the 100% ban rate, or now 99% ban rate, is definitely something to be feared.
Yeah, I don't know why Chip is so good
And now let's look
in the pro scene, but yet you hardly see him in
Cloud9
ranked.
lineup is going to be Naz as XP laner, best player in the jungle, Mark Cutie in the mid lane, Full World on roam, and Basic on the gold lane.
Yeah, definitely a super sharp team, right? With Naz, the new addition, all the way out from RSG Philippines. You got to see a lot of support from everybody in the audience. There's been a lot of talks about how is he going to implement strategies for Cloud9 with that international experience, and that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on today. Not to mention, I mean, you even have Basic with international experience, and
His
all
best
these
player's
players
shirt,
have
like
taken it to the next level.
PNG
above North
or
America.
something.
And
What the
so
fuck?
Today, I'm expecting some high elo, some great rotations, and some great shot calling going up against their contender.
Yeah, definitely
And
some
there you
monsters on this team, some up-and-comers, some hungry players, some veterans. I mean, it has the whole package here with the Nats import, with Mark Cutie and Cole World now, you know, some of the best players in NA having their long-haul grind. I mean, it's exciting to see this team come together.
Yeah, and for BTK, we have Fried Chicken in the XP lane, Mobazane in the jungle, and Hoon in the mid lane, Super Shark on roam, and Zia on the gold lane. Everyone is in the same pose.
Yeah, they are
ready.
in the same pose. Zane has the biggest smile, though. You can tell he's super happy about this roster, and I think the world is as well. I mean, this is just BTK at its finest, and yeah, going up against Cloud9, they're ready to go and take it to a whole another level. We just got to see who is it going to be victorious, who is going to be the number one.
Yeah, that's a team of faces we all know well. I mean, we know all 10 of these players so well, and it's kind of, it's bittersweet to watch these teams play against each other. Like, depending on what room I'm in and who I'm hanging out with, that's what team I want to win at the time, because we've grown to know all of them so well. And it's tough to even have to cast a vote on these two teams or anything like that.
And we'll find out who Trex actually voted in a bit, guys. In basic Captain Basic
I
mode,
swear to God, if
mentioned
he didn't
guys
vote
that
BTK.
We'll take a 10-minute short break, and we'll be right back.
We can make it. We can probably 5-man. We can 5-man.
Yeah, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Wait, I'm on the backside. I'm on the backside. Hoon. Get him. Hoon. Turtle. Hey, poke him. He's dead. Main. Push top.
Nice.
Shark is here.
Mid.
Tower.
I got a shot.
Nice. Go back. Push back.
Watch the all-out swipe.
Don't be quite careful. I can boost you.
I got top. Wanna try, Lord?
I'm gonna try bot.
Yeah, I don't want to give
As
it.
soon as someone goes top, we can try melting it.
They're doing now. That's Lunox, by the way. That's Lunox. Oh,
No,
Lunox
top,
there.
top.
Wanna fight? Lunox not here.
GG. I'm here.
Nice.
Alpha.
Oh, get off.
Alpha.
The Alpha.
Holy.
Oh, no.
My green one's
He's
on.
gonna have ult soon. Careful.
Nice, yeah.
We're fine.
I'm good.
Nice.
Lord.
Oh, Lunox Ruby, dude.
Oh, man.
Rachel, triangle.
A line. Down to a line.
Yo, spam Carlos.
I don't have it.
Sorry, Cock. Let them try again.
Try again.
He said let them try again.
Help me!
They can fight.
Oh my god, guys, got a Saki! Bang, kill him. Oh, there's a blue here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh!
Come on, man.
Doon, boy! Kaya ako dun, boss. Savage!
Okay.
Good night, guys.
Avengers here. The Avengers.
Oh, next.
The Avengers.
Good night, guys.
Damn.
What you gonna be?
Damn, so what y'all gonna do here? Is he gonna kick Gacha? Kidnapo? Gacha. So, Gacha dead. I think the enemy lost turtle, yeah. So I guess that's how you win the turtle fight. Just kill the roam early. And now they cannot contact the turtle. They have to give it. So right here after turtle, I think Choi Boy go to blue, give vision to the team. He almost died. Lucky he got his team. Is Nolan dead? Yeah, Nolan dead after. Choi Boy low though. And he tried to get the ruby. He TikTok. Damn. I think Choi Boy should go back after this. That's like lucky for him. I think if he die, it doesn't matter much.
Okay, thank you.
You can see the goal gap is too much. If he do it and he die, it still doesn't matter. But if it's me, I will go back after that. No risky play. Where were Rico? Oh, right now. Oh, they're doing the 5-man Rico. They have done a good Rico. That's what all it here. I think they want to try the new Rico. That is gonna look better than them on 5-man Rico. So right here, I'm trying to recall because the game pretty over. And you know when you recall, it's make enemy like tilting. They cannot focus anymore. So if you could recall in game, try to recall more in front of enemy. It's make the team better. So right here we try to pop Lolita. I call the team like pop Lolita. But we did not expect all of here. And Hyundai. That way we lost the turtle. And they did a mistake from us, but Chicken did not call the all of coming, so I guess it's our fault. I think we should give right here, right? I think we give right here. Yep, we have to give it because Hun dead. And I think I'm dead right here too, but the cameraman doesn't show. You can see on the bottom, I'm dead. Yep. And Midland, I think Chicken should go back either. I don't know why he defend that. He had mobile behind him, so he was alive, but he did not. They have Alpha, he can one shot, so eat it easily. And after we lost the Midland, we just tell in the VC like keep farming, we win late game, don't we? But you can see we have Jeep and Alice with his snowball, really good late game, so we should try to farm if we lost early. So yeah. Yo everyone, make sure to come to this weekend to support BTK against C9. It's gonna be the fun series. The only one.
The only one, he said.
Hi, what's up guys? It's C9 content creator back again with another video. This time we're reacting to C9 versus Accelerate. Oh, seems like best players in a bad spot. Big Black Dragon formed by Reinforced and a Miss Carmillo. That's with a good swipe angle. Chris follow up. Banal. Nice targets, guys. That was a total of 5 targets. First off, it started with best player getting chunked, probably just because of overconfidence. I don't think he would usually walk in there. He was like more cautious. And then second, just the targeting, like maybe Knots didn't call like the 3-man engage, because I'm pretty sure Chris could have followed up pretty easily based on ult. And that for sure would have been a white man.
Yo, John, saw dude. How you been?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good set.
I just woke up and started streaming this.
Oh my god, and that's
Hey, bro, got my ass.
Oh my days, that was
That's how my day's gone.
Savage?
Where you been? Working and trying to get situated in the new house.
It seems like they found the right dialect to talk in. I think they were all speaking Bisaya here or something. I mean, obviously they're just way outmatched, but they shouldn't be grouping up that much against like 4 massive AoE ultimates.
What a knockup. Holy shit.
Alright guys, make sure to support Cloud9 in this upcoming match against BTK on this Saturday.
Yeah, I seen you were live yesterday, or was it yesterday or the day before? And then I ended up passing back out, because like I rolled over, I woke up, and I usually have YouTube up anyways, and I seen you were live, and then I closed my eyes, woke back up, and you were off.
Today I want to show you some clear and powerful moves that shape the victory of a game.
New season though, in the game.
Rotation.
New season.
Here, let me show you what I mean. In the first game, BTK versus Nighthorde in week 1, 16 seconds before the 3rd turtle spawn. Notice how Nighthorde's solo laner Mikasa
Going on later? What time?
Down to the turtle on the other side of the map, leaving chicken.
Because MCL is tonight as well.
This macro priority put Nighthorde in a number advantage and eventually resulted in a snowball that gave them a turtle, a tower, a buff, and 4 kills.
Lost your first match, damn. Yeah, it's been back and forth for me.
Scale up a small advantage into something much bigger. But BTK being BTK is able to quickly use the same 16 seconds power rotation onto Nighthorde instead. 16 seconds before the first Lord spawn, Zia rotated top lane to shove the way. This not only gave him a lot of solo gold, but also forced Nighthorde to respond by sending Lunox. It's almost like BTK pulled a reverse Uno card onto Nighthorde and
report
now
you
gaining the
on the game.
number advantage
Lame.
on the Lord side of the map. BTK decisively forced the team fight and even out the playing field. Notice how this lane
it happens.
And number
I'm sure I've been reported before.
The direction of the game just like
Fuck 'em.
Sorry, dude.
I hope you guys learned this important rotation and have your solo laner pressure the opposite lane 16 to 20 seconds before major objectives. The goal is to force your enemy into a dilemma where they have to choose fighting 5 versus 5 and let the far lane tower die, or defend the pressure by fighting 4 versus 5.
What's up?
Oh shit, go on fucking shit.
That's
I said you guys in the match.
Make sure to follow NA YouTube channel.
They are, yeah, I'm not.
Strategy dissect.
Just live and your phone died? Damn. That sucks. Sucks to be you. My phone's at almost full charge.
One of the players finished their ritual shower before the big game. Hopefully we can get back into
No, that
this
does suck
series.
though. I've had that
I'll
happen.
let you guys guess which player it is in the comments below.
Yeah, just take a guess and let us.
Actually, I think the last time that happened, Broly. I think Broly just donated to the stream, and then my phone died. And I was like, dude, are you serious?
Super shower? Is he swimming in the shower? Alright, next topic. Liz, help us.
Well, I will help you guys by jumping into our caster's prediction, and
Wheezy is in the hotspot again.
Damn, Wheezy picking Cloud9. What the fuck?
BTK, how dare you?
I'm
Hey,
picking
I'll tell you what,
Cloud9
sometimes
too.
in life, you gotta
Fuck
take a
you,
risk,
Joe.
and I'm risking it for the biscuit today.
Wipe.
Not to mention,
They
Cloud9's
wiping
actually,
them all.
like you said, boot camping. And they're boot camping on the street I was raised on in my hometown.
Get a different job? I did. I
vote
did
for
get
them.
a different
That's
job.
just like a given right there. But I guess I'm doing a favor to the BTK.
Same
fans
amount of
because
hours,
if
just
Cloud9
different.
Or if BTK wins, then
Different
I give
time.
BTK
I go in later,
If Cloud9 wins,
get off
then, hey,
later.
I mean, I win a prediction point. It's a
Yeah,
win-win situation.
ayo.
You're saying you took the easy way out, Weezy.
The Wheezy way out.
The Wheezy
How's it
way
going?
out.
Pretty good.
Watch out, that's coming up there.
Pretty
I
easy.
do think this was a very
Just welding.
hard prediction. And like I said before,
Burning that
we went to
wire,
break,
you know what I mean?
I have a lot of love for all the players on both teams. And it
Actually,
is,
the
like,
buildings
hard,
that I
like,
make,
when we get to grand
they got the
finals, if it's these two
purple
teams, it's gonna be tough. You
They're
got guys
for
like Cole Worley who have
chemicals,
been grinding for
so.
a long time and have earned their spot as one of the greatest roamers in NA, aiming for that Shark spot. You have guys like Shark and Zane who we've watched do this for a very long time.
Got the welding
for those that
gig,
don't know,
yes,
I'm an
sir.
old school RSG fan, man. Nats is one of my favorite EXP laners in the world. And seeing him come to NA, it's like I finally get to cast a Nats game. It's just exciting. I'm torn. I'm torn between two. I wish it could just go 2-2, but someone's got to win here.
I mean, that might actually happen. And we'll see tonight. We'll see if BTK wins, Wheezy taking the Wheezy way out. Well,
The Wheezy way out.
And now let's take a look at the roster. Hopefully we got that ready. What is the roster that we're looking at? Did we actually go over this already? Yes, we went over this already. But the production is super nice, and they pulled it up again. Naz, XP, best player jungle, mid lane is Mark Cutie, Whole World on the roam, and Basic on the goal lane. And let's quickly look at BTK's roster as well. I'm just pulling the strings here, pulling the production right now, hoping that they're not super mad at me. Can we look at BTK's roster again?
Wheezy winning? I don't know, man.
For BTK,
I'm
we
hoping
have
BTK
on
wins.
the XP lane,
C9
Moonton
wins, I'm
in
gonna be
jungle,
mad.
Moon in the mid lane, Supershark on roam,
But
and
to be
Moon
fair,
in the
last season,
Yeah, two powerhouse
Zane
teams,
lost
a lot
early
of
and
familiar
then
faces. You know what's
won
funny, though?
later in
Most of the NACTs we've had, it's been a flip of a coin. We've
in the
always said
season,
it,
so
and that
we'll
coin
see.
has had Zane on one side and Hoon on the other.
Another one.
This time, Hoon and Zane are on the same side of the coin, and we
Thank
have
you.
a new face for the other side with Basic spearheading the way. Now, they have a PH import, right? They have Nats over there on their
Come
team.
on,
and
let's get this match
given
going.
that
What the
with PH
fuck?
Imports, the success rate for a team
Hey.
skyrockets. So, is that the secret weapon that Cloud9 is going to lean on? Not to mention they have an analyst.
Get a
they
new
have coach.
PC? No.
I don't know about
Still the
BTK's
laptop.
analyst and coach. I mean, we've seen them in M3. They're able to go really far. This is a different BTK from M3. Maybe they have a coach or something behind the scenes. I think
It's
unconfirmed,
HP.
released on who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. But I think even without it, the synergy that these players have from years
It's running
and
smooth.
years
It's not bad.
being together,
I
being
mean, it just
international as
depends
well,
on what I'm
I
doing.
think
Like,
makes
so
up-
I've literally just been sitting here, not really
think it
doing
definitely makes
much.
up for it.
So
I think no matter what, we're gonna see.
we haven't really dropped too
heck
many
of,
frames.
4-point
289
series here. I
frames,
think
it
no matter what, we're gonna
says.
see some great
There's
games.
one night though,
I'm
I
ready
was dropping like
for some of the
over
matchups. I could go on
10,000
and on about this, but I
frames
think Liz has something for us.
because I was streaming and like looking stuff up, and I had the Discord going, and it was just too much for this thing.
His favorite hero is Arlaw, Yujon, and Edith. His favorite player is Captain Basic. His hometown is, well, his hobby is cycling. His hometown is Addington, and his vice is iPhone 14 Pro.
Cycling. Now,
Wi-Fi
that's
be
interesting.
tripping.
I think that's the first that I've seen for that.
It
hobby.
might be.
Basic as his favorite player, just keeping it within the team. Love to see it. I mean, I guess that explains on how he got that invite possibly over to Cloud9. We'll have to find out more later on that. But with Nas, the new addition, I know there's a lot of PH fans out there supporting him and holding that banner. So we'll have to see what impact he brings to the table. Well, speaking of impact, there goes the opposite side of the XP lane, Fried Chicken.
I sent my Argers too.
Fried
Look
Chicken,
at
we
my
got
Argers.
his role, EXP lane, favorite hero, Hylos, doesn't have a favorite player, typical Fried Chicken, hometown, Shamberg, device, Red Magic, 9S Pro.
It's
I'll plug that in
Schaumburg
there real quick.
Trex.
But
Jesus
this is my favorite part, and
Christ.
this is very chicken, you know? Hobby, not sure yet. He's just a teenager, man. He's not sure.
And it looks like even Mobile Legends is not put as a hobby, but we hope to see their I won't play it during this night. But without further ado, guys, the draft is finally ready, and take us into the draft cast.
Here we go. The most anticipated
Alright, draft
match
time.
of the NACT Fall season has finally arrived. Definitely grab some popcorn, get some drinks, put your seatbelts on, because there's going to be some turbulence through this draft between C9 and BTK.
Yeah, and C9's going to be on the blue side. They get first pick. They lock in the R lot. I want to take a look
Clear
at the bands
minions
real
up
fast
top.
because these drafts are
Clear the minions
firing
up
off
top. Clear
quick.
the minions
The
up top, Buck.
Hylos, the Ruby, the Alpha to target down onto Mobazane inside of BTK. The Ling against
You should have
best
cleared to the
player.
bottom.
Get the full VS
Yeah,
so that Nats can't get his
yeah,
hand
but
on
if
it
you
and
would have cleared
Chick
them, then
as
you
well.
could have just cleared the
And these
minions.
things are
Our
coming
minions would have
in
took
right
it.
now, Easy.
Yeah, I mean, Prowin,
Yeah,
the
mega
Edith over
though.
there for fried chicken. He's definitely going to be possibly swapping to that. I mean, they still can flex it over there to Shark, the Lilia. This is interesting on Hoon because majority of the games that we've been watching, at least from week 1, he's been playing a lot of those mages that fight from afar, like the Navaria. You know, and so with this, Lilia is going to be more up close and personal. Now, the black shoes can be taken by the Valentino, led by Marquiti, so it can kind of provide some survivability on his side. Jungle, Zane's going to run this Bane against the Nolan. I mean, I feel like the Bane is great on pushing objectives. He's good for bursting down those turrets as well. It's more of a Zane playstyle, right? He just focuses on his farm. When you're looking at best player, he loves the assassins. He thrives
Taking
on
our
trying to get
butt,
those kills. And what better hero to do it than the Nolan?
Yeah, most definitely now. I'm thinking about what's coming. The Lolita band does come out for BTK. I thought maybe they might try to prio that. It pairs very well with the Lilia. But either way, if they put Shark on the Edith here, it's an aggressive mid lane. You got Bane as well. It is a in-your-face mid lane. You know, you mentioned that we've been seeing a bit more long-range mages from Hoon, but I think this pairs very well with a fast early game comp. Lilia has some insane wave clear, some insane pressure, especially at level 4. Once you get those black shoes, you can look for dives, you can look for invades, you have the full package. C9 gonna ban out the Alice. BTK last ban. Do they keep hammering into the roam position here?
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen, even when speaking of roams, like the Edith can still be flexed over there to Shark. I mean, we got to actually see that when Chicken picked up that glue, the first showcasing of glue, the entire NACT Fall season. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity on the board. I mean, even if he wanted to run that Edith in the XP lane, there's some Hilda still on the table. Want to go in for the support
How's the
route.
MOBA?
There's just so much to grab, and
It's
honestly,
not
I think
bad.
Hilda would work out here because then you have the Valentino who doesn't profit off.
Been running back and forth, playing on the broken
So
phone
we'll have
still.
to see which way this goes between
I
both
don't know.
sides. We're yet to
Probably
see
can't
what's
see
going to
it
be
here,
ran
I mean.
inside of the gold lane. There's been a lot of interesting things in the gold lane, right? Herrick
See that nice
still
big
on
crack
the board,
right
yet to be
there?
banned out. Will they pick that up with this opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, both sides
And
need
then
the
it just
gold lane.
spider
Hereth
webs.
open. I think it's a solid pick for Zia. They could go for
Goes all the way
something a
over
bit
here.
more out of bounds. It's not like we haven't seen anything,
This
but I think
way.
Hereth is definitely the
Crack in
solid
that
go-to right
corner,
now. They're on
across
first
this
pick.
way.
They do still either need an EXP or roam, but they go for the God Out Jaka. This is going to be our second time seeing it. Earlier, we saw it come up from the Night Horde, from Gosu Night Horde. So that means most likely that will be in the roam position. Edith into the EXP. I mean, you get the taunt, right? You get that pull-in, which can also buy
Busted
Hoon a little
Glory,
bit of time
yep.
to get those
That's
glooms off.
true
So
broken
it's definitely
gaming right
interesting. And
there.
once again, it is a very Ube-esque composition so far. Very keep it together, steamroll over the opponent.
Well, I mean, with the Gatakachka, that's definitely going to be inside of the roam position. So that means Shark or Chicken is going to be running this Edith in the XP lane. Now the R lot still
Isaac
can be
is on.
flexed. This can still be an R lot roam, but no, it's going to be the
Oh,
Rock
it ain't
side
my
of the
Argus
Oracle
on that
world, gonna
shit.
swap over there with Nats. So we are going to be looking at. This is actually something I've been wanting to see, right?
that
Chicken
shit.
up against Nats. Who is going to kind of be more impactful in terms of rotations? We mentioned it earlier during the day. The XP lane. A lot of teams kind of overlook that lane and don't really see the importance, and it doesn't get put in the spotlight as much. The XP lane has a heavy impact on creating opportunity in the early game.
Yeah, and Basic seems to go for comfort here on the Claude. It's a pick that we've seen him use a lot. You mentioned the EXP lane. My eyes definitely on the gold lane as well. Just, I mean, all over. There's so many matchups here. The Hoon versus Marcuti, the Zia versus Basic, the Fried Chicken versus Nats,
Yeah, this is
Zane
gonna be
versus
good.
Best Player. I mean, it is all over the place. But I think this game, at least for me, it's definitely the off lanes. Fried Chicken and Nats, Zia and Basic. I do feel like there's a bit more of a grudge match between Zia and Basic right now on who the best gold laner in NA is.
All right, here we go,
We're rolling out
boys.
the red carpet into the land of Dawn for the most anticipated series of the NACT Fall season. the Bloodthirsty Kings revamped versus Cloud9 with the new addition from the Philippines, who will be able to claim victory and earn the title as North America's greatest.
So let's take a look at this. Mobazane on the Bane. We saw him pick it up once last week. Last week we saw him actually play 4 different junglers, 4 different times. So it doesn't seem like Hero
Got
Pool's a huge
Mobazane
issue.
chilling on the Bane.
Does have
Watch
backup
out,
picks. He
C9,
has
cause y'all
opportunity.
can't hang.
So I'm excited to see how
Oh
that
shit,
goes.
Hoon's in
But
trouble.
Mark Cutie already putting huge pressure onto Hoon. The Grok, I mean, having the Grok, picking up that emblem, you're able to clear lanes almost faster than anyone else, and it's going to give C9 a huge advantage when it comes to wave clear.
Yeah, you are going to have to keep a close eye on Cold World, especially with these wild charge plays for the knockup. Now, you know, last week we got to see Cloud9 go up against Accelerate. I feel like it was more of a fun time for them, right? They were just pulling everything out of their bag, not really too worried about it. But BTK, it wasn't the same story. They were going up against a little bit of a harder competitor, Gosu Nighthorde, and they definitely had to put on a little bit of a stronger performance to maintain their composure and claim that 4-0 victory. Now with Cloud9 facing up against BTK, they have to apply that pressure. You can't take this one lightly, and that's what we're seeing right now with their aggressive nature.
Yeah, Nats being pretty proactive, able to keep Fried Chicken at bay as well. Best player does look for the camp steal. Not sure exactly if he got it. BTK needs to start moving. It seems like finally they're getting into the groove. They are moving a little bit. Fried Chicken misses the Earth Shatter. Nat's able to sidestep, and with Fried Chicken down to half health and Turtle up in 10 seconds, is this going to be the deal breaker?
Yeah, deal breakers is what we're going to be looking for. Who will be the first to make a mistake and who will seize the opportunity? We are seeing the Turtle quickly spawn in the next 5 seconds. Everybody getting ready for this level 4 to fight it out. Zane, definitely known for his farm rotation and taking the early advantage in the jungle.
First
up
Turtle.
best player, both of them in position for the retribution.
Ball does come out. Fried Chicken able to get the flicker. Earth Shatter on the backside.
Best player goes down. Zane goes down.
Takes the Turtle. Jungler for jungler. Now Shark in trouble. It's a double kill over to Cold World. May not be the hero you want to give it to, but it's still a win in the book for Cloud9.
Yeah, able to not only get more kills, but to take that Turtle as well and do some chip damage on the turret for some additional gold.
Need to get Alucard build, keep an eye out. Alright, for
additional
sure.
vision and pressure onto Mobazane's purple buff. We talked about it, right? Zane
I don't really play him,
thrives
so I
on
wouldn't be
farming,
able
and
to
if you
tell
can get
you.
him uncomfortable there, it can give you the little bit of momentum you need to push forward in the early phase.
And right now, it's both teams just locked onto the other team's jungler. Everyone in BTK went for best player. Everyone in Cloud9 went for Zane. Both junglers go down. So at least neither team's going to get a huge lead in terms of retribution here. It's level 5 to level 6. The best player is a little bit ahead. Zane's going to need to catch up, but Cloud9 feels the momentum. They have the pressure right now.
Yeah, and you know what I say about pressure. It makes diamonds or
Where
burst
they-
pipes, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. Now, Basic running on this Claude.
What's up?
More of that mid to late game marksman, but has a lot of survivability in his kit, which is going to work really well, especially up against Harith, who can be super aggressive up close and personal in your face. And with the change to Harith, having those additional dashes to deal some damage. Speaking of damage, though, Zane taking his first death alongside best player, both of them an eye for an eye on that Turtle play, but the Turtle did go over to Cloud9. Can they keep that momentum moving forward, though? You're seeing everybody shift focus down to the bottom side for a possible play. May be able to find that opportunity as Cold World rushes on Mobazane.
A little bit of damage on Hoon. Mark Cutie able to get a couple shots off, pushing Hoon back. And you know, I came into this game thinking that BTK might have the laning phase advantage, thinking they might be a little bit faster paced, but the concussive blast on that Grok is giving Cold World and Mark Cutie such a quick lane clear, and Hoon isn't able to keep up with Shark. They're getting split up, whereas Cold World and Mark Cutie are rotating on the map. They're looking for plays. They're keeping map control. It does look like we might be having a pause coming up, though.
Yeah, that one came over from Fried Chicken, so as we are going to probably come back
God
over here,
damn it, Fly.
to your caster's desk. Man, a lot to break down within the first few minutes of round number 1, right? Zane and best player, both of them dying side by side. Mark Cutie making up the difference and claiming that Turtle, the first objective on the board for Cloud9, is going to give them a little bit of advantage. Not too much to say it's out of the ballpark for BTK, but a good start for the early game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty huge. I want to take notice real fast. If we notice the Cloud9 camera, it's the team camera. It doesn't swap around between players. All of the teams sitting around the table right now, giving real, you know, just that's the vibe we haven't. It's the first house that we've seen in NA, and it's nice to see them all together. Nice to see them all playing together. And right now, it does feel like it's making a difference. They're moving as a unit.
What's up?
To whereas Hoon's kind of suffering for something that we see from him. We've seen it happen before with Hoon. He's sitting a little bit too much in that mid lane. I need to see him move around a bit more. Shark's moving, but he's consistently kind of leaving Hoon behind.
But if you guys want to play,
and
I can back
Marcuti and Cold World are able to find that cutoff and split them up.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cold World's doing a great job on making sure he gets to where he needs to before the opposing side can. Even invading Zane's purple buff, we got to see a little bit of that before the pause. It reminds me of when Shark was against Zane, and he would do that time and time again, and I was always pointing it out. I was like, you have to be aggressive. You cannot give him breathing room. But speaking of breathing room, let's go ahead and dive right back into the Land of Dawn for some more anticipated action.
All right, so now Shark, Hoon, White Chicken all trying to make their way to this turtle. It's a full 5v5, everybody in the house. Zia now getting involved as well, drops him on force, able to get the vision down on Marcuti. The Avatar comes out, best player still able to get the turtle though. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Best player looking for the target as Cold World escapes as well. Deadly catch does not connect. White Chicken flickers in, does not connect as well. Everybody standing. Nats wants more. Big final slash on a Shark. Shark taken low, able to dash away in just the nick of time. Marcuti does not connect, but Cloud9 still comes out on top. We're looking at 2-0, not only in kills, but in turtles as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was an overall win for Cloud9, and nothing traded back for BTK. They didn't find a kill. They didn't find an opportunity on the map as well. And Cloud9 putting on that pressure again. Almost able to steal that orange buff. Look at the bot side in the 2v1 lineup, but Zia, honest comfort pick with his Harris will force Nats and best player out. Right now, even though it's not high in kills, slightly in the mechanics, Cloud9 is performing a little bit better.
Cloud9, just like I said, they feel comfortable right now. BTK though, they're not behind too much. It's a 2,000 gold deficit. We know, we talked about it last series, some of the top teams can definitely play from this. We haven't seen BTK really take that full fight.
That's alright, a couple more minutes and they'll hit their power spikes.
At some point. So Cloud9's job is to either keep up the aggression or watch out for the level 8 power spike and just know when their time to shine is. But here comes the Wildcat and the deadly catch. Marcuti able to pop the black shoes with the INU, back to full health.
Yeah, and that's what you said, picking up that Valentina to kind of profit off this Lilia pickup. Both of them have the black shoes to get back to safety and also bait out some utility. You got to see him bait out that final slash from Nats and then use the black shoes to get all his HP back and utilize some of that utility across the board to not have to worry about any team fights. And those are the decisions you have to make to give your team the little bit of edge you need to win these fights. Right now, you're looking at a big, massive fracture from best player, hitting Zia, Shark, and Zane in the middle.
Yeah, that's huge. BTK's gonna have to watch out for that. Best player in his comfort zone right now on this Nolan. Feeling good about it. Here comes the conceal play. Focusing down onto White Chicken. White Chicken under the tower. But with 4 members of C9 going for the dive, there might not be an escape. The wild charge connects. White Chicken looks for the Earth Shatter. You're just on the way now. BTK coming up to save the day. Coming up to help out. Turtle on the map.
I think that was a little bit of an overcommitment. Now he doesn't have the wild charge for this turtle fight. He's going to use that wall, though, to go ahead and reset it. A wise decision and a high IQ play. And this is what you see from the greatest in North America. Right now, though, 2-1 on the scoreboard. Still a pretty even game, even though both turtles have gone to the side of Cloud9. And they're trying to claim the last one here. BTK ready to try and take it away.
Best players trying to be sneaky.
Dude, these walls from Rock are crazy.
Can't help but start this objective, and sometimes that's not the best move, but he's gonna go for it.
Finally won.
Does not get reset. Mobazane able to take it unscathed. They needed that one on the map to make sure this gold lead doesn't escape.
I'm gonna take this command.
Drilling down on those towers.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Basic, one of those players. He's not really too team fight oriented, but more objective focused, right? He likes to split push and go where the enemy team is not. So he finds a trade for that turtle. Yes, they lose it, but they're able to turn it side, and I'm okay with that. As long as you find something
it's up to you. I'm getting off of the
claim that turtle is going to give him a little bit of room that they need, right? Some additional XP boost, gold boost, and shielding, especially for these next team fights. You are going to have to watch out for Basic, though, on this quad. Like we said, he's going to scale through the time. He's going to pick up that DHS. He's going to pick up that the golden staff. Those enhanced basic attacks are going to be a problem when he jumps in with BMI. But right now,
why is everybody leaving?
Pressure. They are a team that knows how to play, even when they're behind.
Yeah, losing that turtle and getting that tower is a great trade for C9, honestly, because here's the thing. Next Lord comes up on top side, and if you have opposite lane control, you have control of that long lane, it gives you a huge advantage over these Lords. So making sure they did it on that third turtle, well played, basic, hanging out on that boss side, making sure the wave is continuously pushing. And the movement he has with the BMI, he's always going to be a little bit ahead of Zia, I feel like. He's always going to be able to make it back to these fights a little bit faster. So right now, with basic in control of that lane, it's a big advantage for Cloud9.
I mean, it's a ticking time bomb right now, right? The more items he gets, the more he's going to be able to burst down the heavy frontline composition that BTK has. I mean, you're talking about a Gattakochka, talking about an Edith, a Bane, and the Hereth who requires to play a little bit up close and personal as well. So they are going to have to watch out for him, maybe try to find a way to pick him off and stop that train that he's starting to roll on. But right now, Cloud9, you can tell they're in control of this game. They're the one kind of leading the way in terms of the map. Definitely in terms of the economy as well, spearheading the way in gold. They are up by only 1,000 gold though. And, you know, this is the thing when it's top teams. They don't have a high kill count, but they have like high mechanics on taking these objectives. They play everything with such a passive play style, but no one to be aggressive as well.
Both teams taking a slow Lord. Now,
how are we going to invite
involved up in the top side. More damage down on that
above.
tower. It's just hanging on. Fried Chicken trying to defend. Zia going back down to the boss side to clear the lane. Does Cloud9 make the big play here? All 5 members up at the top.
Yeah, you are looking at Cloud9. They lost that last turtle. They got the trade on the turret, and now going to go in for this objective. They need this Lord for push potential, and best player will be the one that sees that objective. Nobody's falling in the process, and BTK not able to find a trade.
They just rushed it, bursted it down, and you know, you said that Cloud9 feels in control not only of the game, but of the map right now. Playing so well, just kind of keeping BTK where they want them. BTK finally maybe going to be able to get a tower here, find something with this Lord coming towards them. It's a small win in a big game.
Finally have the chance to play with it.
On the box side, basic continuing to farm way
tower
to jump in with that BMI, ready to get a kill. Needs to watch out for him. You're going to see that Dominus Ice picked up by Cool World, trying to limit some of the, get some anti-heal to work in his favor. Now, they need to take down the turret in the mid lane to be able to invade easier on the map. It's still 2-1, 10 minutes in. I mean, earlier we saw like, what, 15 kills in like 5 minutes? This is not the same story, and this is the difference in caliber of higher elo team.
Duet able to dodge out of the way of the deadly catch. Moonton in a little bit of trouble. Avatar Guardian does come in, but Moonton still goes down. Big knock up, wild charge coming in from Full World. Shark next on the block, getting chopped. Fried Chicken not trying to defend, but look at Zia. Lord still crashing in. Fried Chicken in trouble. Mark Duty finds the kill. 3-0 Cloud9, decimating the Bloodthirsty Kings.
My captain's on
GDI in the kitchen making them some steak right now. I think that's why they're getting hyped up. They are performing today, dominating in this game. The Bloodthirsty Kings need to find a way to take this back in their favor as the 2-2 falls for the mid lane.
They look like Hoon and Shark a year ago. You know, they look like Zia and Shark back in M3. I mean, these guys right now are just playing so clean as a unit. They've been aggressive from the beginning. They've been in BTK's face, and most of the time it's BTK at another team's face. BTK unable to handle the pressure right now. They got to find something out.
Yeah, but you can tell they're getting super confident inside Cloud9, and sometimes overconfidence breeds arrogance. Arrogance breeds mistakes. So they need to still be cautious, still take it passive, like they did this entire game. They want to maintain that momentum.
Once Force does drop. Avatar unable to connect onto Cold World because of the passive. No knockup. Basic gets in the gold meteor for a little bit of a passive protection when his health gets low. Going to give him a bit more survivability. Bloodthirsty Kings, 6K behind Wheezy. What do they do here if they want to take this game?
I mean, they just need to hit those power spikes, right? They need to get Zia online so he can deal that damage. They need to find a way to catch Basic out of position because he is scaling through the time. He's at almost 9K gold, 1K above Zia right now. Definitely building the 4 items, Rogan Sight, Golden Staff, and the Demon Hunter Sword. He's almost full kit right there at the 13-minute mark. He's ready to go in with that Blazing Duet. He's ready to go with that BMI. I think BTK, maybe they try and find a mistake. They try and, like I said, the arrogance starts to breed mistakes, and that mistake can be something they can lean in on to turn this back in their favor.
feel like the Gatakacha is a little off right now. Best player able to get another big Lord. BTK able to do nothing about it. I just feel like the ultimate's a little too telegraphed. Not only that, but Cloud9's composition doesn't really call for a team clumping up. It's a team that's looking for angles. You have Best Player trying to make his way to the backside. You have Basic, who's not getting involved until at least halfway through the fight. Gatakacha wants to go against maybe something like a Feramiz, where everyone's going to jump together. Something like an Estes, where everyone's going to be clumped together. So Shark's unable to find any big ultimates, you know? And when he does bring it out, everyone knows it's coming a second or two before the animation connects.
Yeah, it's just telegraph, pure poetry in motion right now for Cloud9. With the Luminous Lord on the top side, lanes are being synced right now, and only Inhibitor standing for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. It's looking like they're planning on opening up the space.
Lord's going to be knocking down. Marcuti holding on the front side along with Cold World. Look for a big wild charge. Does not pop it off just yet, but the deadly catch does come out. Mobazane just trying to defend Nats. A little over. There comes the wild charge. Three-man knockup. If watching Wisconsin Earth Shatter brings him up. Marcuti still dashes away to safety. And while this is happening, middle Inhibitor does go down. Best player pulling a sneaky one around the side. Prolific Roar does finally lock in from Mobazane, but Basic still finds the tower. Cloud9 is coming in from all angles, and now Mobazane goes down the tar, connects to nothing. Nap bites the bullet, but it doesn't matter because Basic is cleaning up with a blazing duet. Gonna be able to BMI away. Cold World still holding on the front for Judy. Cloud9 finds two Inhibitors and a Nats. I mean, all for the price of a Nats.
Man, that's a high price right there. That's how expensive Nats is. Look at that. Look at how much they gained from him falling right there for Cloud9. One Inhibitor standing for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. The concealed play called out. Can they close this game?
Yeah, he's jungled more than...
Yeah, able to take out Cold World's Month Force does come down. He's
only jungled 5 times. Wolf jungled 22 times.
Finally got in. The magic penetration should be able to do a little bit more damage. That's who they need to come online.
Do y'all want me to ban
yeah,
over
I mean,
here?
BTK, their team win behind, still knows how to play like they're ahead. So you can't count them out just yet. We've seen Zane with the odds stacked against him still be victorious. So we'll have to see how this plays out. 7-3 on the scoreboard. At the 15-minute mark, we're just now hitting 10 kills overall as a collective. Right now, almost 50K. Everybody's slowly getting
16
to
minutes
we did see Cloud9 hit those power spikes a lot earlier, just due to them getting 2 turtles and also all of these lords at bay. Oh my god!
Oh, the 1v1. The 1v1. This is what they all wanted. Best player versus Mobazane in this game.
Crazy.
Best player's coming out on top.
Yeah, able to take him down with the Nolan. The burst potential from that fracture, too much to handle. Zane, a very rough start for game number 1 on this vein. Sitting at 0-4-2, and they don't have the retry, an opportunity for another Lord in Cloud9's hands.
They're going to try to go for this Lord. The burst is so fast. Disney on time. But now Shark on the run. Nats able to get a nice final slash. Monforce does come down. Zia able to dance around. Able to put up a nice amount of damage. Best player goes down the shutdown. Zia collects. Looking for more, but still falls. Marcuti finds him in the midst of the chaos. Going down in trouble as well. Getting first. Nats on the chase. He's hungry. Mobazane looking for the final shot, but can't get the kill.
Sure, I'm throwing a shit real quick. I'm on mute.
Shark does go down. Marcuti with the killing spree. 3-0-5. Unkillable, untouchable. Lord coming, looking for the rush. BTK against the ropes. They're gonna lock on. Basic won't let it go down easy. That's gonna be game 1 for Cloud9.
What?
All right, it's all right. We still got 3 more games.
For the debut, Cloud9 BTK, the match everybody's been waiting to see. Cloud9 started it off early with a nice finish, claiming a victory. And honestly, it was cool, calm, collective. The addition of Nash definitely had a heavy impact. The R-Lot was there when needed with the final slash. The team overall barely missed a beat. I mean, they only lost 1 objective. They lost 1 turtle that entire game. Everything else was for the taking. Even when Basic wasn't in the team fights, he was split pushing, he was taking the turrets, and he was making the opportunities still work in their favor. And that's what you have to do if you want to take down a heavy contender like the Bloodthirsty Kings. But now the question is, where did BTK go wrong?
I think it was more of where did Cloud9 go right, man. I think the Grok pick was great, especially against Lilia, who has great wave clear. The Grok pick with the concussive blast gave them a guaranteed wave clear win. They were able to beat out in the laning phase, and Cold World and Marcuti were all over the place. Marcuti 3-0-5. This guy is stepping up. I've had my eyes on him since last season, ever since he joined Cloud9, and he has not disappointed. And I was one of the doubters. I was wondering if he belonged on the team, and now this dude is a monster right now. From Area 77 to here, he is proving himself.
See, I was the opposite. I was always a Marcuti fan. Even when he was running in the gold lane, I was like, dude, this man is a problem. He knows how to be passive and aggressive at the same time. It's just a perfect combination. And yeah, I mean, the mid lane wasn't even his main role. He flexed over to the mid lane and just dominating overall. As you're seeing some of the stats pop up on the board, that doesn't even really paint the picture of the amazing gameplay we saw from match number 1. Now, for the side of BTK, they just got to put on a little bit more pressure, right? I mean, there were some things that went right, but there was a lot more that just didn't work in their favor. I think maybe they didn't expect the aggressive nature to really be that dominant on these early objectives. I mean, we got to see Cold World. You kind of mentioned him a little bit earlier. Rotating to the purple buff, rotating to the orange buff, providing that vision, and keeping Zane away from farming as easily as he's used to against other teams.
Yeah, I think a big mess up here as well. I think the Gatakacha wasn't the most solid pick. I don't know if it was testing something. I don't know if maybe they just didn't make it work right, but it did not do what was intended. And it kind of made Shark and Hoon kind of lose out there. So I don't think it's exactly over for BTK. I think it's definitely back to the drawing board. I think now they know what they are up against. But overall, I just think C9 kind of won in all positions. From jungle, we were wondering about the off lanes. Nats was given work to Fried Chicken in the early game. We might have not had the camera on it, but I was watching the mini map, and Fried Chicken's health bar was consistently low.
Lucky
I think
to
they need to
damn
think about giving. I don't know if they can give that Arla over to Nats. It is a monstrous pick in his hands.
Yeah, we got to see what how Chicken responds in game number 2. I mean, I'm right there with you. This is not a team where it's like this is the entire story for each round. They're going to adjust.
Dude,
right?
I think you spectate my account.
They know how to scale through the times and adapt. And Thirsty Kings, if any team can pull that off, they definitely can. I don't like seeing a one-sided story. I don't like seeing 4 wins in a row. I like seeing an even blend of competition.
Go back and forth.
Right, that's what we want, back and forth, like a match of ping pong. And so I feel in game
I can't
number 2,
back out. I already
they
went
need
into
to find a way
Joe's.
to allow Zane to get the farm he needs, right? They need to find a way to get those turtles away from him.
Damn, a full team of PH players,
Does that start with Chicken in the XP lane trying to find a way to create that opportunity with Nats on his tails? Maybe so. Is there a way they can delay Basic? If Basic's not in these team fights, they need to be winning these team fights. If Basic is split pushing and they're not going to win the team fights, then stop Basic from split pushing.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Does Zia just stay with Basic the whole time? Does he stay in that lane? Does he need to be glue on Basic, or does he get involved? Because right now it does feel like C9's Basic has a lot of confidence in his team that he can leave them and they can at least hang out with all 5 of BTK. And even if they don't get the turtle, they buy enough time and they don't lose any members so that Basic finds something in the off lane. We know that's a strategy, like you said, that's a strategy that Basic likes to take, especially early to mid game. He doesn't get too involved in team fights. He's always looking for off lanes. So BTK either needs to call on that or they need to win some of these 5v4s when it comes to the turtle.
100%. There's no in the middle. It has to be one or the other, especially up against Cloud9 right now. Because man, that was an amazing performance.
I knew it.
Debut for game number 1. Speaking of games, though, we are going to be jumping into the draft for the second match of the day. The highly anticipated match everybody has been waiting to see. Cloud9, 1 point ahead, which means they're sitting in that number 1 position technically. Can we see? You know what? Every time we see these powerhouse teams face off, though, it has always been back and forth. So
Stigma just drops his pumpkin full of candy on the map.
Kind of surprised they banned the Fanny. For me, it feels
Can't
a
even
little
pick
questionable.
that
I mean,
shit
yes,
up.
it's good, but I don't know if it's like it right now. I think the lane is very viable. Hayabusa and Nolan both still open. That Arlot's still open. And if I'm BTK, I'm thinking I kind of want the R-Lock, but C9 knows that. So it's like, maybe we give him something else. Maybe we force a trade here. This time, they're taking a lot more time on these bans. It's not as a quick fire and draw as last game. They're definitely thinking about this now. BTK knows what they're up against. C9 knows what they're up against.
Yeah, I mean, even Mathilda's open, so does BTK ban that out? Do they allow it to walk? I mean, that's still a strong comp for Cloud9 to kind of profit on. It's just a very shaky time when it comes to drafting and trying to ban everything out. You can't ban everything out. There's just so much on the table. But there's a direct response right there from Cloud9. They're going to go ahead and take down that Alpha away from Zayn. I think they just want him to run that Bane. They're trying to get him on more comfortable picks that they're used to going against. There's the Ruby pickup, though, from the side of BTK. Still can be flexed. Typically, we see it in the gold lane. This allows Edith to be picked up over there by C9. I wonder if they're going to take that away from Chicken. We'll have to see. But right now, yeah, it's definitely going to be back to the drawing boards. We're not going to see the same game plan from game number 1 like we mentioned. We're going to see BTK adjust and adapt through the times. There's that Mathilda we were looking for. So now, sustainability will work in Cloud9's favor.
I think we see that R-Lock get picked up here by C9. It's just so good in Nat's hands. They get the Matilda here. Maybe they go for something else, but BTK with the Ruby pickup up front. I'm wondering if they're going to go for something we saw last week where they put Zia on a fighter in the gold lane and maybe give Mobazane something like the Roger, maybe give him something a bit more quick moving, maybe completely just switch up here. C9 on the other hand said go for the Vexana, so taking a very different approach. I mean, a very different draft than last game, and like I said, this is a format where it leaves a lot of breathing room for these types of drafts where you can have some fun, you can test different things. You're even BTK, it's not like it's not a best of 3 where you're just going to get knocked out if you lose this game. Everything's not on the line right here. You have 4 games to put points on the board. There is no, like, you know, the match winning point here. There's no match point. So we are going to see Mobazane on the Julian, though. Arla does get picked up by Fried Chicken, so they take that away. So now we're just wondering, is this Ruby going to be in Shark's hand, or will they go fighter off lanes?
Oh, man, picking up that Julian this early. This is interesting, right? I mean, I honestly would have probably went the Roger route like you mentioned. I like the Roger when you have the Ruby in the gold lane. I think it's just a little bit safer. You are going to see Cloud9, though, similar to game number 1, best player. Hey, he did it once, why not again? He is going to pick up that Nolan. Now, they are, I say, lacking a little bit in the crowd control. Yeah, they got the Eternal Guard over there by the Vexana, but I feel like they need a little bit more additional CC, and that should be able to be made up inside of the XP lane. You know who's still available? Hylos is still on the table. If they do want to pick that up. We have yet to see it.
A big chance it could get banned out here. Especially since Nat still has an open EXP lane here. Big chance BTK might ban it out. Maybe they won't. Maybe they have a plan for it. Maybe Fried Chicken feels comfortable against it. I wouldn't personally feel comfortable against it, especially with a composition like Matilda and Nolan on the field where you're just going to get this Highland and high horsepower, Hylos and high horsepower moving around the map, you know. It's definitely a scary pick to add to C9's composition right now. They already have damage with best player, decent damage with Mark Cutie on this Vexana. C9 is on the ban though right now. I do have one possibility. What if the Julian goes mid?
Yep.
I mean, we saw it a little bit in the past. We haven't seen it in a bit, but it's a possibility. It could be the wild card.
It really could. I mean, it's been flexed in the past.
Yeah, man, bitch.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There goes that Khalid ban out, though. They were watching Nats from last week just dominating. So we'll have to see how this Julian kind of steps into that. Will it be a jungle Julian? Can it be flexed? If it is flexed, I feel like it may be
almost got a double kill there.
It hasn't really been tested as much in today's day and age as what me and you have seen in the past with previous NACTs. Now, for the side of Cloud9, they've got some options for that XP lane. A lot is open. You know who else is out there? Terizla. I was just about to say that. Dang, you beat me to the punch. Even though Terizla got a little bit of a nerf, he is still a problem. Even though you're not playing him for necessarily damage, you're playing him for utility, right? He has the anti-CC. He has that penalty zone to be able to drop down and give some massive setups. And we saw that last weekend for round 1. So I think that's a wise decision from the side of Cloud9. Honestly, right now, I'm kind of favoring their draft a little bit more. We have to see how BTK closes this draft out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot on the line for BTK here. I think if this game goes to C9, it could definitely be a downhill slope. Momentum is definitely going to be important. Morale is going to be important. And as we saw, C9, they're hanging out together, man. When you're in a room together and you win a game, you're feeling yourselves. And that's just going to keep on going up. So they're feeling good. They pick up the Terizla, going to be great on Nats here. You have some nice engage. You have a great diver behind Cold World as well. BTK round things out with the Yves and the Edith. So it is the gold lane Ruby most likely here. Maybe Edith,
Well,
Rome, Fly Chicken, Arlot.
If you wasn't with him the whole entire
love to
game,
see
then
it.
he'd
But
probably
I
be
think,
doing far worse.
I think right now I like Cloud9's draft a little bit better because even with the Eve,
Yeah, I'll
there's
follow
some
you
answers,
around.
right?
Hey,
Not only
this
is
is
Cold
good.
World running on this Mathilda, he can do the Mathilda Airlines, Circling Eagle, bring somebody with him while Eve is stationary with that real world manipulation. Not to mention, basic. You know, he just picked that last moment Claude, so he has to be in mind to be able to get out the safety, to be able to extend that distance away. And then you have Nats who can just jump in to the Eve, wait for that manipulation to drop down, which means Hoon's going to have some excellent placement to be able to provide that utility and slow that the team's going to be looking for, especially in this early phase. But with round number 2 on the way, let us know your guys' thoughts on who you think won this draft and which way you think this round is going to go.
It's definitely going to be a big question as we jump in to game number 2. Can BTK put a point on the map and even things out? Or will C9 continue their climb right now? It's definitely a lot on the line, and BTK brings a very interesting draft to the field. How are we feeling about it?
Oh man, honestly, I don't really like it too much with the Julian jungle pickup.
All right, game number 2.
Yeah, the damage is a little what I'm kind of looking at seeing. Best player, we saw how the Nolan affected BTK. Not to mention, they need to make sure they stop Cloud9 from taking these objectives. It's very imperative because Cold World has Mathilda. If you let that Mathilda scale, those heals are going to be very hard to deal with, and they're going to be able to close that distance on BTK with no problem.
Oh, all right, that was a lot of damage on a Hoon there.
Yeah, he quickly got
sent back
down.
again. Oops, sorry. If
No,
Moon
you're good.
gets sent back again, this is becoming a problem. For a second, I felt like they finally won on wave clear this in game number 2, and then they stuck around in that mid lane, let Marcutie and Cold World get the jump on them. And now, once again, BTK is going to be a little bit behind in this laning phase in terms of rotation. And Cold World and Marcutie, they know the objective. They're gonna move, man. Cold World's going to make his way up. They're going to keep tabs. One thing that BTK does have going is they do seem to have a decent river control. Overall, it's not too pushed in like it was last game, because last game, Cold World and Marcutie...
Oh, damn.
Massive kill. Who takes down Cold World over there by Sharp with that amazing knock-up. First blood for BTK.
Okay, hopefully that means we got us a series. Hopefully that means we got us a game. Big fracture from best player, though. BTK looking for plays. Fly Chicken versus Nats. This is the match everyone's been waiting for. Last time Nats seemed to have the advantage. Can Fly Chicken turn the tables this time?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like we said, BTK is known to kind of turn the tables back in their favor. I'm hoping for a match of ping pong where they're able to kind of even out the scoreboard. You don't want to see a one-sided story, but...
Damn it, I didn't lock my fucking
Eyes on
second
the prize, focusing on the turtle pit, may be able to take this away. Best player with direction play, and now the clash on the way. Final slash does not hit the mark. Nas rushing in with the execution strike. Onto Shark. One more hit. Not able to close the distance. Maybe punish. No, he does get it. Shark falls. Chicken. Now at a deficit of numbers, 3v1, Circling Eagle disengages, but Cold World locks on with the kill.
What the heck?
Another one, 2-1 turtle into the hands of Cloud9. BTK falling behind. Once again, it's 3 minutes in, and look at the gold plating. It's going to go into Nat's hand right here. White Chicken not going to be able to make it up there for at least another 3 to 5 seconds. Taking a look at these items. Nothing too crazy. Nats is going right into damage here. Looks like he may be working into... Is it going to be an endless battle there? As his first item, did pick up the tough boots. Going to be a little bit reliable against some of the CC that the Ruby or the Arlot might bring to the table. But luckily, Mobazane hasn't died. I think what he needs to do... He's no longer a Fredrin, man. He's no longer a big tanky jungle. He doesn't always have to be the first one to engage on these objectives. If you watch the way best player takes it sometimes, he looks for angles, he waits for his time to come in, so he lets the other team sometimes start the objective. And I think that's where Mobazane needs to get his headspace at.
Yeah, definitely need to find a way to get that farm and turn this back in his favor. Even though he didn't fall, it still could be promising to shift the momentum on BTK's side. But right now, Cloud9, with that turtle, with the kills being in their favor, they are going to have to watch out. Still keeping an eye on basic. I mean, now he's going up against a Ruby. Ruby who's sustainable, but Basic, who definitely could apply that late game damage if you let him scale. And if they keep getting these objectives, we're going to start seeing that BMI, that Blazing Duet, hit like a truck once he gets those core items. I got to see how it goes. Right now, BTK, they need to do something to turn this tide.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Hoon there.
Ooh, manipulation dropping down. Best player in the mid lane, forced to go back and recall. Turtle available with best player out of position. Won't be able to get the retro play. Zane does spot this out. Wastes no time on this objective, but that's trying to delay him. It's with the penalty zone and the execution strike. Chicken forced to engage. Not saved by Cold World. Pull back to safety. Buys him the time needed. Best player is now in the turtle pit. Distance for retribution. He gets Shark. The Zane gets the turtle. Nat will fall. Zane able to claim that kill as well. They have found the opportunity they were looking for.
All right, looking good,
Okay,
looking good.
BTK needed that. Zane able to not only get a kill, but also get the turtle, spiking them back up, lowering that gold deficit. They find an orange buff as well. They steal it away. This is huge for BTK. Keeps them in the game. It was looking a little sketchy there for a second. Hoon did just get the book in, able to get an item in, also has a kill. And the Eve is going to start doing a bit more damage. It's going to start being a bit more reliable. And once BTK is able to kind of clump up as a 5-man, the RWM comboed up with the Ruby is definitely a deadly combo. Zia can really hold people into that box as long as possible. So a lot of possibilities in the composition that BTK has brought. They just need to make it work.
Oh, speaking of making it work, final slash. Oh, he does drop the RWM as well. Best players able to survive both of those ultimates, which means if they decide to engage, they can definitely make it work in their favor. I do agree with you, though. Right now, Zia is definitely going to have a heavy impact when the RWM drops down, and he's doing a great job on cutting the lane against Basic. We said, does he stick on Basic like glue? How does he find a way to stop him from rotating? And right now, he's doing exactly that.
Yeah, there's one thing kind of the big counter to Hoon's real world manipulation right now is going to kind of be this Matilda. Cold World's going to be able to get people out of there quickly. So it was a little bit of a surprise to see it picked up so late in the draft after the Matilda was kind of already locked in. So they have to kind of think of that, right? It's going to be a little bit tougher to keep Cloud9 in the box where they want to fight. But BTK doesn't care. They're finding towers on the map. They're kind of moving as a unit now. And that's when I think BTK is going to play at their best. When they are together, when they are working as a team, especially because Cloud9 likes to kind of keep things spread out. They like to attack from multiple different faces. So BTK needs to take advantage of that and look for the pickoffs. Look for the one person kind of hanging out in the off lane, kind of like how Nats is getting pushed back. Mobazane should be able to get another turtle here. Let's see what BTK can do with it.
Yeah, Zia rushing in, hit with the BMI, gonna chunk him down to 50% HP, circling Eagle in, locked for a kill. Marcuti able to deal the final touches. Down goes Zia. Not able to take the turret though, so I mean, it was a kill, but at what cost? You are looking at BTK still leading in terms of the map and able to take 2 turtles to 1, which means they have found a way to gain control of this game compared to number 1.
Yeah, they definitely have found, they found some control. They found a gold lead. Cloud9, though, is going to hit a power spike very soon. Basic's going to get that second, third item locked in around 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Wait!
Ooh, big final slash for the knockup. Nats needs to get out of there. Execution strike trying to negate the CC, but the damage is still there. Able to keep him alive. Cold World with the last minute save, but Marquis, man, has been left behind. He does fall, and the turret drops alongside him. Mid as well. BTK climbing on the objectives.
Yeah, getting this mid is huge, especially since Best Player was able to take that tier 3 on the top side. Best Player looks for the trade, does find it, but now the trade still falls into the hands of BTK, seeing as they find the tier 3 in the middle there. BTK now finding more map control, more purchase on what they're trying to grab here. Gonna look for another orange buff, and I think BTK just needs to keep up this pressure.
Yeah, and right now, circling Eagle again, not going to really be able to do anything there, trying to deal some chip damage. Right now, BTK is at a massive advantage. I mean, you're seeing some of the items pop up on the board right now, just scaling through the times.
All right, so Basic just got the Golden Staff locked in. He's got the DHS. Next thing's going to be the Corrosion Scythe. At this point, Basic can still do a good chunk of damage. In another minute or two, or another 2 or 3 minutes, he'll be doing even more. And I think that's going to be the time that Cloud9 really wants to try to capitalize on some team fights. So we're just kind of waiting at this point, right? We're biding a little bit more time. White Chicken, a little bit of trouble. Basic getting some chunk down. will be able to get away from there. Cloud9, as long as they don't lose too much, they are still very much in this game.
Yeah, still in the game. Zane, though, will clear the turret on the top side to open up the map even more in BTK's favor. I think this is going to be a longer game than expected, right? This is going to go down to whoever makes a mistake in the end game. I feel like C9, even though they're losing these turrets right now, it's going to be BTK trying to close it out where I feel like they're going to kind of struggle. But we'll see. We are looking at the Lord in play. Zane in position to claim it. Basic claiming the turtle off screen. The turret off screen. Zane able to get the Lord. Both sides fighting out. Airborne knockup on the chicken. A lot of crowd control.
What a grab by Zia.
Able to shut him down. Zia. Out of the battle. Takes some hits himself. Nats does rush in on the Hood. Will almost find him. Forced to use the armor.
Bottom, guys. Bottom.
The boss side, though. Basic. Cleaning up. Cloud9 always finding trades. It's something they do so well at. Bloodthirsty Kings, though, they get that Lord. They get a lot of that trade. They find Nats. They're able to push in, put more pressure on orange buff side for Cloud9. Cloud9 does not go unchecked. Best player down. Zia starting to output some damage as well. The composition is rounding out for BTK.
That was a little risky for best player. I mean, look how far he was from everybody else. I mean, I know you're running on this Nolan, right? You have the burst potential, but is it worth it? Right? I mean, there's a Lord pushing on the top side. Now you have to wait to spawn back in, and this is a potential for them to crack open the base up against Cloud9.
I feel like both teams are making a few overextensions here, but are making up for it in other places. White Chicken in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, in some trouble with the Lord on the double on the top side. Make its way to the inhibitor, circling Eagle on the way from Cold World. A little bit of utility wasted. But right now, Cloud9 able to put on that pressure. They lose their tier 2 turret for the mid and the top side. Still holding on to the bottom and still holding on to their inhibitors. Right now, BTK with a slight lead.
Yeah, honestly, Cloud9 has beautiful siege defense here, right? You have base, you have the marksman who can shred down a Lord. You have that Eternal Guardian that can really drop down on some people when they try to come through the bottleneck of the towers. You have a lot of answers to people trying to come into your base. So Bloodthirsty Kings, I don't think they're going to be able to just walk in. I think they're going to need to look for the pick or two, right? They're going to need to take out a player or two before they can really encroach. And as long as Cloud9 can kind of not lose anybody, they can hang on in this fight. So it's really a battle of will here, and who's going to be able to find that game-winning moment? Can BTK take out a member or two so they can get the big base rush? Can Cloud9 hold out and buy themselves enough time till Basic can just shred everyone down?
Well, that's the question, Basic, right? Is he going to actually go in for these team fights right now? I mean, we're pretty much in a position where Cloud9 can still turn this around. Does he go in for the team fights, or does he try and get the sneaky play and take some turrets? This is where Basic kind of separates himself from a lot of majority of the marksmen. Even, you know, in the international tournaments we've seen, he likes to go in for that split push. You look at him right now. Look where he's at. He's on the top side. I think he's going to possibly go in for that. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on his rotations, especially for these next engagements. They're going to be crucial right now. 15 seconds until the next Lord spawns in.
Ooh, Zia able to get a nice grab. Best player might be in trouble.
Ooh, I think he's good, though. He's able to get out of their Crow World with the distraction of the circling Eagle. Nope, looks like he got caught.
Nah, fam.
They're going to drop everything they got on him. I mean, without the retribution, it's a possible free play. But look at Basic. I just talked about this split push on the top side. He's not with the team. He's not engaging. He's just trying to go in and open up this map even more in their favor for a potential closeout.
Is it worth it, Weezy? Like, that's my question, right? Wait a second, a little bit of damage on Zia here.
Yeah, circling Eagle for a means of escape. No, Cold World dives back in. A lot of damage going in from both sides. BMI plays duet combinations. Zia will find Mark Cutie. Able to take down another member of Cloud9. They definitely don't have the numbers to work in their favor. This is a chance for BTK to claim this Lord.
Here's the thing, right? Where the Ruby is really coming in clutch here is normally Nats has a very clear objective, right? It's like, I go for the gold lane, I go for the mage, maybe I go for the jungler if I see him, but there is no gold laner to go for right now, right? There's a lot of bulky boys sitting in the front line, and Nats does not have a clear target. And even if he does lock on to Hoon, Hoon has the passive shield if he wants to proc the RWM. He has Zia and White Chicken kind of peeling for him, kiting for him, and you're immediately getting locked up whenever you try to engage. So it's hard for Nats. Same thing for Cold World. If he tries to dive in, he's getting locked up by the scythe. So it's an issue that Cloud9 has to find an answer to with Lord marching down.
And they need to find that answer fast. As the inhibitor for the mid lane does fall, Hoon will be the one to kind of take that in their favor. Right now, 5 versus 5. Do they go in and try and do some damage on the base crystal? I feel like they don't have the opportunity. It is going to be bursted down. Forced out of the base, but NACT is going to grab all 4 members of BTK. The battle's on. Zane finds Basic. Zia finds NACT. A little bit of an over-engagement and overextension could be costly.
Tower lock.
Wasting no time. Best player falls.
Yep.
Shark
GG.
shuts him down, and Zane to finish with the triple kill. Down goes the base crystal, and BTK claims game number 2 against Cloud9.
Is this not what we've been waiting for?
Are
It's
you
1-1,
not
BTK
entertained?
up against Cloud9, second week of the season. And I'm sure there's a lot of people wondering what was going on with BTK in game number 1. Well, they just showed you they were ready for game 2, and they did it the same way Cloud9 did them in game 1. They took it with a very clean fashion. Now it's a game. Now it looks like we could go the long haul, and this is what we wanted. Overall, I gotta say, Mobazane on the Julian was very clean. He had the support he needed. He was able to output the damage. Zia as well on the Ruby. Started really outputting, I would say, but 5-0 and 6. Mobazane, Julian, Assassin. How we feeling about it?
Oh man, I know the crowd is going wild. Like I said, I like a match of ping pong. I'd like to see it be a little bit more of an even setup, and that's what we're seeing today. BTK went back to the drawing board and they found an answer for Cloud9, and now Cloud9 has to do the same exact thing. Do they have that in them to be able to turn this back around and have the momentum boost for this series? Both of them tied 1-1, which means they're sitting in that number 1 position still with an even matchup. Now we asked the question about Basic, right? Split pushing that late in the game instead of team fighting. I mean, he didn't have a single kill on this Claude, and this is technically late game Claude, right? He had everything he needed to be able to dish out that damage. Yeah, they were slightly behind in the turrets, but I feel like if he could have just played a little bit more with the team, it could have tipped the scales a little bit easier to win those team fights. But instead, trying to take the turrets, I feel like it's a little hard when it gets to those situations. But it's starting to become a little bit of a repetitive pattern. I think maybe for game number 3, if he's in that situation,
I'm missing my fucking second skill. I hate my second skill.
Because right now,
yeah.
every time that split push goes out, it just doesn't really seem to work in his favor.
It's
my
tough.
mistake is your
victory.
victory.
But he's not the shredder, so it is a tough position. And you know, there's not really much excuse for communication, right? They're all in the same room, so I got to think that the whole team was okay with what he was doing, right? I don't think it was just like a Basic making a basic move in general. I think that was the idea. They also had a very tough time engaging on the composition of BTK. So what could he really do in those team fights? I think maybe they needed a bit more time. But I don't know, man. It's a hard call to make. But overall, Mobazane MVP on the Julian now. I was reading the chat a bit. People were not happy with the Julian pick, but Mobazane showed up on it this game, 5-0 and 6.
Look at him just smiling at the chat right now, letting them know. That's my Julian. He's letting them know.
This ain't just anybody's Julian.
That's Zane's Julian. 1-1 on the scoreboard. You love to see it. You never know which way it's going to go, and that just shows you that North America's in great hands with some of these hot prospects in this NACT Fall season.
I gotta say, another big thing is we saw in the last game, Mark Cutie and Cold World had control of the mid lane, and they just had pressure on BTK's side of the river the whole time. This time, Shark and Hoon step up their game a bit. They get that, remember that first pickoff? Shark got the big knock up. The flicker, he was in the mid river bush, flickers to enemy jungle bush, gets that first pickoff, and we immediately see them kind of reverse that pressure. And I think that's gonna be kind of what we need to watch out for in these next 2 games. Who has river control in those first 4 minutes, right? Who's pushing into the enemy jungle in those first few minutes? And it felt like BTK was doing. They were able to steal an orange buff early on. They were able to do a lot in those first few minutes. And I think whoever's able to apply that pressure could maybe end up just being the winner of the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the tank mage synergy is very impactful, and it showcases with today's series. And you are right. It's whoever can get to the punch a little bit faster and who can be more as a collective hype mentality to pull off that synergy. And right now, I mean, we saw both teams are capable of doing it, but who can do it more fluid, right? Who can be more consistent in these rounds yet to come? And I think right now, with it being even, I love what I'm seeing. High hero pool, 3-dimensional drafting. I think even when Zane pulls out something like Julian and everybody's doubting him, he shows the world that I have a plan, and the plan shows to work. So we're just letting the pros be the pros, and we're here to witness the greatness. And right now, greatness is in the making between these 2 teams.
Oh, the greatness. I love
Oh
the great.
shit.
You know, M6, we're great again. I love it. You know, all that good stuff. North American Challenge Tournament, who's going to be the greatest here in NA? And right now, we're looking at possibly one of those two teams. We'll see how things unfold throughout the rest of the season. But it's 1-1. And, you know, we talked a bit about, we've been talking a lot about Mark Cutie, Cold World, Hoon, Shark. This time, we mentioned EXP Lane in the very beginning before this series started, and Nats kind of gave Fried Chicken the business in game number 1. But this time, Fried Chicken responded, man. And I'm at a point where I'm wondering, do we think it's just hero matchup? Like, is one of them clearly better than the other? Or is it going to all come to who gets what in the draft? Because it's kind of feeling draft when it comes to these two players. Last time the R-Lot went to Nats, he was given work. This time, Fried Chicken gets the R-Lot, and he was putting in work.
It's hard because, honestly, I feel like both of them are doing what they're supposed to do in the XP lane. I feel like it's the tank mage synergy that's kind of having a heavy swing on how they perform over there. Being able to gank, being able to get those turtles is what is being more of the difference. Like Zane being invaded on his jungle, I feel like is what kind of led to C9 winning in the XP lane in game number 1. But with game number 2 with the Julian, we didn't see too many invasions. And not too many times we saw Zane not able to get his orange, his purple buff. So you didn't really see Chicken struggle too much in that lane when Zane was comfortable thriving. So I think tank mage synergy is what really kind of dictates that, at least for these two teams. Speaking of these two teams, we are now jumping into game number 3, an even trade for both sides, 1-1 in this series.
All right, game number 3.
Right now, the meta is so refreshing, man. It is like I feel like every draft we've seen different things. Every ban phase we've seen at least one hero change. This time we're going to see the Ruby on the side of C9, so none of that for BTK. And it doesn't feel game ruining to ban something a little off in game number 2 or 3, right? It doesn't seem game ruining to not pick a certain hero in the first 3 choices, right? And that's normally how it's been for the past several years. And this time, things definitely feel very open on both of these teams. C9 are on blue side with the R-Lot open. I definitely think they favor that. They're going to pick it up, put it into the hands of Nats. How does BTK respond? They have to change it up from what they did in game 1.
Oh, the R-Lot is such a strong pick. We've seen it it's been pretty much the deciding factor on which team wins. I mean, every side the R-Lot's on, the winner prevails. So I think it's a good read from the side of Cloud9. Still can be flexed if they do want to put it in the wrong position. That's okay. But now Chicken has to decide how he wants to respond. Usually BTK, we see them kind of prioritize Chicken, right? When he is still on the table. Does he go in for that? Is that something he wants to let up for grabs in the field? Again, is a potential pickup. We got to see Cloud9 perform on the field, but we haven't got to see BTK do it yet. There goes that Valentina, though. A little early for Valentina, but yeah, again, it's a good take because it can profit off the final slash. It also provides some grab pressure. There goes that Edith we were talking about for the XP lane matchup, and I think it's a good read.
I think the Valentina, yes, the Valentina could be early, but also I think it's really good against Cloud9, especially in this position. Last game, BTK banned out the Valentina because they didn't want Mark Cutie to have it. This time, they know they can't ban it, so they go for the trade more. Fine, you get the R-Lot, but we're going to steal Mark Cutie's Valentina, make sure he can't play that, but Mark Cutie brings in... I'm having a mind blank. The Lu Yi. The Lu Yi, thank you, Weez. I wouldn't know what I'd do without you. Brings in the Lu Yi, which was a hero that was so meta last year we barely ever saw it, but this time it's got a more stable pick rate. It's getting picked sometimes it's not, but it definitely brings a very different dimension to the game.
Julian is picked up this time on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, we pinned up against the freaking wall.
Zane could still run the Bane though. I mean, it's
or the Nolan.
Yeah, he could run the Nolan too, and he has run the Nolan previously. So I think nonetheless he should be comfortable whichever way it goes. He can still run a Roger if you really wanted to. There goes the tick pickup though. So they are going to have some great crowd control. Not only do they have the Valentina to be able to use the IMU, can take away the diversion over there from the Lu Yi, can take the final slash, but then you also have a Tig to make up for it with the crowd control on top of that. So right now it's good. There's not a jungler yet right now for the side of BTK. We're yet to see what Zane is going to pull to the table for game number 3.
Yeah, C9's not going to give Zane that many options, I will tell you that. The fact that if Zane doesn't pick jungle in first 3 picks, it is getting targeted down on. There goes the Bane. Up next, big chance they might ban out the Nolan, something of that nature. We do see the Claude get banned out, so also basic, losing some options. BTK will have first pick next, and I honestly don't think that I think there's a big chance we don't see them pick up Zane first. I think they go for gold lane first, especially since they also haven't picked up their gold lane. Maybe they slot Zia with the Harith and leave basic with not many other choices, right? Alice is still out there, actually. Alice, Zia might pick Alice, and Mobazane might go something like the Roger, like you said, like something damaging. I think that could end up being the play here.
Moskov is slept on too. I feel like the Moskov can still be slotted. A lot of teams have been overlooking him recently in this NACT. But yeah, I definitely think the gold lane prow is a wise opportunity. There's no reason to slot in Zane right here. I mean, I guess you could if you still want to kind of read the draft, but I feel like saving that for the last pick could be a wise decision.
Yeah, don't go out of it.
I'm looking at crowd control, still leaning heavily for the side of Cloud9. You have the Yin Yang overturn over there, the duality from this Lu Yi, and it profits massively with the Astro's Eye over there from this R-Lot to be able to get those sets, right? He's going to be able to dash in multiple times as long as you can hit that CC chain. So it's a good look over there for this R-Lot. Now, how do we see BTK respond, right? You see a Tig who can be aggressive, but you can't really rush in to a Lu Yi like that. It's not that easy, right? You're going to get hit once, then twice, then you're going to get stopped in your tracks. So this is going to force Shark to be a little bit more selective on the angles he hits these implosion plays.
Listen, this ain't no offense, but this ain't no Tara Tig reel right here. This is a Shark Tig reel. We're gonna see some flicker implosions. You know, I will say this Tig reel will have a way to get in. Mobazane is gonna pick up the Noland here. They do not prio the gold lane. Gonna let Zia get the final pick, the possible counter pick. C9, what do they go for? Like we said, we have the Harith open, we have the Alice open, the Lunox got banned out, we have the Moskov, plenty of options here. C9 gonna go for the carry.
Oh, okay. Spicy. It's a little interesting. The carry definitely can soak into the Tigreal, the Edith. You have to watch out for that Nolan, though. If he closes that distance, he is gonna burst down that carry like it's nobody's business. But if C9 can scale, then that's when the carry will kind of profit. Now, with the carry, though, this means that Basic's not going to be able to split push like we've been seeing, right? Carry is nowhere near as mobile as that Clot. So if you see him on the opposite side of the map, you're going to see a quick conceal and a quick kill going into BTK's favor. So this is probably going to be Basic being more team fight oriented and trying to scale in his actual lane and get ready for the engagements.
It's C9 telling Basic, listen, you're with us this game, okay? You're gonna stay right here this game. Ain't none of that running around the map stuff. And there goes that Alice pick from Zia. So I think I like this, man. I think Mobazane feels comfortable with a nice box around him. You mix that in with Hoon on this Valentina as well. It's aggressive. It is definitely in your face. It is divey. It is what BTK wants. Cloud9 once again taking the more around the map angle here, man. Their composition scene, it's like we have two very different playstyles from both these teams. BTK wants to regularly kind of stick together, look for these big clumped up fights, where Cloud9 wants to regularly look for angles, look for range, have players around the map, look for teleports. Cold World on the Cho and now Basic on this carry. I like it. It's gonna definitely be a battle of who comes out on top.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be finding out today. Both of these teams even on the scoreboard for our final series of the day. The powerhouse teams of North America sitting in that #1 position. The Bloodthirsty Kings up against Cloud9.
All right, so let's give the breakdown real quick, because we talked about the carry being a little bit short range, and I think there's more to risk than just the Noland on this carry. Pretty much, if he gets close to anyone, it makes the Tigreal's job a little bit easier too, we could say, because we were wondering how he's going to get in. He doesn't have as much of a distance to close at this point, so I think what's big for Cloud9 is don't get too clumped up at any points. Find those angles that you're looking for. Let Cold World try to get these pickoffs and use those teleports to the best of your ability. That is going to be huge, and BTK wants to look for the big 4 or 5 man fights as soon as possible. I'm talking second, third turtle, try to get everyone together, try to look for those invades, put as much pressure down as possible.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking for. Has Zane going to go in for that purple buff? You saw a little bit of a possible invasion, but they decided to disengage. A wise decision. Now, what does Hoon do, right? Does Hoon pick up the diversion over there from this Lu Yi to be able to teleport across the map, or does he go for a little bit more of an aggressive ultimate, like the final slash, especially for this turtle that is going to be popping up?
Here we go again, Fried Chicken versus Nats. This is what we saw in game 1, and Nats got the upper hand. White Chicken in trouble. Cold World coming in. G-Kondo, the knockup. White Chicken just able to get away. Shark there in time. That was a close call for White Chicken. He knows how to test his limits.
He didn't go back, though. He's waiting. He's just going to continue to rotate around. Definitely showcases his comfortability on this Edith. We talked about Fried Chicken on the Edith, too. It's a comfort pick that he often either chooses to run or flexes it over to Shark. This time, Shark, though, is going to be running the TIG. He's going to showcase to the world the proper way to get these sets on the Implosion. But we're going to have to see, like we mentioned, he has to hit angles, right? You're running up against, say, Lu Yi, who has an easier way to kind of hit him with that chain CC. Now, with the turtle spawning in, who will be able to claim this one? Game 1, Cloud9 was on fire. They were able to find a way to stop BTK from these neutral objectives. But Game 2, it was a totally different story. And here we are for game number 3.
Oh. Big diversion comes
Damn, Nate came from the side.
Airdrop Shark in a little bit of trouble. Hoon now moving on to Nat's best player, able to get the turtle, and Cloud9 backs off. They got the objective they came for. A well play of the diversion. I think as long as Marcuti doesn't get stingy with them, just keep using them, man. Every time you have them, use them. I think that's what's important for a lot of Lu Yi players. I think sometimes they're a little too stingy on those diversions.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask, right? How is he going to use these diversions? Is he going to be aggressive early and use them for kills, or is he going to be there for placement to make the team uncomfortable? Speaking of placement, though.
Ooh. Next time, White Chicken getting the better of Nats in the top lane. I like it, man. We're wondering. Oh, the Cold World's like, not today.
Damn.
White Chicken goes down. This ain't a 1v1. This is a 5v5.
My man slid on him. He slid on him on the top side. Nats wasn't even phased. I think he planned the whole thing.
Very possible diversion might be coming. Cold World able to get repositioned, and this is where I think the diversion is really going to come in clutch. They're just going to be airdropping Cold World all around the map so he can find the angles we've been talking about. Cloud9 holding down the game with a 1,000 gold lead right now.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead. I mean, that's pretty decent, especially only being 3 minutes in. Implosion.
A lot of damage. Cold World bites the dust. Hoon able to get the kill, tying it up 1-1. Still 800 gold lead for Cloud9, but BTK showing they still got something.
Yeah, 1-1 with both sides tied up. I mean, you did see the first turtle go over to Cloud9, giving them a slight advantage, but BTK still on their tail. An even matchup between both of these teams. Shark, though, taking a little bit of damage. Hoon catches some as well in the mid lane. Right now, Zane, we got to see how he kind of performs on this Nolan. Look at him, ready for some burst damage. Spotted out, though, by Cold World.
Oh, the way the Dragon does connect. Cold World gets stopped in his tracks, though. The fracture locks on to Cold World. Hoon, White Chicken coming out from the backside. Cloud9 know they're there. They're going to back off. Cold World keeping tabs, though, and he has kept tabs this whole time. Watch for that divergent play. Around the side, Mobazane forced to run away. They're on the fight for the purple. Nats with the final slash. White Chicken with the primal wrap. Dodge back. Shark working for Marcuti. White Chicken going to flicker in. They're going to lock down. Nats brought low. Best player taken out. Nats going to be next. White Chicken with the revenge kill. Now Mobazane up against Marcuti, but Marcuti gets the duality proc. He's going to pay his life for it, but that is a good trade to help save the day. Still, though, it's going to be 4-2 if Marcuti goes down here, and he's just playing with them. Marcuti still up. Marcuti still standing. Finally taking out. Hoon gets the kill.
That dude would not die.
It's
Holy shit.
4-2. BTK finally finds the lead.
No, he's buying time, though. Look at the top side. Basic. Able to take all the gold plating off of that turf. Bot lane, though.
Damage. Zia should be okay. Able to dodge the enhanced chains. Able to flicker flowing blood to the side. And he keeps going. Zia on fire. Takes out best player. Nats is trying to clear the wave. Zia not done just yet. They're going to move on to this turtle now.
No, but Cloud9, they win that trade. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know if they win. Yes, they get the tower, but they lose jungler. Now they lose Nats as well. And if best player keeps falling behind, it is a good trade for BTK because Mobazane's gonna have the advantage when it comes to these big objectives. Best player is back on the map. Zane can get a level lead. It's gonna be huge for them. Another turtle going in the pockets of BTK.
Yeah, great turtle for their side. Cold World with the G-Kondo out to safety. With that turtle secured, definitely an overall great trade for the Bloodthirsty Kings. A good read, though, from Basic on the top side, making the most out of the situation, at least able to find a trade-off by taking a turret. But on the bot side, they find a turret as well. So BTK still leading the way with a minor advantage.
Yeah, C9's got to think about it, right? And Basic, he hasn't taken a death yet. He has gotten the gold lane treatment. He's been able to farm. He's gotten a bunch of gold plating, a bunch of minions. He's gotten a tower. Let's take a look at his items. He's honestly not that far ahead of Zia, though. Only 300 gold or 350 gold, 400 gold. He's got a second item locked in. This is where we saw him at last game when we were wondering when he was going to get involved. And look at the damage. Best player taking out the pick potential from BTK right now. But Cold World looking for a pick of his own with the way of the dragon. Unable to lock on to Mobazane, though. Mobazane still gets back, and now it's the response. Naps goes down. BTK on the chase. Mark Cutie gonna be next. Cold World falls as well. It's a 4-man wipeout along with a tier 3 in the mid side. They want to turn it into a tier 2. BTK not stopping.
Yeah, Basic with the split push on the bot side is able to take that turret. But the mid falls, which means BTK will have an easier time invading onto the side of Cloud9, which is going to push them even further back on their side of the map. You are going to see Blade of Hephaestus picked up by Mobazane for some initial burst damage upon contact, which is something they're going to have to watch out for as well. I mean, you've seen the burst potential, right? Zane just bursted down. Best player off to a rough start on this Julian. 0-3-0. Highest kills in the game right now is going to go to Hoon on this Valentina. You know, he locked it in early. We said, was it a little too early? Looks like it wasn't, as Hoon is profiting and kind of dominating a mid lane menace in the making for game number 3.
Yeah, I think the Valentina pick was so clutch to take from Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie really thrives on these aggressive, highly mobile mages, wants to be able to get in your face, wants to be able to output damage, and honestly, something as slow moving as the Lu Yi, yes, it has that divergent, but there's no dashes in that kit, right? There's no finding those angles in that kit other than teleporting, and that's only coming every minute or so. So I think right now, that's where they're kind of falling down, and I talked about it in the very beginning. The mid lane is going to be crucial in this matchup. Mark Cutie and Cold World up against Hoon and Shark, and right now Hoon and Shark are making the plays happen.
Yeah, the mid lane tank matchup, the synergy is what's going to make the difference between both of these teams. In BTK, like game number 2, it seemed like it's the same story for game number 3. We need to see Cold World get a little bit more setups. Mark Cutie find a diversion play to keep BTK on their toes, pressure them across the map, maybe even help Basic split push at this point. But right now, BTK, they're comfortable, right? They're invading very heavily by taking that turret in the mid lane and may be able to take a tier 2 if Basic and NAS are not careful.
All right, let's see if they can get a good push here.
They're going to look for the repositioning. They'd hit the diversion into the bottom side, look for the pick onto Zia, but that's going to be a hard gold laner to kill. They're like, wait, no. That's an Alice, 2-0-6, 9 minutes in. I don't even know if all of us can take that down. You have the flowing blood as well to be able to flicker back. I mean, and this just goes, man, Zia has improved so much. I just can't stop saying it enough. Zia, man, from gold lane, now picking up fighters in the gold lane, just has really become one of my favorite players in NA overall. Has really become a monster and is just showing so much on the field in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, he showcased that Alice in their debut up against Ghostly Nighthorde and dominated with it. And now, maybe the same situation on the opposing side of the gold lane, though. Basic, yet to really showcase the team fight potential we're looking for, right? We see a lot of the split pushing, but we're yet to see him have a heavy impact. Yes, he's running on this carry. Takes a little bit more time to kind of scale and have those items necessary.
These are good matches, dude.
So he should be able to chunk into the heavy HP pool over there by the side of BTK.
Best player, man. He's got a target on his back right now, and BTK know that they can burst him down. I think he needs to kind of play the safer route. He's starting to fall into that. Normally, best player really plays comfortable behind the lines, always coming in second or third or even fourth into these fights. And it feels like maybe he's in the front a little bit too much on this Julian.
Well, speaking of the front, Basic now in the team fight. 5v5 on the way. Lord, very low.
Yeah, Mobazane able to take the Lord, but the fight does not stop there. Big implosion, locks on, push back. Best player in a little bit of trouble. Able to just dash away, though. Able to survive. Cold World also misses a G-Con.
Zane chasing Nats.
Unable to get the big pick, and as long as they don't get those picks, they're in trouble. Nats gonna get fractured, shattered, taken out. Mobazane with another kill into his pocket.
Yeah, he's racking them up right now. He's definitely doing a great job on this Nolan. Not the same story for best player, though. Not able to find that opportunity. G-Kundo and the way of the dragon.
Good kick. Basic able to shred it down. We're starting to see the damage lock in from Basic as well. Wondering if he's got, I mean, I'm sure he's got his third item locked in. Wondering what he's picking up for his fourth.
Yeah, he definitely should be scaling through this time. I mean, I'm pretty sure he picked up the golden staff already. I mean, the later this game goes, I guess it could work in Basic's favor. At least he's running a late game marksman. Not to mention they have Marcuti on this Luyi. Luyi is not the easiest mage to push into and siege the base crystals. Look at Siege, look at Chicken. Look at all the crowd control. Barely can move, and best player taking him down.
Yeah, they're able to get 2 pickoffs there. I mean, that's big for Cloud9. In their defense, they find Shark, they find Fried Chicken now. BTK need to kind of hit on the brakes a little bit, or else they will have the opportunity, especially in some of these tight-knit corners where Basic can just kind of hang out and fire free shots. One of my issues with the carry in this composition, so let's take a look at the item. He does have the Trinity locked in. Looks like maybe we're going for Rose Gold next, or Malefic, something of that nature. Basic gets shut down on Hoon. The killing spree. That's huge. Shark in trouble as well. Another pickoff over to C9. Double kill for Basic. And if they stay tight like this, it's going to be a problem. Zia now in a little bit of trouble as well.
Let him cook.
Nats gets a lockdown. The final slash. Still untargetable. Pops him in a Truncheon, but still falls. An unstoppable kill for Basic. He's 5-0-0. He's online right now.
Zane, if they spot out Zane, man, it would be bad, but they're going to go ahead and focus on taking this turret in the mid. A great opportunity to turn this game back around in his favor. We talked about it, right? Basic being a ticking time bomb. The way the dragon.
Oh, that's going to be another kill. That's an easy one. Best player gets it this time.
No!
Zane trying to come in front to Marcuti, but drops for it. Best player with a double kill. That's a quick catch-up. Cloud9 back on the map. The map is looking blue. The goal deficit has decreased, and Cloud9 are back in the game.
Basic now has 5 kills on the carry. Scary carry in the making right now. Definitely going to have to keep a close eye on him. BTK, they cannot sleep on the damage that he stacked up with those core items. Speaking of BTK, now the tides have turned. He just picked up the Malefic Roar, so now he also has some physical penetration.
Able to catch Basic there. He does dash back. Speedy light wheel. Basic still able to catch the outplay. He's on fire. Nats takes the kill, but Basic does the damage. Hoon able to back off and look at the diverging tool from Marcuti, able to get into the middle of the map. They're rushing down. They're looking for more towers as Lord is back on the map. This could be a big jump ahead for Cloud9.
Yeah, massive advantage. The Lord should be theirs for the taking. Winter Crown picked up by Marcuti as well. Tier 2 on the top side will fall. Look at the Lord quickly being burst down. The separation of responsibility from the side of Cloud9, focusing on several objectives all at the same time. A mistake, a misstep from the Bloodthirsty Kings. A major upset to be able to turn this back around in Cloud9's favor. Now, BTK is not too far out of the game yet. They just got to find a way to shut down Basic. He is stacked now. The man has every item necessary to burst down BTK. They have to find a way to isolate him and pick him off.
I don't know if there is a way. As long as Cloud9 normally, like we've been saying, they take these wide approaches to the map. Even when we're right now, look at the mini map there, very spread out. But when it comes to these team fights, as long as they box up, which wasn't what they were doing in the beginning. Now that Basic is online, as long as they box up around him, they are good. They have the Cho, who's very similar to the Kaja combo with the carry. You lock him down for a second, you shred him. And that's pretty much what they're working here, except it's a final slash or it's a way of the dragon, and they're able to pull it off well. And here comes another way of the dragon, locking on. Basic gonna unload, final slash. Sia taken down. Lord blasting through the door. Fried Chicken looking for trouble, but Shark goes down. Best player finds another one. That's it. Take out Mobile Zane. BTK getting shredded. All they gotta do is lock on the Basic. Cloud9 take game number 3.
The comeback! Cloud9 able to make a match not in their favor, work toward a victory, shuts down the Bloodthirsty Kings and leads the way 2-1 for game number 3. Trex, man, the fans are going wild. We're going wild on the desk. What a game. BTK, they need to find answers. Cloud9,
what the fuck?
Able to claim that game.
Cloud9 buy enough time and they stick in there, and once there was blood in the water, they got him, man. It was, I mean, the moment we saw Basic, the moment we saw Cloud9 just start to group up and cover Basic and find those little pickoffs, they were online, and I don't think there was a single thing BTK could have done. Zia was unable to make a big play. They lost their big damage opportunity. They didn't have enough CC. They didn't have a really way to engage past the final slash. Cloud9 stopped trying to take the dive approach and just took the onward, like, we're just gonna walk towards towards you guys as a unit. Maybe find a little pick off like what we saw when he just hit Zia at the end there. But overall, they didn't really split up in these team fights, and that's all they needed. Let's look at some of these items. Basic just decked out.
Yeah, he was definitely decked out over there. He was able to get full build. I mean, I was wondering, right? There was a moment where he was just kind of cold. He was just sitting there, not any kills, just trying to farm, trying to get a split push. But as soon as you mentioned he started getting in these engagements, he came alive. I think that's possibly where they need to continue to thrive on, right? Keep him a little bit more active in these team fights. Yeah, you can throw a team off here and there with the split push, but you can't have that be your overall game plan for a single match. Now, back to the drawing board for the side of Bloodthirsty Kings to turn this back around in their favor. 2-1 on the scoreboard. How we feeling?
It's 2-1. It might end up 2-2. Might be what we were all waiting for. We might see our first Game 5 of an NACT this season. It is back and forth. It is blow for blow. But right now, Cloud9 isn't only taking the lead, I think, in standings. They just made a very firm statement that we can make a comeback happen. We can fall behind. We can have our backs against the wall and still get a huge win. And I think that says a lot about Cloud9 right here. Basic is going to get the MVP, 6-0-6.
Yeah, on this carry, the scary carry with the full core build, just dominating, shredding through the frontal composition, especially with Shark on this TIG. Not able to find a way to get to him. I mean, you mentioned it even in the game. He's lacks mobility, but I mean, if you have a lot of heroes that can protect him, if you provide a wall to not be able to close that distance into that backline, he's gonna thrive. And that's exactly what we've seen today.
And I really want to also give a big shout out to Cole World, man. Has played an amazing game that time. In the middle, the kick started to get a little off. He started having trouble finding it. In the beginning, he was doing great. Kind of started missing, not really able to make the engage. Once the power spike came back in for his team, he felt confident, and he started landing those Way of the Dragons back to back to back. Taking a look at these replays, this is when BTK was really in full throttle. And then the tables turn in this fight right here, maybe a little bit before this fight, but Shark goes down, Hoon goes down, Basic just hanging out in the box with the speedy light wheel, getting target after target, and there was nothing BTK could do at that point. Oh, this play right here, I thought Zia for sure was gonna get that one, and Basic comes out. Another big Way of the Dragon, the final one to seal the deal. They find Zia once more, and at that point, it's over.
Yeah, as soon as I saw them take down Zia right there, I was like, okay, they lost their push potential, they lost their ADC, and that's when I had a feeling that they were just going to be able to close it out, especially with Basic in the backline. You saw he just focused, and he didn't even go for the kills. He just went straight in for the base crystal to be able to close that out, not wasting any time. Didn't want to give BTK a chance to be able to flip that back around. Now, with that momentum swing back in their favor, they now have 2-1 on the scoreboard. There's only one game left, potentially, or what I would hope to see, what the world would love to see, is a game number 5. Guys, if BTK wins this next game, we go to a game 5. You get to see a bonus round for points. Do we see that happen? Or does Cloud9 put their pants on, strapped up the boots, and are ready to close this out?
Finish this. Do they put their boots on their neck here, man? Do they just, I mean, because that's a big moral blow, man. And that's a big confidence boost for Cloud9 there, able to come back in that game. That is huge. That is, I mean, that's a big statement. When something like that happens, when a game feels like it's in your hands. So my question now to BTK, because I think what happened there when they got to late game, Zia not being on a gold lane, right? And is the only way that Zane is going to be able to play these these real damage junglers is if Zia is on a more chunky gold laner, right? Will they be able to put Zane on something like, you know, the Julian, the Noland, on something, you know, assassin based? Well, Zia also plays gold, because that might be what they need if they want to take these games the long haul.
Yeah, do they need a shredder in the gold lane, right? I mean, somebody that can kind of turn the tide when the rest can't. So, I mean, the Alice was okay. His performance was great. I mean, there was a lot of highlights that we were talking about with it, but it wasn't enough when it came to that late game, especially up against Basic on that carry. And you saw it, right? I mean, he was forced to kind of rush into the front line with the Blood Oath and the flowing blood. He got bursted down with the swiftness by the speedy light wheels. So, jumping into game number 4, I'm right there with you. I'm all about it. I think maybe if he goes with the Shredder Marksman, it could give a little bit of the breathing room that BTK needs to turn it back around in their favor. Cloud9, though, I mean, that was a major turnaround. That was a comeback. It didn't look like it was going to be their game. It looked like BTK was going to close that one out for sure. Honestly, it was some flawless execution from BTK for the majority of that entire game. They're always a little bit faster to the objective. Zane was on fire with the Nolan, just bursting down anybody was out of position. Best player is having a very hard time getting online with that Julian. But he wasn't able to close it out, you know? So I think maybe with the Shredder, it's a potential answer to even out this series and take us to a game number 5. For the side of Cloud9, though, I feel like this is, like you mentioned, a major momentum boost that they need to lean on if they want to close out the series.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be huge. I think at this point, they definitely need some late game support. All the eggs can't just be in the bat. Like, in terms of damage, it can't just all be on Mobazane. They need something else. And the Ruby worked well because Ruby can still output pretty well and kind of be someone that could stop something like a Cho, be something that can stop that dive that Cloud9 wants to bring. But I think without that, they got to have a late game opportunity, or they just really need to be able to close out, because once you don't close out and Basic does come online with a marksman, you now have no answer to that, right? There was nothing, there was no way they were going to get through that shred, and they lose all their late game burst damage by not having a marksman. So it's definitely a question on the table that it has to get answered in this next game, and there's only a few answers, right?
Yeah, there's only a few answers, but it's up for them to make that decision and put it on paper and put it in practice. Speaking of practice, we're now into the draft. The game is on, a potential final game of the day if BTK is not careful, but also an opportunity for them to even out these 4 matches and take us to a bonus round. Now, this isn't a series in terms of best of 4, guys. This is a battle of points. Each team fighting it out to get a point per match to have the most points at the end of the season between 3 rounds for a chance to get to the top 4 in the playoffs, and I hope to see it. There goes a strong first pick, though.
Yeah.
Phoveus locked in.
Phoveus leaked into the front. Arlot still available on the field. C9 decides to go for the Edith instead. But Phoveus is not something, I don't know if I expected to see it between these teams. The way a lot of them have been talking about it, it's huge. C9 decide not to pick up the Arlot. I think they feel comfortable, but also the Phoveus does well against the Arlot, right? All the dashes. Arlot wants to get up close and personal. Phoveus wants you to get up close and personal. So Phoveus is going to feel good, but I love the Lilia pick because it's not a dashy marksman. It's someone that can kind of keep range, bomb down onto this Phoveus pick. So C9 definitely, they have some answers.
They definitely have answers, and with the burst potential, the early game pressure that the Lilia can provide, it's going to be something they have to watch out for. Not to mention they banned out the Valentina on the side of BTK, so they can't take the black shoes away from the Lilia. So, I mean, it kind of does work over there inside of Mark Cutie's favor. Now, Hoon still has yet to give a response, though. We'll see what he picks up in the mid lane. Like I said, in week 1, he was running a lot of more extended range mages. He was running Navaria, the Eve, you know, but this time around
we got a
little bit
Lolita
more up close and personal. So I wonder what he is going to pull there. Shark, though, going back to his roots. I know you remember back in those M3 days.
Yes.
The Lolita has been locked in. They're definitely digging deep.
And of course,
in their bag
Joe's
for
not
game
here to
number 4.
witness it.
Like I said, we've been seeing Lolita slowly kind of creep back into the meta. I think it's a solid pick, especially up against something like a Lilia, up against what looks like C9 could try to bring. They could maybe try to bring a more clumped up composition here. Having something like a Lilia, having something like this Nolan and the Edith. We are about to come into bans here. I do want to take a quick note, Wheezy. You know, as the series have gone on, both of our faces have gotten shinier and shinier. The gloss of sweat is slowly building up, and I feel like
it's the glow.
Yeah, the glow is coming.
glowing.
We're both breaking a sweat during this series. I think as it goes on, we'll just be dripping by the end. So yeah, big shout out to that.
It's Florida. It's the Florida heat.
Yeah, it's Florida.
Yeah, you gotta love to see it. But I mean, hey, that's what happens when you have a great performance between 2 powerhouse teams. And they're definitely putting on a show today. Right now, 2-1. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better way for this series to go. But it's yet for BTK to tell the story. Are they going to take this to a game number 5? Are we going to close it out with 4 games and Cloud9 claiming victorious? You know, we'll see. But we are looking at the lineup so far. Some great crowd control for the side of BTK. They got the Lolita, a comfort pick for sure on Shark. Then you also got the Phoveus for Chicken. It's going to be the first time we get to see Chicken run this Phoveus in this NACT Fall regular season. Zane, though, on the Julian, we got to see him use that before, right? So maybe it'll work this time in his favor. There's a lot of frontline presence between those 3 heroes that they have for the side of BTK, which can get grouped up easily in some crowd control if they're not careful. Speaking of crowd control, though, there's not too much crowd control for the C9 side composition, but the Lilia is the problem, right? The Lilia not only can deal some massive damage over to the Phoveus, but also to the Julian if he's not careful.
Most definitely, and with these bans coming in, we're wondering what Hoon's going to go do. They foresee a possible Faramis. Would have been a solid pick here. I was going to say Yeeve's still open. We saw Hoon pick it last time, but no. C9's like, no, not today, man. No Yeeve for you. Yeah, we're running out of options. Could definitely go for that Novaria, have some range. We saw that last week. But I think they want something maybe a bit more up close, something that can kind of sit in the box that they want to create with this Phoveus and this Lolita. But what's really out there, right? We're running options. You still have the Luyi. Luyi could be a possibility here. We saw Marcuti use it last time. Would give some nice angles paired up with this Lolita, so that's another possibility.
Kadita.
Yeah, I really am interested to see kind of how it plays out. I mean, the Eve was just banned out. I was going to say the Eve could be a combination, especially with that Numeon Blast dropping down. But that has been taken off the table. They're definitely trying to focus in on Hoon now, trying to lock in and give him a little bit of a hard time closing out this draft. I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides right now, though. I still got to see a little bit, possibly more crowd control from the side of Cloud9. I mean, they still can do that. I mean, you can run the Edith in the XP lane. It still can be flexed into the roam position, which opens up a whole nother window of opportunity for the side of Cloud9. Speaking of opportunity, though, they're going to go ahead and lock in that show for some more additional crowd control. It's going to be single crowd control for the majority of it, though, with the way of the Dragon for displacement. Speaking of displacement, though, a little bit of a surprise, at least for myself. Not the first time we've seen it in the NACT Fall season. Oh my God! For the first time we've seen that in the NACT Fall season, the Wan paired up with the Angela.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm not counting it out at all. Like I said, we're in a very crazy meta right now. A lot of us were, you know, we saw Lolita Hanabi over in PH, so I'm not like saying this is bad. I do think the Wan, it's going to pair up well against. It's not going to have to suffer from the way of the Dragon. It has a way to get away. Hoon has two options. You can jump onto the Wan or you can jump onto Zane here. This time BTK has some late game potential along with early game, so they're kind of making up for any problems they might have had in the last game. Basic though on the Beatrix. These are the, we haven't seen these marksmen in a while. We haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah, haven't seen them for a while, but it doesn't mean they don't work, right? And that's what we're going to be looking at today. Can he get the crossbow of Tang off? Can he get those weakness points to be able to proc that in time before being shredded down? Basic going a little bit more of a safer option on this Beatrix, a jack of all trades, able to close the distance, but also able to fight from afar. Who has the answers? You know, we have to kind of ask that question, right? Zane on this Julian, best player on the Assassin. He profited on this Nolan earlier, maybe able to profit again. The Edith matchup, Chicken versus Nats. The Phoveus. I love what I'm seeing, meta in the making, and a possible game winner here for the side of Cloud9, or a game 5 if BTK can close this one out.
Most definitely, and let's jump in to possibly the final game of this 4-point series. This is BTK up against Cloud9, and just a refresher, it's no best of 7, it's no best of 5. They're playing 4 games. If it ends up 2-2, they'll go to a 5th game just to see who the winner actually is. But if Cloud9 closes this out now, they leave with the lead. And there's a first blood.
What? What is going on? Hoon falls this early in the game. A massive advantage over there for the side of Cloud9. We're not even 1 minute in and able to find that kill.
I'm going to tell you how it went right now. Cold World walked up, gave him a kick to the face. Marcuti came up with the broom and cleaned things up. That's how that fight went down right there.
Yeah, and right now, with them being bursted down, gives them a little bit of a slight edge. I mean, not a massive one, though. I feel like they still can turn this back around their favor. Hoon is running on this Angela, though, so he is going to be able to use that hard guard. He's able to keep the team alive and play with the utilities. I'm expecting the Ice Queen wand to be picked up so he can provide some additional slow on those hits for contact.
All right, so let's take a look. We've already got a kill over the side of Cloud9. Doesn't mean it's over. It's only a 300 gold lead. We do have the concussive blast on Shark. Gonna help out maybe a bit in these wave clear lanes. I mean, in clearing lane, but it's not gonna be anything huge like what we saw with the concussive blast Grok. I do want to see Hoon and Shark move around a bit more if they want to keep up. You're up against Cold World on Cho and Marcuti on Lilia, which is going to be intense in the early game. It's something you really want to push into the enemy side of the river with, and something that we know Cloud9 can do very well if they want to. First turtle on the map. Level 4s are incoming all around, and Mobazane just trying to get his orange buff as Cold World sits in his face. does not use the retribution, so Mobazane will be able to contest for this turtle, but they're already making the engage. A lot of damage does come down on a Shark. Shark might be in a little bit of trouble, forced to back off. Best player, very low. Fly Chicken looking for the finish. Turtle gonna get reset here. Will BTK try to finish this off? Yes,
First time I
Cloud9
forget
gonna back off, and that's first turtle over to the side of
taking a
BTK.
picture
Very well
of
done.
it.
Yeah, well done indeed. Able to get that turtle, no matter with whom falling.
You said
they were able
what?
to find that window of opportunity and capitalize on it. Now, we gotta
When I
ask the
was
question:
on
does
one of my
BTK take
accounts
this
and
to
messed
a game
around
number
with
5?
it
I love seeing
and
things go the distance.
said,
Honestly, even though I'm rooting for C9 and my
Positive
votes,
check for
I'm rooting for BTK
with
to win this
pitcher.
one because, like I said, I like
But
seeing
I
it go
got
back
a
and forth.
available
Yeah,
Friday,
this is for
October
NA
4th.
drama right here. This is for interviews that we can say, yeah, I told you it was going to be 3-1.
I was just
Nax
surprised
is
it's going to
looking
be
for that
SOL
3-1. He
on the
said it the other day.
$2.26.
He's
I
got
wasn't
a lot
going
on
to
the
take
line.
it
We
to the
got
bank.
pride, we got ego. We got Zia and Basic
Right.
both on normal gold laners right now.
And
This
I'm
is for all the
$2.28
marbles
richer
of the next
now.
couple
That's
weeks.
what's up.
You know, Nats did say 3-1, and right now it's still possible.
Just fucking around.
3-1. We'll find out right
The
now.
damn banking
And Nats
app.
is standing on business in this game. Right now, though, BTK, I mean, with that turtle on their side, they do have a little bit of an advantage, so you can't count them out. Right now, I like their composition. It's different. It's not something we're used to seeing, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Ooh, good kill, though. Mobazane able to find best player, catch him out of position. Way the Dragon for the knockup. Zane taking some massive blows. Hard guard activated just in time to keep Zane alive. Zia will find Basic on the 1v1 matchup on the top side as well. They're getting everything they need. Cobra will fall next. Mobazane in the middle with the enhanced chains. We'll be able to shut him down and get back to safety.
Okay, we got a game here. We got a game. They're going back and forth. Even the fights, our Fly Chicken now getting involved as well. This is getting intense.
Yeah, intense is definitely the word I would use as well. Right now, BTK, their foot's on the gas. They're being very aggressive, and it's working, right? Able to take that turtle, able to possibly take this one as well. Nowhere to contest. Best player finding Zia. They're just shutting him down right there with the 2v1 matchup, but I guess that kind of makes up for Zia taking down Basic on the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and Zia gets a lot of gold plating there. Gold plates are now gone, so Basic can't get them. He tries to, but they disappear a little bit too fast. He may be able to get this tower, though, which can be huge. Shark gonna try to come out to help out. So at this point, BTK holding a bit of a lead, right? It's about 1,000. They do seem to have at least a little bit of control when it comes in terms of some of these team fights. Hoon, even though getting taken out early on, is able to make a big difference with these heart guards, and it's timed them very well. Taking a look at the items, I really want to focus on gold laners. Zia already get the Corrosion Siphon. His build is a little bit cheaper than Basic. Basic picks up the Vampiric Mallet first, finishes out the boots, and that's going to make this BOD finish a little bit later, which means his power spike is going to come a little bit later compared to Zia's. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic in terms of build between these two gold laners.
Yeah, but he does have that quick attack speed, especially with those swift boots. Speaking of attack, though, both sides smelling blood in the water, but ooh,
oh
has
shit.
a bigger shark. Nats very low. Mobazane able to take him down, able to find his third kill of the game with Julian.
Yeah, BTK definitely have the spike in their hands right now. They're definitely in the lead. This doesn't mean Cloud9 is out just yet. They got to bide some time.
Oh, yo, he blocked the gloom with the shield, forcing Marquiti into the tier 2 turret, and down goes the mid turret. A well-timed decision and some great synergy from Bloodthirsty Kings to open up this map in their favor. Now have an opportunity to heavily invade the side of Cloud9 at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, I got a feeling this Lolita's been kind of in the pocket for a bit. They've been waiting to use, oh, wait a second, best player in trouble.
Yeah, needs to get out of there, but Demonic Force for the shutdown. Best player finding his second death of the game. Chicken finding his second kill of the game to match it. Right now, just an excellent gameplay from the Bloodthirsty Kings. Not the same, so I guess kind of the same story from game number 2 or 3 though, right? We saw them in the lead, but then they kind of fumbled near the end. This time, can they keep that momentum? The way the Dragon with the knockup on his Zane, hard guard, keep him alive. A good decision from Hoon, keeping Zane on his toes.
Yeah, I think that heart guard is going to be so clutch in dealing with the way of the Dragon, right? It's going to be so clutch in dealing with the pickoffs that Cloud9 wants to try to pull off. It is the perfect answer. And the big difference between this game and last game is last time BTK didn't have big late game insurance. This time they brought it in the form of a Wan and in the form of a Phoveus. They have answers, but mainly I think even as long as BTK holds the lead, they're winning. They're even winning the late game. They have a Wanwan who's gonna pop off eventually. It might take some time, but Zia's gonna be scary.
And that's not any 1-1, that's Zia's 1-1, and we know, I mean, time and time again in NACT, he thrives on this hero. Comfort pick that a lot of people have forgotten about, but he'll quickly remind you, if you're not careful, picking up the corrosion side and the DSS for the additional slow and damage on top of that. Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and he's gonna get to that Trinity build so much faster because he doesn't have to buy boots, man. He doesn't have to buy boots. He's walking barefoot in the land of Dawn right now, and he's okay with that. He's a fast-moving 1-1. There goes another tower. They are shredding through Cloud9 like butter right now.
Pushing this.
Look how fast Zia is moving right now. He is ready for the team fight. He is itching for some action, and now he's gonna farm even quicker up against Cloud9. Basic though, I mean, a little bit of a slow start on this Beatrix.
Oh, hard guard locked on to Zia. Zia's looking for the first kill of the game right here. Looking for the crossbow of Tang. Able to secure one.
He killed him too fast. He did get it. He was able to proc it if he wanted to, but he decided to just go in for the kill. Speaking of kills, Oniviru's passion drops down. Both sides fighting it out. Zane able to find Cool World unstoppable. 5-0-0, a flawless gameplay for the Julian jungle.
And not to mention, Shark has taken not a death yet. 0-0-7, so able to get some gold on top of those runs. Oh man.
Zane is not playing around right now. Able to find Marcuti. This is a one-sided story for game number 4. And you know what that smells like? A possible game number 5.
Zane is kicking ass on this.
Yeah, not to mention Shark just got that Oracle locked in as well. That means more shields for yourself and the homies. Moba Zane just locked in the Crystal. That means more damage for you and the homies. BTK just thriving right now. Feeling good. Let's take a look at the items once more. White Chicken also. We got Blade Armor. We got Radiant. We got the belt locked in early for big stackage. Lolita also with the Flask of the Oasis. Plus Flask of the Oasis on Hoon. I mean, we got shields all over the place. We got answers all over the place to deal with the pick-off potential that Cloud9 brought. And BTK is feeling it. The question is, can Cloud9 bring the big comeback like they brought last time?
Yeah, Basic down by 1.5k in gold. He just got the Blade of Despair, picks up another Legion sword, still holding on to those Swift Boots. Zane will be able to claim this lore for the Bloodthirsty Kings. They're down to what, their inhibitor turrets right now? I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're down to their inhibitor turrets right now for the side of Cloud9 at the 10-minute mark. Not even a Luminous Lord, but an opportunity for the Bloodthirsty Kings to take an inhibitor.
Yeah, so now Lord marching down. Do they break an inhibitor here, right? They do have Basic who should be able to help shred. They're going to melt down that Lord pretty quick. BTK didn't sync up lanes. Oh, World looking for the kick.
Ooh, does drop down a lot of damage. Basic finding Moba Zane. Ooh, demonic force from Chicken though, trying to find a possibility to avenge Zane. Not able to get it though, very low, needs to disengage. Zia was not able to find the crossbow Tang for that fight, but that's what you gotta keep an eye on. Speaking of keep an eye on, 1v1, best player, who?
If best player lost that.
Yeah.
If best player lost that 1v1 to an Angela, he would have never heard the end of it. He would have never heard the end of it, so good thing he won.
Yeah, they're keeping it spicy in the land of Dawn. I love the off-screen 1v1 matchup, because that's when the talk starts after the game. That's where everybody's gonna go back and remember. But right now, 9-4 for BTK, leading the way for game number 4.
All right, back to the items here. They are starting to build up, and you know, BTK, this is where they messed up last game. They pushed a little bit too hard on those Lord pushes. They took a loss or two. They fell into the clutch of Cold World's big Way of the Dragon, and Cold World still has a nice combo with Basic. Last time it was the Speedy Light Wheel Way of the Dragon. This time it's going to be the Bombardment from Basic. It's going to be the Sniper Shot. It's going to be the Big Dam coming from Basic, and they got to be careful the way that they engage on this, because just like last time, Cloud9 still has great defense. You pile up the Glooms, you use the big Bombardment, the Grenade Bombardment. You have lots of answers to a Lord coming at you, and BTK can't just crash through the door.
Yeah, I mean, and Shark picking up this Lolita, he's been doing so good on it. Those placements with the new Neon Blast, dropping that Blue Arc Shield as well.
Zane's in trouble.
But speaking of both sides, the way the Dragon, Hardcore right on Moba Zane's tail. Hoon, not even gonna blink, knows when to go in and keep his team alive. And Chicken will punish Cold World on that engagement.
This is what BTK needs to do, right? They need to find a pick before they get the big engage. Even if it's a response pick like that, when Cloud9 thought they had it, they weren't able to get it, and BTK responds by getting one of their own. And this is when BTK, I think, is really allowed to push in. Once they have one member down, but watch for Nats in the backside hiding out in this bush.
Yeah, watch out for Nats in the bush. May be able to get a pick off, but spotted out by Fried Chicken and quickly forced to use that flicker. Able to get back to the inhibitor in the nick of time. BTK now going to shift focus back into the jungle. They see the Lord is going to be spawning in the next 10 seconds, and they definitely don't want to overextend and make a costly mistake.
All right, yeah, it's about a 7K gold lead, 6K gold lead for BTK right now. Lord is coming up. How does Cloud9 approach this? I think they need slightly better positioning here. It does look like best player is going to go for a lane cut up in the top side, push in on the top lane. But Lord's going to get shredded down. So
best player Basic and Zia all just got anti-heal.
As long as Cloud9 plays this safe and BTK doesn't make it. I mean, if BTK makes a huge mess up, it can still turn around. But Cloud9 should be able to survive this push unless somebody gets picked off early.
Yeah, you know, but it's that window of opportunity is getting less and less, especially with Zia on this 1-1. Yeah, he's not stacked up in kills, but he's revved and ready to go. He's an engine waiting to be started for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, look at his items. He's sitting at 11K.
Yeah, he's pumped up, he's fed, he's eating good, still bootless, still barefoot in the land of Dawn because he don't need shoes to kick you in the face. He don't need shoes to get this off, and he's coming in on item number 6 of full damage.
And speaking of damage, knocking on a window for Cloud9. Zia able to take down Cold World. Best player taking the inhibitor. Heart Guard activated to keep them alive. The Lord at about 45%
Chicken,
HP.
what are you
Chicken
doing?
still in the heart of the battle. Bursted down by Nats. Looks like BTK not able to close it out with that Lord forced out of the base. But you are going to see the split push from best player on the top side. Opens up the base for the Bloodthirsty King. Can he get out of there alive, though? The need for speed, hot pursuit on the way. Nats, though, there to keep him alive just in case, and it looks like he's able to escape back to safety.
Yeah, didn't even need the Cyclone, didn't even need the speed boost. He's good, and honestly, in Cloud9's position right now, the fact that they're behind on gold, that is a win trade for them. They went inhibitor for inhibitor. Not only that, but they took out Fried Chicken as well. That is a huge win trade for Cloud9. They had 4 people in the base and were in the base and were able to defend. And this shows how good their siege defense is right now, because they didn't even have best player with them. And they took on 5 of VTK plus a Lord and only lost a member and a tower. Taking a look at the items now, I want to take a look at Basic because it might be about time that he's going to really come online. He's got the BOD in, he's got the Malefic Hunter Strike, Halberd, he's got a lot of damage incoming, and he's got one more item as well. The big fault in that last push from Zia, he got the crossbow of Tang off, but they weren't close enough. He only took out Cold World. He wasn't able to make it multiply onto multiple members, and as long as Cloud9 can continue to do that, they'll be okay.
I'm seeing a Winter Crown picked up over there by Nas as well. Cold World almost spotted out of position, is able to extend that distance with the G Condone. A little bit of a flashy recall spam his way out. Basically trying to get some sniper damage. Rose Gold Meteor picked up by best player. We'll have a little bit of that shielding as well when he gets a little low in that HP. Now, I didn't catch Basic picking up a Wind of Nature that yet. I think he's going to get it for his last item, so he is going to have to be careful if Zia is able to proc that crossbow tank.
Definitely a possibility. And Zia also, I mean, with Zia having the Wind of Nature, he can really get aggressive here. He can survive a kick. He's already got, I mean, 1-1 already has a lot in her kit to be able to nullify CC and not get picked off. And the Wind of Nature just kind of adds to it. And we said it in the very beginning, this game can come down to these gold laners both picking up marksmen. I mean, what more could you ask for here? Basic up against Zia on not some strange gold lane pick, but old school marksmen here. I like it.
Yeah, best player, though. He's not going to fight on this Lord. He's going for the split push. Can he get it, though? I don't know if he has enough time. Both sides find it out, though. Demonic Force dropped down by Fried Chicken. Possibility to be able to take this Lord. Finish Rage dropping down. Yeah. Passion to follow from Basic. Nats very low. Zia able to take him down. Split push from best player. Spotted out by Hoon. Not able to get the finish he was looking for. Mark Cutie taking a lot of damage.
He's still going. Best player's still going. Best player's still going.
Yeah, he's still going. Oh, wait a second. He's doing it!
Stop him.
He hit Hoon, though. He hit Hoon by accident, so he has to go back. And the minions are not in play as well. Both sides had a crazy stalemate. Yeah, I don't know if they're going back. It's like, what are you doing? They're gonna go ahead and take this Lord. Mobazane is the one to claim that. Marcuti will find Zia. The cameraman's going crazy. Yo,
damn, that's
credits
crazy.
to the cameraman, man. My guy was on both engagements, man. Fighting for their life, trying to close that game out. That was a risky play from best player, but now needs to get it away to safety. Able to do that with ease. I would say that was kind of worth it, though. I mean, he almost pulled it off. He needed maybe a little bit more of time, and I think he could have got the split push.
I just want to say it's 9 p.m. here Eastern time in the States. It's probably about 10 a.m. overseas. If you're just tuning in, we're here on game number 4, and it's back-to-back. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Lord marching down.
And quickly bursted out of the game by Cloud9 in the mid-river. Not even going to let it cross to their side of the map. Drawing the line this time around for game number 4. Hard guard activated on Zane Hoon. Quickly placing that on top of him. He's done great on these placements. Good reads on him to keep him alive through these engagements. But Trex, 18 minutes in. This is possibly our longest match of this entire 4 games today. And a potential stalemate between both teams with how late it is.
Okay, so I think what we got here is it's coming down to these two teams and their play styles, right? Cloud9, I think overall in all these games has won in overall map control. BTK has won in a lot of these big team fights, right? And I think BTK can continue to win in these team fights, but if Cloud9 can get that sneaky back door, can pull something off, it's gonna spell trouble. BTK has to find an answer to it. They gotta play it tight. They gotta be able to rush a Lord down quickly without someone getting around the back. And if someone does go around the back, they gotta push. They gotta either send 2 people home or they gotta hit the gas and try to look for that big wipe against those 4 members left over. It's definitely a toss-up. We're here at the 60K Gold Knight. Cloud9 about to get some of these final items locked in. They just got to buy a few more minutes, and then it's no longer a battle of gold leads, right? It is just a battle of skill here. Everyone maxed out. I don't think we've seen one of these games yet, and NACT go the distance like this.
No, this is the first, and a very close game indeed between both sides. Even though BTK had it heavily in their favor in the beginning, right now, the later this goes, the longer the respawn timers are, and the more even of a matchup it will become. It's going to boil down to who makes that mistake first. Everybody at full build right now. Winter Crown picked up over there by Marcuti for his final item. Keep in mind, Nats has it as well. We don't see a Winter Crown. Actually, we see one on the side of BTK over there by Fried Chicken.
They
but
don't
outside
need no
of that,
crowns.
There's an immortality, though. There's one immortality on Zia.
Plenty of room to I mean, Zia has so much juggling space right now with the Wind of Nature, the Immortality, can bounce off, sell an item, pick up the Winter Crown, can juggle into a Gold Meteor. If he's able to pull all that off, he has a lot of juggling potential, and that's what comes with the Wanwan and not having to pick up the boots and whatnot. You have a lot of opportunity. Now they're starting to give Zia these orange buffs as well. I'm still waiting for that big crossbow of Tang, though, man. We've seen Zia pop it off. We saw it in the last Lord fight. He popped it off against Nas, was able to get the kill, but only got it on Nats. He hasn't been able to get the full barrage just yet, you know?
It's like when you're at a movie theater and you're waiting for the climax of the movie to happen, and we have yet to see it from Zia, but this may be the opportunity for that. They realize best players on the bot side, so they're going to go ahead and go in for this Lord. Play a great decision. Zane will be able to get it with the Retribution. Both sides fight it out,
they get a kill?
The way the Dragon connects onto basic. Force uses Win the Nature to save himself. Demonic Force dropping down Chicken.
Best player.
Far behind enemy lines. Hard guard activated to keep him alive by Hoon. Best player on the bot side, though. Split push may be able to take
Chicken's
this inhibitor.
dead.
I don't know if he has enough time. Nobody back there. Nats will find Fried Chicken, though. BTK quickly running back. If you look at Shark, he went there to match with best player on the bottom lane.
And now the Lore's just gonna get melted down again. I can't take it anymore, Weezy. Every time they send best player down, he takes the tower, Fried Chicken dies, and everything gets reset again. We're on 22 minutes right now. BTK does nothing with this Lord. And you know what that means, right? Cloud9 is winning right now. Whether you like it or not, they are in control of the game right now. BTK needs to find an answer to this quickly.
This is like watching David versus Goliath in live action right now. Cloud9 inching their way up the map piece by piece, turret by turret. Maybe on blast, double set on the Cold Road on the Nats, but not an opportunity to deal some damage. Best player, though, almost caught out by Mobazane. Heartguard, look at Hoon, ready to lock it on in case Zane needs the assistance, but not going to waste it. Yeah, right now, I mean, yeah, without BTK having to push potential to close this out, Cloud9 essentially is slowly winning this game in their favor, but it can all change in the blink of an eye. One Numion Blast for a setup and a crossbow tank could be the difference that BTK needs.
I think at this point, it might be time to maybe send Zia to the off lane. He's not getting any super big plays right now, and with best player taking off lane, they can still get the retry on the Lord, right? So I think they need to do something about the off lane. I think Zia, with the maneuverability, with the Wind of Nature, can kind of handle a possible best player. I know that looks like a lot of damage, but Zia can still dance around. So they got to find out some sort of answer to the long lane pushes that Cloud9 is bringing to this. I mean, they're in control of macro right now, and it's showing that it's coming out on top.
You know, it's funny because it's super late in the game now, but they have more turrets than BTK does now, which is kind of insane.
That's why they're winning.
That's why they're winning right now. Just from and that was best player. He took the top inhibitor, and then he went and split push and took the bottom one on the Lord plays. I feel like this is a new Lord dance.
It's going to come
seeing,
down
right?
to
they got rid of
this.
the old Lord dance and end with the new, where they burst it down in the mid-river instead and delay it to be able to have another Lord and another fight and buy some time.
Listen, I'm going to call NA out on this right now. This has always been the Lord dance, right? Long lane control is super important. This is like the key of macro, and BTK is showing they're having trouble against it. And this is something that we've seen happen a lot from certain teams. It's something that even though Basic might get his trash talk here and there, it's something that he does know and tries to implement, though maybe he doesn't always implement it amazingly. Right now, Cloud9 is using it perfectly, and now they have control over this Lord, and they're going to rush down.
No, they're rushing for it. They're going to just go straight in for it. Nipper is passing from Basic. They're not wasting any time. Best player able to get it. They just need to push back. They need to get back to safety. BTK on the chase. Zia wanting the crossbow take. Hoon even trying to apply some slow, but not able to get it. Cold World, a little bit of a G-Kun. They just need to push back. They have this Lord this
Dude, their
time
minions
around.
are going to take the base. What are you guys doing?
This may be another comeback for Cloud9 2 times in a row.
Is this gonna be the 3-1 that Nats was talking about? Is history being written right now? Did Nats tell us the truth yesterday?
Never question the Philippines. I think we're gonna learn that the hard way. Nats predicting a 3-1 ending. Is this what he saw? Is this what he foretold? Or will BTK be able to prove him wrong? Look at the Lord slowly making its way on the top side.
Well, what makes that prediction even better is he didn't say 4-0. It wasn't just like an ego call. He was like, we'll go 3-1. And that's what might just happen right here as Cloud9 brings down the grip.
Yeah, bring down the grip,
they can
holding it
defend.
heavy. You are going to see the Lord still strong, still intact. Fried Chicken trying to hold off the side of Cloud9 from pushing into that inhibitor. Zane quickly bursting down this Lord. It has been bursted out of this game. Both sides find it out, though. Window of opportunity for BTK to win this engagement. Diver's passion goes out. Bulwark Shield trying to negate the damage. Look at Zia, though, getting over there. He's going to miss that Landshaker. It will go in for a possible way. The Dragon. G-Kun very low. Forced to go back to safety, provided with survivability, the heals on Hoon. With this Angela,
BTK
and they're able to
defended
delay
him.
yet another Lord. 25 minutes in, the longest game of the NACT fall season.
Zia is dancing right now. This man is all around the world pushing this 1-1 to its limits, but it just doesn't feel like enough right now. BTK able to defend. We're creeping into 30-minute territory soon. Next Lord, was that going to be Lord number 5? Lord number 6 is the next Lord, and that right there will most likely be the game ender. Who's going to be able to take it?
Yo, we're stepping into uncharted waters right now for the NACT fall season, right? I mean, we're seeing things we have yet to see before. Right now, the coin is being flipped yet again. And this is not even a
They
grand
better hurry
finals.
up. I
This
got
is
an
just
MCL to play.
round 2. A potential for a game 5, and BTK looking to earn their title. But Cloud9, they're putting up a fight as well. It's even Stevens.
And we did see some juggling from Zia earlier as well. Popped the Wind of Nature, sold it, picked up Rose Gold Meteor. Now we'll get the passive from that again. It's definitely not going to be easy to kill Zia. He just needs that one big crossbow tank, but we haven't seen it yet. Without it, I don't know if BTK can close the game. Without that one big wipeout, it's going to be tough. They have two options. Either that comes in, or we see that huge Numion Blast, that big side step Numion Blast has to come in, because without one of those two things, BTK might not be able to take this.
Best player going in, though, on the engagement up against Chicken. Zia, Shark, and Hoon heavily rotating together. Cold World trying to find the separation. They're going in for Chicken.
Boy, Chicken in trouble.
They're going to go in for the kill. He is in trouble. Hit with the G-Condell in the way of the Dragon, putting everything in on him. Hard guard activated, though. A misplay. Making best play needs to get out of there. He has the reputation for the team. Both sides fighting it out. Zia still too far behind to hit the crossbow. Tang, a close call, but neither side will find a casualty.
There is so much security on both of these teams. There's so much sustainability. Immortality's all over the place. We got heart guards coming in. We got shields, Flask of the Oasis, everything in the kit for BTK and Cloud9 as well. But Cloud9 is doing off pure movement, man, pure grooves. Cold World looking for the pick to change the game.
Yep, look at best player rushing in, trying to find an opportunity to take this Lord back in his favor. Here comes Chicken through the mid-river. Also, Lord at about 25% HP. Zane in retreat distance, may be able to get it. Hits away the Dragon. Best player gets the retreat. We'll find the kill. Hard guard activated onto Zia. Looks for that crossbow. Tang, the popcorn is hot. It's popping. Nets trying to get away. Mark Cutie trying to kite, trying to drop down the glooms. They got the Lord, but they lost best player in the process.
And they lose best player, so that is huge. It's 60 seconds. Is best player gonna be the game-changing moment to make BTK survive this Lord push? BTK Hunter, they know, man, we lost the Lord. We need a few pickoffs here to try to turn the tides. It's 45 seconds on the clock, counting down. We're at 29 minutes. I got a feeling we're gonna break 30, and honestly, if BTK defends this, it can go another one, but wait, what was Zane in trouble? Watch out for the kick, kicks him the wrong way. They're locked on.
Basic! He closes
Damn.
the game out. Cloud9, the NACT prediction. A wise professor from RSG Philippines making his appearance on Cloud9, a 3-1 finish. History in the making, in the cleanest prediction North America has seen yet.
What is Basic looking at? Does he have the stream up?
The gaming house feeling themselves the moment they won that.
It's kind of questionable.
And I saw people standing up. They were hype about it. That game came down to the wire. But today, Cloud9 escapes with the win. Not just escapes, but dominates with the win, showing that they are ready for this NACT. And BTK's got to go back to the drawing board, baby.
Yeah, man, what a series. I mean, honestly, that was the best comeback we have seen in a while for North America.
All right, I'm gonna
I mean,
go to the bathroom and then jump on the
advantage
game and get
majority of
ready
that
for
game,
NACT.
not able to close it out. Was it because of the Angela mid? Was it because of not having
MCL.
a true traditional mid laner? Was that the deciding factor? Nonetheless, though, both sides had some excellent gameplay from every
here.
single
Appreciate
round.
everybody who
was
stopped
at the edge of
in.
their seats. Trex even
Have a
mentioned
good one.
We were glowing. We were shining. Sweat was dripping
See you
as we were
guys
watching all of
next
these
week.
matches. And right now, the show is officially over. That is our final round of the day. Cloud9 closing it out, 3-1 finish predicted by Nats.
Man, I gotta say, you know, I don't think it has anything to do with the draft, man. I think both teams brought up a great draft there. I think Cloud9, I gotta give it to them, and I think they played better. You know, today that's kind of been my motto today, man. I think Cloud9 played better. You can clip it, you can say what you want, but today, right now, they controlled the map, they controlled the macro. They played like a top-tier team, and they executed it to its finest. Overall, I mean, they just played an amazing game. Taking a look at some of these stats. At this point, when you go into 30 minutes, these stats don't even mean that much. Everyone did their job to a T. Cold World, Mark Cutie, best player, Basic, Nats. I mean, the whole team stepped up here.
You know, if I had to give one player the MVP for that game, though, I would have to give it to Basic because he split pushed the top inhibitor and the bottom inhibitor to create that opportunity. He was buying so much time, and it was a matter of milliseconds. I mean, even at the last minute when Basic rushed in, right, he had Cold World there with the Cho to be able to protect him in a small window of opportunity. You saw BTK rushing in. You saw them trying to get the final touches to burst them down, but just a matter of seconds, Basic pops the wind of nature, and he gives it everything he's got. And there we go. Basic. Mr. Hollywood. Mr. MVP.
Mr. Retreat God with the takes, man. Basic repping it. And I mean, I like it. MVP, very clean. Best player as well. You know, I said it from the beginning, BTK likes to play this tight comp. Well, Cloud9 took their book and read it easy. Got him with a banana split all around the map. And BTK just didn't have an answer from it from start to finish, man. They weren't able to keep up with Cloud9. Let's take a look at some of these replays. In the beginning, BTK was feeling themselves. It was so similar to the last comeback from C9, man. BTK had control. It felt like they had this game in their hands. Zia was popping off. Shark was popping off on the Lolita. And then once we got to about 12, 13, 14 minutes, you know, second Lord. Here's one that we're seeing right now. Even here, best player is just taking towers. He feels confident that his team can defend this Lord push. And this is what we've seen from them over the past 4 games. They're so comfortable doing the 4v5 and having one player handle business somewhere else.
And that takes a lot of confidence. You know, when best players over there split pushing on the top side, it's a lot of confidence knowing that there's a Lord in your base in a full 5-man team. And there it goes. We gave credit over to Basic with Coro protecting him in that last minute play. A matter of seconds, you saw Chicken, you saw everybody rushing to try and burst him out. And they had the numbers to do it, but in a matter of seconds, they're able to close it out. Now we got to swing on over to our host and get her valuable insight on how she felt about today's final series.
Wow, I was clinching on the edge of my seats. It's been a crazy series. I thought BTK had it in the last game especially, but it's like you go away for 5 minutes and come back, oh no. What happened with the team fights that were so clean in the very beginning, but they're just not able to close up the series. And it really shows how well Cloud9 played. Even the games that they're losing from the beginning, they were able to stay hold and make a comeback. And congratulations for this dominating series coming in from Cloud9, really putting themselves, proving that they're on the top spot right now for NA.
That's right, they're at the top of the ladder, the top team for the NACT Fall regular season. BTK, man, that's a little bittersweet, right? There was 2 games in a row where they were supposed to be the winners, but they did not find a way to close it out.
Yeah, it feels good though to know that the stakes are this high, right? I think so many people came into this feeling like it was just going to be a stomp from BTK. You know, all right, except for you, Easy, except for you. But I think a lot of, I mean, fans in general, I think a lot, the talk on the street was BTK was the favorite here. The talk on the street was BTK was going to take this. And there was a small minority of C9 fans cheering him on. And right now, C9 just showed that this wasn't, listen, man, we didn't even go to game 5. It was 3-1. They made the comebacks happen. It wasn't even just a full stomp. You can't blame it on draft. There are no excuses here. C9 controlled those games, were able to fall behind and still take a hold of them. They had the full package in those 4 matches.
Absolutely. And the Cold World basic combo is incredible, with Cold World's choke, kicks, and basic following up, really ultimately bringing them the comeback. And today we have Basic here for an interview.
Woo.
Hello, Basic. You're back in GD Aiko's room.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. So first off, congratulations on that series. You guys did a great job of coming back. And for you guys, we know that with a lot of the pickups, you proved the audience wrong for each game. Because I noticed that predictions every series, most of the fans did predict BTK win, even though you guys proved how strong you were coming back. But ultimately, you guys proved everyone wrong, and you just showed how strong you guys are. Now, with the comebacks, I want to know, we know that a lot of the pickoffs and your farming really helped guys win. But in terms of morale, what was going on in team comps? How did you guys get that spirit back and stay calm and turn it into you guys' favorite?
Oh, so basically, I guess I would say we just trusted each other. And even though when we're behind, we still somehow find a way to, you know, get ahead of the game. I think we're like down by 7k gold lead, but you know, BTK is more focused on team fighting. Like if you see their heroes, their comp, they don't really got an answer to that split push. So you know, we use that as an advantage to get ahead.
And for the split push, all of you guys actually did a lot of split pushing during the game, but you especially are known as the marksman who likes to split push. So can you give us some advice about when to split push and when not to?
I would say like if they go like fighter and or Angela mid, because it's so obvious that they're gonna send the Angela on the side, and Angela cannot match the assassin or anyone basically. So you know, that's the best time to split and, you know, just kill the Angela and just let your other teammates buy time for you and play macro. Like, don't initiate or anything.
Yeah, I guess you guys have the mobility heroes on for this split pushing. And now that you guys had this series, how confident do you feel about clinching the top spot in the very end?
Oh, still the same. We're gonna stay humble and we're just gonna try to do our best in our games and you know, prove the haters wrong. And you know, this is just regular season or playoffs actually. You know, what mattered the most is like the grand finals. So I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, I mean, everyone's saying that, you know, we're gonna get stumped by BTK. Shout out to their manager, by the way. Who is it? Pika? He told us that get ready to lose, and yeah, well, prove you wrong.
Well, that's what we like to see, and I mean, they might not be C9 haters, they might just be BTK supporters, and
Nah, they're haters.
okay. Well, but you guys are in the boot camp, and I think it really showed how well the synergy played out today with being in a boot camp. But how do you feel about boot camp helping you guys, and how have you adjusted to living together with your team?
I mean, for me, personally, I'm used to it because I did bootcamp like a lot of times. I would say, I mean, it's different in Asia because, you know, America lifestyle and Asia lifestyle is different. So I would say everyone's comfortable here. Thanks to GD Icon, and thank you to Cloud9 for supporting us. Without them, we could not make this happen. And yeah, everyone's comfortable right now. You know, everyone's getting along. You know, sharing beds with each other. I got the little dog right here. Yeah, like, you know, like sharing beds with each other.
Who's rooming with who then? Can I know?
No, we're like all in like a living room, and there's just like beds all over the place, and you know, we sleep the same time basically. It's like only Nats is separated because you know, he's always like talking to with his girl back in the Philippines. So you know, we gave him the room so he can have his like private time with his girl. You know.
Yeah, he got his own Angela there. And last question, we know that you guys have both Nas who have limited English compared to the rest of the team, and then there's one person in your team that speaks no Tagalog. So how has the communication been between the team?
I say no, Nats can speak English well. When it comes to comms, maybe sometimes he was probably just nervous, like talking in the his last interview is just probably nervous, but he can actually speak English. And with Carlos, we speak Taglish. You know, sometimes he understands some. Yeah, it's a new language, Taglish. But yeah, sometimes he understand us. Probably he got used to it. Like he hear it every day, and kind of remember what is the meaning of it. So you know, sometimes it works for him. But yeah, most of the time we do Taglish. Yeah, he's actually learning.
Like, words that you taught him like in Tagalog that he knows how to say now?
Yeah, like let's say we taught him how to say like go. It means tara, like tara tara tara, like go 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 go. And then back is like, you know, back like retreat. And yeah, most of the comms is like that. Tara, that's his favorite one, tara. And others like bad words.
And I mean, we might get to interview Best Player at one point and learn and test how well he learned Tagalog.
Do it.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Keep it in the books. Good job to C9 for today's victory. We have good faith in you guys, and we hope you continue improving and continue shining in the NA arena.
Thank you. We'll do our best.
Wow, I want to learn some Tagalog. Chat, teach me some Tagalog.
Be careful what you wish for. But that that was definitely an interesting interview. It was all over the place. But nonetheless, I agree. their humbleness, grouping together, meeting in a centralized location definitely helped them out a lot. I mean, imagine trying to pull that off in different MS. It would have been a lot more challenging, especially that last game with the comeback. So credits to Cloud9. BTK, there's a lot of things that look very promising for them as well. Even the games that they lost, there were games they should have won. So at least you can take a little bit of faith in that for the matches to come.
Yeah, I mean, seeing all them boys in the house right now, it seems like they're having fun. It seems like they're enjoying this. I was like, it's to a point where it's contagious. Like how can you not? Like, I think they're gonna slowly gain more and more supporters as this goes on. You know, through wins, through losses. It is definitely hype to see that happening. To see them with that. You know, we haven't seen a boot camp in NA yet, so I'm excited to see how C9 keeps on moving forward. They just proved a lot to a lot of people. 3-1 against BTK, standing at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and for the first match, we had Accelerate versus Nighthorde, and Nighthorde still dominating performance 4-0 against Accelerate.
Yeah, it was definitely a strong performance. We got to see Accelerate with the matches to come, see them progress a little bit better. We gave them some talking points on where they could start at, right? I mean, it wasn't really the draft. I wouldn't say it was the strongest drafting team, but it was the mechanics inside of the game that was costing them. It was the early game pressure that we just didn't see. So hopefully, jumping even further, keep in mind, like we said, this is a brand new team, completely new faces who we have yet to see in the NACT any season in general. So credits to them making top 8 from here. You know, it's only up. If you're the last team, it's only up from there. So that's a good thing for them to look forward to.
Definitely. It's going to be exciting how things move forward. We got another big week ahead of us with another switch up on who will be playing who. With BTK taking this loss, they got to make some points up somewhere. And Cloud9 at this point, pretty much guaranteed playoffs position, right? They're several points ahead of everybody. They're feeling comfortable, which means they have time to kind of, you know, explore more things, which is going to help them even more as things move forward.
Absolutely. And for BTK, I know this series, it does give a lot of boost for C9. For BTK, it's not the end of the day, right? This is based on a point system, and they're still pretty secure for the top 8 spot into playoff. And they have a few weeks to kind of fix a lot of the mistakes that are making, and that cost them the game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I would say one thing, they had my hometown buff. For those who don't know, Cloud9 is literally, their camp is on the street I grew up on. G's house is 4 houses down from where I grew up at. So hometown buff at its finest to be able to push through. That's why I had to vote for them, man. I was like, it's just too much of a coincidence.
And you're winning now.
Hey, I am. Hey, I'm at the top of the mountain now. Everybody looked at me crazy, but I'm sitting right there with Nats, baby. Right there with Nats.
3-1, baby. 3-1. That's all I got to say. He said it.
Yeah, and can we take a look at the games tomorrow? So for tomorrow, first match of the day, we have Last Minute versus Overskill. That's going to happen at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And at 8 p.m., maybe it might be 7, who knows, it will be Godspeed versus MLC Maple Leaf.
Yeah, a lot of stories yet to be told. Some matchups that we've been asking to see for a while. So definitely make sure you guys stay tuned for tomorrow to close out round 2 and to close out this week. Hopefully today you enjoyed the fireworks that went off all the way from the beginning. Even after the first round of casting the first series, I almost lost my voice with how hype it was. I didn't expect it to be that insane. I had to kind of relax for a bit, but the second game was just as crazy. I felt like it's just been a roller coaster of emotions, but going in an upward direction, in the right direction. So just glad to be a part of it, and definitely shout out to everybody competing this NACT.
Yeah, most definitely. It was a great day to come back on, Wheezy. It was a great day to cast with you, Wheezy. Liz, as always, it's a pleasure. We missed first week, but we're here back at NACT. I'm excited to see how everything moves forward.
Yeah, I feel like our casters already said their last words for closing today's tournament, and it was a long day, relatively a very exciting series, and tomorrow's series are going to be just as exciting, especially the second game with Godspeed versus MLC Maple Leaf. I think we might be able to see our first 5-game series tomorrow. So let's find out tomorrow. I'm your host Liz, joined with Steph, Weezy, and Trex, and yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Leave you with the one. on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they let me know. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. And you all wanna be round. Round a champion, champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. And you all wanna be loved. But a champion, champion. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. And you all wanna be round. Wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way. Oh, you can read my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Anybody I've talked to that